when Zhou Tianxiao heard Lin Feng, but he remained silent. Emperor Anai-chun was there, so he couldn't act recklessly. But someday he'd definitely kill Lin Feng. Zhou Tianrua had already been humiliated 3 times by Lin Feng, twice in the small world and once in the great world, in front of all the members of the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness, the members from the other celestial castles, and the members from Qingdi Mountain. Because of Lin Feng, Zhou Tianrua would never have the opportunity to join the Qingdi Mountain again. Plus, Lin Feng had injured him. In other words, he had destroyed his will from that moment on. Zhou Tianrua would hardly ever be happy again. Apart from Zhou Tianxiao and Zhou Tianrua, nobody from Celestial Qi Castle was happy to see Lin Feng acting this way. The emperor in purple clothes was glaring at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes. Lin Feng had already gotten out of control, but he didn't understand why. Had something happened to him while he was away? However, even if Lin Feng had broken free from Master Mi's control, he still came back. Was he trying to draw Qingdi Mountain's attention? Was he putting his life at stake to impress them? Emperor Anai-chun laughed after he saw that Lin Feng had easily defeated Zhou Tianrua. Then he asked, "Brother Xinyu, what do you think of that boy?" "Outstanding," replied Emperor Xinyu smiling. He didn't even need to see how strong Lin Feng was. Because of that boy, his teacher and emperor had knelt before the people from the palace of medicinal kings and begged them to save his life. Could he be a bad cultivator given such devotion? Emperor Anai-chun looked at Emperor Xinyu in a strange way. That guy had just said, "Outstanding?" Lin Feng was talented and not weak, but he hadn't shown how strong he really was. Why had Emperor Xinyu said that? Emperor Anai-chun didn't know that Emperor Xinyu knew more about Lin Feng already. There are so many outstanding disciples in the 9 castles, and yet, you don't think highly of any of them. Now you're attaching such importance to a disciple from Celestial Qi Castle's small world? Asked Emperor Anai-chun. Amongst those who come from the small worlds, some of them are incredible and will amaze the great world, said Emperor Xinyu smiling. Emperor Anai-chun was surprised and then laughed again. Such people are very rare, said Emperor Anai-chun. Then he looked at the battle stage again. Lin Feng looked at the other strong cultivators, Qiao Qifeng in particular. Then he said, "I've already defeated that one. Those people from Celestial Qi Castle really can't represent Celestial Qi Castle." Qiao Qifeng was furious. Although Lin Feng had defeated him before, he was ready to get his revenge now. However, Lin Feng didn't want to fight against him. He looked at the other cultivators, in particular the other cultivators from Celestial Qi Castle. Only 2 people had ranked in the top 18 amongst those young people from Celestial Qi Castle. Qi Yu-chun had ranked 5th and another one had ranked 13th. In the end, the Celestial Qi Castle had lost to the Celestial Palace of Punishing Thunders, thus losing their control over the small world from which Lin Feng was. "Master, your eyes are really bad. There are so many strong cultivators in Celestial Qi Castle, and surprisingly you only sent people who would make Celestial Qi Castle lose face," said Lin Feng to the emperor in purple clothes while smiling. The emperor in purple clothes was furious, by saying that he was finally proving that he wasn't being controlled anymore. "Master Anai-chun, my disciple is having some issues. He's disrespecting you, so I'm sorry about that. I'll stop him and punish him later for this," said the emperor in purple clothes to Emperor Anai-chun. He had to remove Lin Feng from the battle stage before Qingdi Mountain attached any more importance to him. Emperor Anai-chun was surprised, but Emperor Xinyu smiled and said in a low voice, "Brother Anai-chun, I want to continue watching him." "All right," said Emperor Anai-chun. He looked at the emperor in purple clothes and said, "No problem. Stop interfering for now." The emperor in purple clothes was surprised. Nobody could contradict Emperor Anai-chun. Even the leaders from the 9 great celestial castles couldn't. By saying that, Emperor Anai-chun was saying that nobody could disturb Lin Feng as he continued to start fights. Lin Feng smiled. Emperor Xinyu had taken him back, so of course he had to make use of this opportunity. "Master, I was just trying to regain your prestige. Yet you're saying that I am disrespecting these incredible people? I will show you just how bad your eyes are," said Lin Feng to the emperor in purple clothes. He looked at Qiyu-chan and the other one and said, "You too. Come fight me together." Qiyu-chan looked furious as he immediately released Qi. Last time, Lin Feng had suddenly attacked him with death Qi and force, but Qiyu-chan thought that in a fair fight that he was stronger than Lin Feng. Energies rushed out and surrounded Qiyu-chan. In a flash, Qiyu-chan was surrounded by a golden picture spirit. Boom! Qiyu-chan jumped forwards and threw himself at Lin Feng. He had ranked 5th, so he was feeling confident in himself. Demonic Qi rolled in waves as Lin Feng released his demonic territory. The aggressive energies blocked his territory's strength. Qiyu-chan continued running forwards and pushed the demonic territory back. Lin Feng's skills were stronger than Qiyu-chan's skills, but Lin Feng's cultivation level was too low. Qiyu-chan was a cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer, which was a large difference. A demon appeared behind Lin Feng's back who looked very aggressive. With its appearance, Lin Feng's territory suddenly became stronger, so much so that the empty spaces couldn't oppress Lin Feng's strength anymore. After that, a gigantic golden axe appeared in Lin Feng's hand. It was Xian Yuan's spirit. Lin Feng looked aggressive and brutal as he held it over his shoulder. 7th Zun Qi layer and his Qi is already so powerful, thought the crowd, shivering. Qiyu-chan shook his hands and terrifying empty space lights shot out towards Lin Feng. Dong! Lin Feng jumped forwards as he released force which was multiplied by 600, surrounding the sharp empty space energies like a cage. Qiyu-chan also released force multiplied by 600, breaking the cage. 700. Lin Feng jumped forwards and released force multiplied by 700 this time. Qiyu-chan's herd was pounding as he noticed that Lin Feng's force was increasing. Dong! The ground shook and his golden energies exploded. This time it was multiplied by 800. 7th Zun Qi layer and his force is multiplied by 800. The crowd was awestruck. As the cultivator's force increased, their ability to control the earth and sky increased. That young man had only broken through to the 7th Zun Qi layer, but his force was already multiplied by 800. If he broke through to the 9th Zun Qi layer and had a force multiplied by 1,000, he'd be half an emperor already. Possess a force of 1,000 required talent. Lin Feng secretly thanked the emperor who had made him dream those previous days. Lin Feng's force had improved a lot in that dream. The sky shook as Lin Feng released his aggressive demonic and immortal energies. Apart from his insane-looking demon, another shadow appeared behind Lin Feng, which looked like an immortal demon. The immortal and demonic energies prevented the empty space energies from moving forwards. As his territory weakened, Lin Feng's demonic territory condensed the empty space energies. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and released demonic energies which turned into a gigantic, pitch-black axe. That axe contained earth, death, and immortal energies. Arg! The demon shouted as Lin Feng raised his gigantic axe which then descended from the sky. The axe cut apart everything in its path, including Qiyu-chan's golden lights. Qiyu-chan joined his hands together and condensed a sword made of empty space energy. Boom! The axe collided with the sword, causing lights to disperse in every direction. Qiyu-chan's clothes were suddenly torn apart, but Lin Feng's clothes weren't looking much better. Qiyu-chan held his composure for a moment, but then he shook violently and coughed blood. Lin Feng had taken their previous exchange better, so he ran towards Qiyu-chan while condensing force which was multiplied by 800. Slash! Blood splashed out of Qiyu-chan's mouth. He had lost a lot of strength, but he didn't feel like giving up just yet. Lin Feng jumped forwards and released more demonic Qi, which turned into a gigantic hand. He grabbed Qiyu-chan by his throat, draining the blood from his face. He condensed as much strength as he could, but it seemed useless. Many people from Celestial Qi Castle suddenly stood up and looked at Lin Feng in a threatening way. However, Lin Feng looked at Qiyu-chan mockingly and said, "Will you have Yun come here? She's in the Celestial Qi Castle. Don't even think about seeing her again," said Qiyu-chan. Boom! Lin Feng released demonic and fire Qi which started burning Qiyu-chan's hand and flew throughout his arm. He couldn't release any energy to defend himself against those energies, so all he could do was scream in pain. "Bring Yun here," This time, Lin Feng wasn't talking to Qiyu-chan. He was demanding the people from Celestial Qi Castle to bring her to him. The face of the emperor in purple clothes turned deathly pale. Lin Feng wasn't being controlled anymore, and now he was starting to exact his revenge. Qi Yuchen's body was covered in sweat, and his face was deathly pale. Lin Feng was cruel. On top of that, he was mocking him in front of everybody. Lin Feng had already crushed his arm. "I'm going to go get her now," said the emperor in purple clothes as he disappeared. With his speed, he should come back quickly. "You better hurry up," said Lin Feng to the emperor in purple clothes. Then, Lin Feng put Qiyu-chan in an empty space cage and turned around. First Zhou Tianrua and now Qiyu-chan were in a cage. "Emperor and I-chan," shouted Qi Yunsheng, standing up. "Sit down," yelled Lin Feng suddenly. Qi Yunsheng frowned. Nobody had ever shouted at him like that. The crowd also shivered from Lin Feng's shout. Qi Yunsheng was an emperor and he was one of Qingdi Mountain's cultivators. And yet, Lin Feng still dared shout at him furiously. Lin Feng didn't care about those things because those people from the Celestial Qi Castle were his enemies. He didn't need to be polite with Qi Yunsheng any longer. "If you don't want him to die in front of you, you better stay quiet," yelled Lin Feng at Qi Yunsheng. Qi Yunsheng was fixedly staring at Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes, but it had no impact on him. After a few moments of glaring at each other, he finally sat down. He wanted to do something, but Qi Yunsheng was already severely injured. As long as he didn't die, he'd have a chance to recover in the future. After all, Lin Feng wasn't an emperor, and Qi Yuchen's injuries weren't that severe. After Qi Yunsheng sat down, Lin Feng smiled coldly and glanced at Qi Yunxiao. "I told you that you had bad eyes. Qi Yuchen is so weak, can't you see what a disgrace he is? If you had let me fight, you wouldn't have lost so much face," said Lin Feng mockingly. Then he looked at Yuan Fei, Ban Ruo and Li Hen. They were his friends, but at that moment, they were looking at him in a cold way. "You will regret that very quickly," thought Qi Yunsheng. Did Lin Feng place all his hopes on Qingdi Mountain? Did he think that because he was a bit talented, Emperor Anichen would recruit him? Lin Feng was a bit too naive. The emperor in purple clothes quickly came back with Mu Yun. They landed on the edge of the bleachers. Mu Yun figured out what was going on after she noticed that Lin Feng had imprisoned Qi Yuchen on the stage. "Yun, go to the Celestial One Castle's bleachers. Master will take care of you," said Lin Feng to Mu Yun. Everybody thought that Lin Feng was talking about Emperor Anichen. Of course, with him there, nobody would dare harm her. "All right," said Mu Yun without asking anything. She immediately went to the bleachers of the Celestial One Castle and calmly observed what was going on. "Piss off." Lin Feng smacked Qi Yuchen and sent him flying back to Celestial Qi Castle's bleachers. The emperor in purple clothes caught Qi Yuchen with some relief. It would have been difficult to explain why a strong and talented young man from the Celestial Qi clan had been killed by Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng had broken free from Master Mi's control. Even then, it was still Qi Yuchen's fault because he had sent someone to kill him. This all happened. But what happened to Lin Feng after he was taken from Celestial Qi Castle? Lin Feng glanced around, silencing the crowd out of fear. This time, Lin Feng looked at the young cultivators from the Palace of Medicinal Kings. Then they frowned, wondering why he was acting so aggressive towards them. However, they quickly realized that he wasn't looking at them. He was actually looking at an old man in their bleachers, a medium-level emperor. The old man's hair was fluttering in the wind as he glanced at Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng pointed at him and said, "Take the item out." "Eh?" Everybody was astonished. What was he talking about? Lin Feng wanted the ring that Emperor Yu had offered him. The old man looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Surprisingly, Lin Feng, a cultivator of the 7th Zun Qi layer, dared ask for the ring back. Lin Feng was too brave. But could a medium-level emperor take out a ring because a Zun cultivator was asking him to? It didn't matter whether the ring was precious or not. It was all about face. What would people think if he did what Lin Feng was demanding of him? "Take back what you said," said the old man calmly. Lin Feng's demonic qi was still rolling in waves. He walked towards the 18 strong cultivators while threatening some of them with his energies. Amongst the strong young cultivators from the Palace of Medicinal Kings, 4 of them had ranked in the top 18, but they still didn't have the most points. Having said that, amongst the 4 strong cultivators from the Palace of Medicinal Kings, 1 of them ranked second, meaning he had only lost once to an Ao Feng. Yishang was the one who had ranked second. Lin Feng walked towards them while he released a force which was multiplied by 800. Yishang didn't back down though. He walked towards Lin Feng with a force which was multiplied by 700. The crowd noticed Yishang's eyes gradually become green and bestial. Yishang is extremely strong. Even when Ao Feng needed to use a lot of strength to defeat him, even though Lin Feng is strong, he still can't defeat Yishang. If Lin Feng attacks Yishang, he'll die, thought the crowd. Yishang was the one who had complemented Junmo Shi in the small world. Green lights shined bright and began attacking Lin Feng's godly awareness. Lin Feng's eyes became even darker as terrifying amounts of demonic and cursing strength collided with the green lights. What strong demonic intent! Even my eye's energies can't destroy it, thought Yishang. Vines slowly surrounded his body as he turned into a tree with eyes glaring out from its trunk. Vines moved in all directions, including Lin Feng's direction. Lin Feng released a deadly demon punch which he had condensed force into. The vines broke apart, but some seeds jumped towards Lin Feng. Wind, said Yishang. Those seeds moved along with the wind towards Lin Feng, moving even faster than before. Fire! Lin Feng released demon fire. The seeds reached him, trying to invade his body and explode out. However, Lin Feng's demon fire was also extremely aggressive. Many of the seeds burnt and turned to ashes. Demon fire, Lin Feng already knows several types of abstruse energies, thought the crowd. Empty space, demon, fire, cursing, death, immortal. I need to finish this fight quickly, thought Lin Feng. Yishang was dangerous, and after contending against those seeds, Lin Feng would not underestimate him. Lin Feng released empty space and wind energies, which surrounded his body. At the same time, silver wings appeared from his back. Bzzz. Lin Feng jumped forwards with incredible speed. Slash! A light streaked across the sky. Yishang released a Vine King, and a robust branch moved to defend against Lin Feng's sword. The sky shook as they clashed, but the vines exploded afterwards. Yishang released more wind abstruse energies to try and match Lin Feng's speed. His wind abstruse energies were level 9, but Lin Feng used several types of abstruse energies, so they were practically even. Apart from speed, Lin Feng's sword technique was also terrifyingly strong. Another sword streaked across the sky. Lin Feng used Wind Thunder Laceration, Desolate Xana, and Nirvana Sunya Destruction sword attacks. The vines kept breaking apart from his constant assault, forcing Yishang into a bad spot. Dazzling silver lights filled the sky as countless swords condensed to form a web. Yishang didn't dare take that move head-on, so he started to retreat. Yishang continued moving backwards until he reached the stairs which connected his group's bleachers to the battle stage. The 3 others from his group were there too. Yishang suddenly stopped retreating and released even more vine energies. Lin Feng was too fast as he made a final push forward. The source of the 9 netherworlds appeared in Lin Feng's eyes, and he started chanting the 9 netherworlds song as he closed in. Boom boom! The vine spirit broke. Yishang had just missed his chance to kill Lin Feng. Now Lin Feng was attacking his soul, causing some blood to drip from his eyes. Be careful! Shouted someone to Yishang. Yishang sensed the terrifying sword energies descending from the sky, so he enveloped himself in a cocoon of vines. Then he turned into a trunk just as the sword crashed onto him. Even against all these preparations, he was still sent flying. A large hole had appeared in the trunk, and Lin Feng's sword was stuck inside. Yishang was propelled away and crashed against the wall of the bleachers behind his 3 fellow disciples. Lin Feng didn't stop. He continued moving forwards, his feet propelled using a force which had been multiplied by 800. Boom! The 3 other cultivators from the Palace of Medicinal Kings released force. They were getting ready to fight, especially the strongest one. "Retreat!" shouted the old man to the cultivators. A strong emperor from the palace of medicinal kings was asking his disciples to run away. He must have known how strong Lin Feng was now, and he didn't want to lose any of his disciples. "Let's go," said the strong cultivator in the middle as he threw out a punch. Lin Feng's sword didn't kill anyone. Instead it crashed onto the battle stage, creating a gigantic fissure. Lin Feng didn't want to go too far, for there was a limit to how far Emperor Shu could protect him. So he didn't chase them any further. Everybody was looking at the two. Just what did Lin Feng want from the old man? Lin Feng looked at the old man and declared, "Someday, I'll come to the palace of medicinal kings and I'll make you regret all of this." How could he act so arrogantly before the palace of medicinal kings' people? "Let's wait and see if you're still alive at that time," said the old man calmly. He didn't really care about younger people. Lin Feng gave him one last glare before he turned around and looked at Emperor Anichen. "Master, how strong am I compared to them?" asked Lin Feng calmly. He didn't look arrogant and proud anymore, but he did sound confident. The crowd figured that Lin Feng was just trying to be accepted by Qingdi Mountain, but Lin Feng didn't care about that. He was convinced that Emperor Xin Yu had other plans for him. Lin Feng wouldn't refuse if Emperor Xin Yu wanted to take him anywhere. Actually, Lin Feng was asking Emperor Anichen that question because of Yuan Fei and the others. The Qingdi Mountain was the ruler of the region. Emperor Anichen could change Yuan Fei and the others' fates. Everybody looked at Emperor Anichen. Anichen looked at Lin Feng and smiled in a gentle way. "You're quite talented, but you're young and arrogant." "Kacha!" On the side of Celestial Qi Castle, Qi Yunshang clenched his fists and smiled coldly. Just like he had thought, Qingdi Mountain had refused Lin Feng. The old bearded man of the palace of medicinal kings laughed, thinking, "Lin Feng is doomed. Lin Feng is doomed, isn't he?" thought many people. Yun's face turned deathly pale, worried that they would reject Lin Feng, and thus her. Hee. At that moment, a person in black clothes smiled thinly and stood up. Then he said indifferently, "Are you blind? If you don't want him, I do." The crowd was astonished. Who was that arrogant? Who dared say that? They turned around and were shocked. "It's him. It's Emperor Xin Yu," thought the crowd. Qingdi Mountain, blind? Who's Emperor Xin Yu? Thought many people. Emperor Anichen was a high-level emperor with a high social status. He had refused Lin Feng, and against all expectations, Emperor Xin Yu had intervened. Without a doubt, Emperor Xin Yu wasn't a member of Qingdi Mountain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Emperor Anichen if he was blind. "I've never heard of Emperor Xin Yu. He's not from Qingdi Mountain, and he's not a strong cultivator from the 9 castles either, but he is standing next to Emperor Anichen. Who could he be?" Emperor Anichen was surprised when he heard Emperor Xin Yu, but then he smiled and said, "You really think highly of that boy? He proved how strong he is. You rejected him, but I can't miss this opportunity. I'm taking him away," said Emperor Xin Yu. Anichen looked at him in a deep and meaningful way, as if he had sensed that something was amiss. Emperor Xin Yu and he weren't very close. They were emperors from 2 different groups, however. He had encountered Emperor Xin Yu on the way and had invited him to come with him. On the way, Emperor Xin Yu had remained cold and silent. That is until today, where he had started smiling more and more. Besides, he had disappeared the past few days. He glanced at Lin Feng and suddenly, he had the impression that Emperor Xin Yu had come for him. "There are many outstanding disciples in the 9 great celestial castles, but you thought highly of none of them," said Emperor Anichen, smiling indifferently. He was trying to make sense of it all. "I like talented and outstanding young people," said Xin Yu indifferently. It was like a normal dialogue, but the crowd had the sensation that it was a kind of implicit conflict. "Brother Yushin, do you think he's more talented than all the others?" asked Emperor Anichen. "Of course," said Emperor Xin Yu. "Since it's that way, after you leave, I will bring those people back to the Qingdi Mountain, and on some other day, we'll compare their strength again. Then we'll see who was right," said Emperor Anichen calmly and serenely. "I already know the outcome, but if you insist, I don't mind." Some other day we can have a small competition, said Emperor Xianyu, smiling indifferently. He looked enigmatic and unfathomable. Nobody knew what he was thinking. Master, Lin Feng violated the rules of my castle, and he caused us many troubles, said Qi Yunshang, standing up and looking at Emperor Xianyu in a cold way. Emperor Xianyu turned around and looked at Qi Yunshang calmly and indifferently. Tell the leader of your castle to come and talk to me. Qi Yunshang was petrified and felt humiliated. He regretted talking just now. Lin Feng, are you done here? Asked Emperor Xianyu. Lin Feng wasn't done. Yuan Fei and the others were still there in Master Mi's control, but he couldn't say it. Emperor Xianyu was taking him away. That was already a big deal. Besides, he had offended many people already. Emperor and Aichan, the Celestial Qi Castle, the Palace of Medicinal Kings, and so on. Now, everybody would push their hatred from him to Emperor Xianyu. If he asked Emperor Xianyu to ask for his friends, the situation might become chaotic. He had to rely on his own abilities to solve the issue. Lin Feng looked at the members of the Celestial Qi Castle and the Palace of Medicinal Kings in a cold way, thinking that someday they'd meet again. Lin Feng went to Emperor Xianyu and said, Master, I'm taking Mu Yun as well. Mu Yun wasn't strong, so if Lin Feng left, she'd be in danger. You can do whatever you want. That has nothing to do with me, said Emperor Xianyu, smiling. Mu Yun was smiling in a resplendent way as well. Finally, she was going to have the life of a normal person. She had never thought that hosting Emperor Yu and Lin Feng would change her life. Let's go, said Emperor Xianyu. He had only come to the 9 great celestial castles to take Lin Feng away, and now that he had accomplished that, there was no point in staying. The 3 people left. Lin Feng looked at the ground from the sky, looking at all his friends. His teacher was healed now, so Lin Feng would come back someday and save them. They're gone, thought the crowd. That mysterious emperor had taken him away. Emperor Anichen watched as he left and said, Amongst the 20 best cultivators today, if you want to join Qingdi Mountain, you're welcome too. The competition between Emperor Anichen and Emperor Xin Yu's disciples wouldn't happen anytime soon, but the controllers of the small world were already determined. The Celestial Palace of the Punishing Thunders, the Celestial One Castle, and the Palace of Medicinal Kings. They would control the small worlds for the next 10,000 years. However, the Celestial One Castle had the dominant power. The one clan in Bahuang would start rising. The Palace of Medicinal Kings would also do incredible things in Bahuang and Jiuyu in the next 10,000 years, just like the Celestial Qi Castle had. The Celestial Palace of the Punishing Thunders had ranked 3rd, so they would probably be in charge of protecting the passage from the Great World to the Small World. However, the Celestial One Castle and the Palace of Medicinal Kings didn't know that the Celestial Qi Castle began panicking everyone in the Small Worlds when they began to feel that they would lose control over the Small World. Many people who had always dreamt of coming to the Great World were planning on leaving or had already come out. Concerning the 9 great celestial castles, Lin Feng had nothing to do with them for the time being. He had left with Emperor Xianyu already, and they were traveling at breakneck speeds. At that moment, under Lin Feng's feet, there was just a vast ocean with many islands. Emperor Xianyu slowed down so that they could clearly see below them. Some islands looked desolate and gloomy, while others were vast and populated. The largely populated islands didn't look like islands. Instead, they looked like gigantic cities resting on the sea. We're now in a territory that is out of the Qingdi Mountains jurisdiction, but we're not too far off. Of course, distance is relative for cultivators. For extremely strong cultivators, the world is small, said Emperor Xianyu. Lin Feng nodded, and Mu Yun listened carefully. It was the first time that she had traveled so far. For Lin Feng and Mu Yun, the distance between them and Celestial Qi Castle was extremely far now. We're here, said Xianyu. Below them was a gigantic area filled with a terrifying bestial qi. They couldn't see any human silhouettes though. That island is bigger than a city, but there aren't many people, thought Mu Yun. Emperor Xianyu took Lin Feng and Mu Yun to the top of a mountain. Master Xianyu, where are we? Asked Lin Feng curiously. Yao Yi Island, replied Emperor Xianyu. Lin Feng, show me all of your abstruse energies. You seem to know several sorts. All right, Lin Feng nodded. Emperor Xin Yu had helped him and Emperor Yu before, so he had no reason to hide anything from Emperor Xin Yu. Lin Feng released demon abstruse energies, and a black cloud appeared above him. His first abstruse energy demon type was level 8. Then he released death abstruse energy level 8. Then empty space abstruse energy wind, cursing, earth and fire. Lin Feng had used those before, but Emperor Xin Yu was amazed that all of them were level 8. Mu Yun's mouth was wide open, dumbstruck. Those were Lin Feng's abstruse energies? Lin Feng wasn't done. Thunder abstruse energy descended from the sky, making it 8 types. Then, Lin Feng also released immortal abstruse energy. 9. Emperor Xin Yu was astonished. Mu Yun gasped with amazement. 9 types of abstruse energies. Then, Lin Feng also released desolate abstruse energy, making it 10. 10 sorts of abstruse energies. Emperor Xin Yu was smiling. Lin Feng probably possessed a body which allowed him to understand those 10 different sorts of abstruse energies, which also meant that he would be able to learn up to 3 different types of cosmic energies. "I'm not done," said Lin Feng. He then released life abstruse energy. Emperor Xin Yu's heart was pounding. "That's enough. No need to show me more," said Emperor Xin Yu. He was very surprised. He knew that Lin Feng knew several types of abstruse energies, but he wouldn't have thought he'd know that many. Emperor Xin Yu was very happy. He was certain his heart could take the shock if Lin Feng showed him any more. Mu Yun was smiling. She wasn't as astonished as Emperor Xin Yu, because she understood cultivation less. She just understood that Lin Feng was very talented, and she was happy for him. "Lin Feng, I will give you some time to become stronger. Increase the level of your abstruse energies. Also, your force is already multiplied by 800. It'll also need to be multiplied by 1000. In this world where there are many strong cultivators, you're still considered weak. You need become an emperor as soon as possible," said Emperor Xin Yu. "All right." Lin Feng nodded. He knew that he was a bit weak in the great world, but Lin Feng hadn't seen much yet. But it was too early to think about those things. He first had to deal with the Celestial Qi Castle and the Palace of Medicinal Kings. "What powers do you use?" asked Emperor Xin Yu to Mu Yun. Mu Yun released some celestial qi. Emperor Xin Yu nodded and said, "I will help you find a teacher in Yao Yi Island." "Thank you, master," said Mu Yun bowing. She was touched. Bzzz. At that moment, a red light appeared to be moving towards Mu Yun. Emperor Xin Yu was surprised, grabbed her, and made her move away. However, the red light grabbed Lin Feng instead. "Stop!" shouted Emperor Xin Yu. He turned into a black beam of light and chased the previous light. Slash! As he grabbed the red light, he tore a piece of robe off. The person suddenly stopped and smiled at Emperor Xin Yu. "You're so serious. Let him go," demanded Emperor Xin Yu. That woman looked at Lin Feng and caressed his cheeks. Lin Feng thought she smelt good. Then she smiled and said, "Little boy, you're so handsome. You should stay with me. If you do, I'll show you the pleasures of life." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. What was this place? That woman was terrifyingly strong. But how could he refuse having sex with an astonishingly beautiful woman? He was speechless. Her third eye was red, which was a cute touch. "I don't deserve you, master," said Lin Feng, smiling wryly. That woman was, without a doubt, extremely strong. She looked so young, but many strong cultivators looked young. "Do you think I'm old? Just consider me as your older sister," said the woman, giggling, still ignoring Emperor Xin Yu. Lin Feng was speechless and looked at Emperor Xin Yu for help. Emperor Xin Yu said, "If you don't let him off, don't blame me for being impolite. You have a bad temper. I don't feel like playing with you anymore," said the woman before she disappeared. "Her name is Hu Yu, and call her sister if you see her again. She doesn't like being called master," said Xin Yu. Lin Feng was still speechless but nodded. "Let's go. I'm taking you somewhere else," said Xin Yu. After a short time, they arrived in the sky above the mountain range. "That guy is sleeping," whispered Xin Yu. Lin Feng and Mu Yun gazed into the distance and saw a strange mountain with hands and feet. It looked like a human, or maybe an ape. Wake up, shouted Xinyu furiously. His voice made many stones explode. Kacha! A loud sound reverberated, causing Lin Feng's head to shake. That gigantic ape was a few hundreds of meters tall, and he started moving after Xinyu yelled. The ape's eyes were the size of Lin Feng's upper body, causing him to feel oppressed. The gigantic ape took a step forward. Although they were at the top of a mountain and the ape was standing at the foot of the mountain, his head was eye level with Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at that gigantic hand, but Emperor Xinyu pulled him away. The earth and sky shook, and then the mountain they were standing on exploded. How strong! Lin Feng couldn't believe his eyes. If Yuan Fei had been there, he would have been so happy to see this monstrous ape. You woke me up again, moron, said a voice furiously. You moron, yelled the beast again. Arg! It was overwhelming. Lin Feng had the sensation that his soul was going to leave his body. Their voices carried soundwave strength. The ape moved his gigantic hand towards the sky, as if he was trying to capture the sky. But he didn't reach anything. Lin Feng just saw a light. The other beast was 100 meters long, but Lin Feng couldn't see anything when it moved. The ape simply continued yelling, Moron! The ape looked furious but knew that his opponent was too fast. Apart from escaping, what else can you do? Said the ape aggressively. Stop it now, said Emperor Xinyu to the two beasts. Why are you two arguing? I brought a little boy here who knows many sorts of abstruse energies. Can you teach him about earth and wind abstruse energies? I want to see which one he can master first. Humph. Xinyu, do you think I'm like that moron? A cultivator of the 7th Zun Qi layer, a human being on top of that. If his abstruse energy doesn't level up quickly, I'll have to stay with him for years, said the beast in the sky. Lin Feng, release your 10 different sorts of abstruse energies and show them, said Emperor Xinyu. Lin Feng nodded and then released his 10 sorts of abstruse energies. So many different types of abstruse energies. The beast in the sky incredulous. I have to go and find some other people. So tell me if you agree or not. If you don't, I'll have to take him with me, said Emperor Xinyu indifferently. The beast in the sky asked, but he's a human being. How can you be so stupid? When the Yaoyi Island was in trouble, who helped us? Human beings or animals? Asked Emperor Xinyu. So, are you doing it or not? Bzzz. The beast in the sky turned into a light, enveloping Lin Feng in a gale of winds. Bastard! Shouted the ape furiously. Then the ground trembled as the ape moved again. A silhouette was flickering back and forth above the island's mountains. Bzzz. Lin Feng continued traveling back and forth, attempting to fuse with the wind. Lin Feng didn't stop either, he seemed determined to gain something. Finally, I mastered the wind. Now the real wind won't affect me again, whispered Lin Feng, rising up in the air. It was as if the air didn't exist anymore. He could move freely in the sky. Lin Feng had already spent a few months on Yaoyi Island, so he knew where he was now. They were in a bestial world, amongst animal clans. The island he was on was also the most important one. The stone ape master would make him break stones to teach him earth energy, while the bird had him flying back and forth to understand wind and speed abstruse energy. Apart from that, some other beasts came to teach him other energies. His abstruse energies were all improving as a result. He also created dreams to practice cultivation inside. Brother Feng, I came to see you, said a woman in red clothes. She was in the air above him, so Lin Feng could see almost everything. It was obvious that she was trying to seduce him. Sister, who you? Lin Feng was used to seeing her now. Brother Feng, I'm taking you somewhere, said Hu Yu smiling. She turned into a light after she grabbed Lin Feng and streaked across the sky. Lin Feng was upside down and his hair was violently fluttering in the wind. But he hardly noticed that because he was in her arms, her skin was pressed up against his. Hu Yu took Lin Feng out of Yaoyi Island and they flew over an ocean. They arrived very high up in the sky where everything was purple. It was terrifying like a storm. Kaboom! Terrifying thunders descended from the sky. Lin Feng saw a mountain range explode on the ocean. Those thunders are terrifying, thought Lin Feng. Hu Yu took him higher up in the sky to a purple castle. She shouted, "King of the thunder beasts, why don't you come out to see me?" More thunders descended from the sky after she screamed. Explosions sounded as a winged thunder beast appeared and said, "Hu Yu, I don't remember offending you recently. King of the thunder beasts, I brought my little brother. I want you to teach him some things for a while. Please help him raise his thunder abstruse energy to the maximum level." "I'm off," said Hu Yu. Then she left as quick as she came. Lin Feng looked at King of the Thunder Beasts, almost angry at that bewitchingly beautiful woman for leaving him there. "King of the Thunder Beasts, master," said Lin Feng. He was almost paralyzed in fear. Terrifying lightning descended from the sky and surrounded him. Then, the King of the Thunder Beasts turned into a light and streaked across the sky to grab him. He threw him at a mountain under the flying palace. "Sense these 5 different sorts of thunderous energies," said a loud voice. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the ancient purple palace, rolling his eyes for he knew what would come next. Kaboom! 5 different types of lightning descended from the castle and assaulted Lin Feng. He knew that he would have to endure that agony for a long time, so he took out his Tianji sword to train under these energies. 1 month later, Hu Yu came back. Lin Feng looked sharp and charged. His skin was even purple. "You're getting even more handsome, Brother Feng," said Hu Yu, giggling. Lin Feng looked at her. He felt like crying and smiling at the same time. He had finally discovered what thunderous energies really were this time. 5 types of lightning could bombard people, 7 types of lightning could destroy bodies, and 9 types of lightning could destroy souls. His body had been cleansed properly from the constant assault this last month. "I wanted to take you somewhere else, but since you look angry, just forget about it," said Hu Yu, smiling mockingly. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. He said, "How could I be angry at you? Sister Hu Yu, I don't even know how to thank you enough. I'm infinitely grateful." Even though that month had been horrifyingly painful, he had progressed quickly. "Not bad," said Hu Yu. She stretched her slender white hand and grabbed Lin Feng. "Come, I'll take you to my next friend." Lin Feng smiled wryly, grabbed her hand, and they disappeared in a flash. Time passed, and different seasons rages. Leaves and petals grew and fell unceasingly. The Yaoyi Island was always changing. Lin Feng was resting on a gigantic stone, dreaming. In his dream, Qiu Yu Xian and Meng Qing were there talking to him. "Meng Qing, your cultivation is special, so you don't need my dreams. However, Yu Xian, what kind of dream do you need? I can create one for you," said Lin Feng to the girl. Initially, Lin Feng took out Meng Qing and Qiu Yu Xian, who had been practicing in the Jade Emperor's palace, and brought them into his dream. He had been practicing the Dream of Life ancient scriptures for a while, and now he could have people enter his dreams. If he was stronger than them, he could force them into a dream. "Lin Feng, help me study the 4 seasons and the birth of the 10,000 things of creation," replied Qiu Yu Xian. "All right." A tree instantly appeared in the dream. He also decorated the dream so that the scenery appealed to Qiu Yu Xian. Outside the dream, on the stone, there were 2 beautiful women. Hu Yu smiled and said, "He's sleeping. Sister Yun, are those fruit for me or him?" asked Hu Yu, smiling. "You can eat 2, but I will keep 2 for Lin Feng," said Yun as she handed a green fruit over to Hu Yu. "It's okay. I don't need any. Let him have them all." "He'll like that," said Hu Yu, smiling before asking, "How long have you been on Yaoyi Island?" 1 year and 1 month, replied Yun. 1 year had passed now. Even though she had spent all her time there, she felt happy and relaxed. Her teacher taught her many things and she didn't feel under pressure, like when she was working for the Celestial Chi Castle. She could do whatever she wanted now. Sometimes she also went on small trips with her teacher. 1 year already? Time passes so fast. "It's time for Brother Feng to go and travel a bit," said Hu Yu, smiling. It was the first time that beasts from Yaoyi Island were being so nice with humans. At that moment, A gigantic demon ape was practicing cultivation on the island with them. He was practicing a punching technique, which caused everything around him to quake incessantly and the mountains to explode. "Little demon ape!" shouted someone at that moment. The great earth demon ape raised his head and looked at the person. It was a woman in red clothes. "Sister, who you?" shouted the great earth demon ape. "Little demon ape, fight against Lin Feng, but don't kill him," said Hu Yu, giggling. The great earth demon ape turned around and saw a human flying towards him. "Just don't kill him." After Lin Feng heard that, he shivered. How gentle! Lin Feng was used to the way she acted by now. The great earth demon ape looked at Lin Feng mockingly, smirking from the corner of his mouth. The girl had always annoyed him with menial tasks, but finally he was excited. He could do something he liked. However, the great earth demon ape was worried that Lin Feng was too weak. The great earth demon ape released earth cosmic energy towards Lin Feng. Bzzz. Lin Feng moved like the wind and disappeared from where he was a moment before. The great earth demon ape was surprised from his sudden speed. Now Lin Feng was getting closer, which caused the great earth demon ape to smile more. "Where are you going?" asked the ape, trying to catch Lin Feng. A force multiplied by 1,000 enveloped Lin Feng. The ape wanted to see how Lin Feng intended to dodge that. A light appeared, and several clones of Lin Feng appeared while moving with incredible speed. With that, he finally made it to the great earth demon ape and punched the air in his direction. The sky trembled as the punch crashed onto the great earth demon ape, who was again surprised. He lowered his head, surprised that he felt that punch. "What a terrifying physical body," thought Lin Feng. His punches had done absolutely nothing to the great earth demon ape. Lin Feng understood what kind of beast he was, though. He controlled both earth and demonic energies, so his defense was bound to be astonishing. The first time that Lin Feng met the great earth demon ape, she made them fight. How cruel! Just like Lin Feng had thought, after training there for some time, she took him away and brought him to a floating island. But Lin Feng felt weak. He sensed a counterforce which could make him fly away. Finally, when he couldn't endure it anymore, he left the floating island and went back to Yao Yi Island. He continued practicing cultivation there. Hu Yu often took him to some other places to help him practice. Even though each time was difficult, Lin Feng was becoming stronger. Each time Hu Yu appeared, she asked Lin Feng whether he'd fallen in love with her or not. And each time Lin Feng shivered. He wanted to live on, so he didn't say anything which would upset her. Time seemed to pass by fast on Yao Yi Island. A year and 7 months had already passed since Emperor Xinyu had taken him there. But Lin Feng had the impression that only a month had passed. During this time, not only were his energies and force improving, but his physical body was improving as well. He could even take a slap from the great earth demon ape back in Qingdi Mountain. Things were also moving along. Qingdi Mountain was a gigantic mountain inside Qingdi City and acted as a holy cultivation ground. At that moment, a few silhouettes were standing at the top of a mountain, looking down at everyone from above. "More than a year and a half have passed," whispered someone. If Lin Feng had been there, he would have recognized Chi Yu Chun, who now looked even stronger than before. "Lin Feng," he said, clenching his fists while condensing terrifying energies. He could picture killing Lin Feng. His force was already multiplied by 1,000 now. After kill Lin Feng, he'd practice cultivation even harder and would quickly become an emperor. "So, you still want to kill him so bad?" said someone at that moment. Chi Yu Chun turned around and saw Zhou Tianrua. "Of course," said Chi Yu Chun in an ice-cold way. "I'll kill Lin Feng myself," said Zhou Tianrua as he released dazzling golden holy qi. He hated Lin Feng as well. "We'll see who gets to kill him first," said Chi Yu Chun. Emperor Anai-chun had recruited 20 people only because of the agreement between him and Emperor Xinyu. Emperor Anai-chun had then appointed emperors to teach them personally. During the time since, they had all become terrifying. Chi Yu Chun, Zhou Tianrua, and so on were all extremely confident in their abilities, and they were cultivator of the very top of the Zun Qi layer. Only one more step and they'd become emperors. "Of course, I don't think that Lin Feng has been wasting any time either," said Zhou Tianrua indifferently. He knew how talented Lin Feng was. With the strength of the 7th Zun Qi layer, he was already terrifying. Maybe that Lin Feng had already reached the 9th Zun Qi layer now. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying strength fell from the sky. Everybody on Qingdi Mountain, including Zhou Tianrua, turned around and saw a beam of cosmic energy pierce the sky. Someone has broken through to the Huang Qi layer. Many of the young men from Qingdi Mountain recognized what that light meant. Cosmic strength. When Ao Feng must have broken through to the Huang Qi layer, thought Zhou Tianrua and Qiyu Chun. There was a pitch-black area on Yao Yi Island which never changed. At that moment, a silhouette had arrived in that pitch-black area and asked, "What's going on?" It was impossible to know who had talked. It was too dark. "There is news from the everlasting celestial emperor," said a silhouette. "What news?" asked a voice. The silhouette then proceeded to tell him about the fall of the everlasting celestial emperor. "How did the other groups react?" asked the voice of darkness indifferently. "When the everlasting celestial emperor fell, his palace disappeared and finally, it has reappeared. The celestial Qingling Palace has already sent their disciples. The palace of the gods won't waste any time either. Qingdi Mountain won't miss their chance. But they didn't send any imperial forces. They only sent disciples who hadn't broken through to the Huang Qi layer first to inspect the area. Tell Xinyu to deal with that and inform me of the progress," said the voice in the darkness. "I will, Your Highness the Beast of the Night," said that person nodding. Then he left. Yao Yi Island wasn't far from Qingdi Mountain's territory. Apart from Qingdi Mountain and Yao Yi Island, there were 2 other great imperial forces, of whom possessed many emperors. They were called the Palace of the Gods and the Celestial Qingling Palace. Apart from the 4 great emperors, many strong cultivators would continuously fight between them. Some rose, some fell. The great world was ever-changing as few of them were immortal. After the news spread, many people went insane and started looking for the everlasting Celestial Emperor's palace. He used to be an incredible fighter who had amazed the world. When the everlasting Celestial Emperor was still a Cultivation Emperor, he had killed 56 emperors in the same battle. 80 of them were the same level as him. After the fall of the everlasting Celestial Emperor, there were also many who mourned for him. After having received news from the everlasting Celestial Emperor, Qingdi Mountain reacted immediately, but the other forces also learnt about it just as quickly. At that moment, Lin Feng was still in a dream. Even though the animals of Yao Yi Island were nice to him, Meng Qing was also an animal and her status was incredible. After he had met her mother, he knew he had to keep Meng Qing inside the Jade Emperor's palace. But there, they could still dream together. "Lin Feng," said Emperor Xinyu. He had also practiced cultivation diligently for over a year now. The woman had taken care of Lin Feng had told Emperor Xinyu about his progress, so he knew that Lin Feng hadn't wasted any time. Lin Feng woke up and opened his eyes. He saw Emperor Xinyu and smiled. "Master, Lin Feng, I came to tell you something. You must go back to the 9 great celestial castles," said Emperor Xinyu. Lin Feng was nodded. "What for?" "There is news from the everlasting celestial emperor. Go there and try to find some clues," said Emperor Xinyu. "Of course, this time you're not going as an individual, you will represent Yao Yi Island. Take this Yao Yi amulet so that nobody thinks of harming you." Emperor Xinyu threw the Yao Yi amulet at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at it and saw the word Yao Yi written on it. "All right," said Lin Feng. After preparing for a short time, he left again. He wouldn't have thought that the first time he'd leave Yao Yi Island, that he would be going back to the 9 great celestial castles. Besides, what a coincidence, it had something to do with the everlasting celestial emperor. Lin Feng remembered his bronze plate and how it had activated inside his demonic territory. Did it really come from the everlasting celestial emperor's palace? "I'll take you to the periphery of the Qingdi Mountain. Otherwise, it'll take you too long to get there," said Emperor Xinyu. His silhouette flickered as he grabbed Lin Feng and then they were off. Lin Feng arrived in the Qingdi Mountain, and Emperor Xinyu left as soon as he dropped him off. Now Lin Feng was alone on his sword flying. There were many gigantic cities in the Qingdi Mountain. However, none of them were as powerful as the 9 great celestial castle cities. Even if there were some who were close, they couldn't have as much power because of their geographical location. I can see the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness, thought Lin Feng as he gazed into the distance. Emperor Xin Yu had given Lin Feng a map, therefore, Lin Feng could recognize the surroundings. However, Lin Feng's target destination was inside the buffer zone. I see Buzhou Mountain. Lin Feng could see a mountain which reached into the sky. It was Buzhou Mountain, the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness main peak. Lin Feng continued moving forwards, ignoring the mountain. There were 2 silhouettes at the top of Buzhou Mountain. One of them was wearing a purple and golden dragon robe. He looked like deity. He had broken through to the 9th Zun Qi layer. The other one was an extraordinary-looking young man who was wearing a Taoist robe. He looked like an ordinary young man, but the one with the dragon robe was looking at him in a respectful way. "Yaoyi Island is way too slow," said the one who wore the purple golden robe. "Don't worry, they've still managed to make it in time," said the one in the Taoist robe indifferently. "I just wanted to see who they sent," said the one who was wearing the purple golden robe. "Maybe he ignored us. Let's go," said the one in the Taoist robe. But his interlocutor shook his head. "Animals aren't like beasts. You don't understand their temperament. If he sees us, he'll probably come and kill us." The one in the purple golden robe then rose up in the air. He wanted to see what beast Yaoyi Island had sent after waiting for so long. "Those people are from celestial Qingling Palace and the Palace of the Gods," thought Lin Feng. Emperor Xin Yu had told him about them. Lin Feng hadn't thought they'd wait for him on Buzhou Mountain though. Of course, they didn't know that this time, Yaoyi Island hadn't sent a beast but a human being. There were a great many people who had gathered at the bleachers, talking about something. Since the news of the everlasting celestial emperor emerged here, the influential groups from all the 9 great celestial castles must inform everybody about what they know. "I've heard that some everlasting bronze plates have appeared, so if anyone has some, they must share," said a strong cultivator who was standing in the bleachers. "I agree. The 9 great celestial castles must explain everything clearly. They can't benefit from all this on their own," said someone else. "My group, Celestial Qi Castle, also wants to say something. Indeed, if anybody hears about the bronze plates, please share what you know with everybody else because we don't know what they are and we've never heard of them before," said Xianxia. Celestial Qi Castle had already lost control over the small world, but after they had told everybody that they lived in a fake world, most people left the small world already. Besides, with the tensions between the Celestial Wen Castle and Celestial Qi Castle, staying in the small world was a bit troublesome. "The Celestial Wen Castle thinks the same," said Wen Aofeng. They had hurried to come back after hearing the gossip. This time, Wen Aofeng's social status was a bit different because he could also represent the Qingdi Mountain. "Humph, just wait for the others. I saw them on Buzhou Mountain waiting for Yaoyi Island's people. They should arrive soon," said a strong cultivator in a cold way. He didn't dare contradict Qingdi Mountain. They had to wait for Celestial Qingling Palace and the Palace of the Gods people. They were not in a rush anyways. They didn't have to wait too long. The young men in the purple golden robe and the Taoist robe arrived in the sky. They had been waiting in the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness, knowing that strong cultivators had gathered there already. "Disciples from Celestial Qingling Palace and the Palace of the Gods," said someone. One of the young men had an extraordinary qi and the other one was wearing a Taoist robe. "Qin Zhang from the Celestial Qingling Palace," said the young man in the purple golden robe indifferently. Even though he hadn't broken through to the Huang Qi layer yet, he had an incredible qi radiating from him. "Xian Chun from the Palace of the Gods," said the young man in the Taoist robe. "Please have a seat," said a strong cultivator of the Celestial Wen Castle very politely. Qin Zhang and Xian Chun represented the Celestial Qingling Palace and the Palace of the Gods, so people had to respect them. Qin Zhang and Xian Chun sat down before someone asked, "Haven't you seen the representative from Yaoyi Island yet? We waited for a few days, but saw nobody, so we came." "Did we miss anything?" asked Qin Zhang. Everybody wanted to hear the news from the everlasting Celestial Emperor's palace. Humph. If they didn't learn anything, then we can't do much either, said someone in a cold way. Qin Zhang and Xian Chen's eyes twinkled. The 9 great celestial castles probably had some clues. Wait for the representative of Yao Yi Island and then we'll see, said Qin Zhang indifferently. Nobody minded. After that, everyone started chatting about random topics. Qiyu Chun was there, and he was a lot stronger than before. On the side of the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness, Zhou Tianrua was staring at Qin Zhang and Xian Chen, who were both cultivators at the very top of the Zunqi layer. He was wondering how strong they really were now. On the side of the palace of Medicinal King, there was Yishang, Gu Li, and Xia Tianfan. They had all come back. Of course, the young people from Celestial Wen Castle were the majority. Apart from Wen Aofeng, there were 2 more people. If Lin Feng had been there, he would have recognized 2 of them. Wen Tiangu and Wen Ao Shui. They had gone to the Celestial Wen Castle after they parted ways in the desert. In the distance, a sword whistled, causing everybody to turn around. There was a silhouette riding that sword. Lin Feng. When Qiyu Chun heard that name, he suddenly opened his eyes, and dazzling lights flashed in his eyes. He immediately released empty space energies at Lin Feng. Zhou Tianruo released golden holy qi as well. Qi Yunshang looked at Lin Feng and frowned. Emperor Xinyu had taken Lin Feng away back then and had agreed with Emperor and I-Chun to organize some battles in the future. But Emperor and I-Chun hadn't told them what Emperor Xinyu's social status was. But now Lin Feng had surprisingly come back. The old man from the palace of Medicinal King suddenly stood up and glared at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes. That cultivator of the Zunqi layer had dared demand that he return Emperor Yu's item. He had also said he'd go to their palace of Medicinal King someday and make them regret. He was extremely arrogant and surprisingly, he had dared come back. Lin Feng put away his sword and glanced at the crowd standing in the sky. He could sense that many people were looking at him in a cold way at that moment. "Long time no see, everybody," said Lin Feng indifferently and calmly. The old man shook his hand and vines appeared in the sky, which quickly surrounded Lin Feng. "You dared to come back. Old dude, you better be respectful," said Lin Feng to the old man. "Didn't Emperor Xinyu come with you?" asked the old man, trying to understand what was going on. He was afraid of Emperor Xinyu and Lin Feng looked quite indifferent at that moment, as if he hadn't feared him. "Why would we have come together?" said Lin Feng. The old man still didn't understand. He didn't think about Yao Yi Island because Yao Yi Island's population was composed of beasts and Lin Feng was a human being. "Well then, I will cripple your cultivation," said the old man indifferently. Everybody observed calmly. They wanted to see why Lin Feng looked so indifferent in the face of such overwhelming hate. "You old retard, try if you dare," said Lin Feng, taking out the Yao Yi amulet and showing it to the old man. "Yao Yi amulet?" The old man incredulously. "You're the one from Yao Yi Island?" asked Qin Zhang to Lin Feng. "Yao Yi Island Lin Feng," said Lin Feng indifferently. "Was Emperor Xinyu from Yao Yi Island?" No wonder Emperor and I-Chun was so polite to Emperor Xinyu. They were both great imperial forces. Now that Lin Feng represented Yao Yi Island, they couldn't attack him. He had the same social status as Qing Di Mountain. Besides, Yao Yi Island's cultivators were all powerful beasts, each of whom were more aggressive and brutal than human beings. Even Qing Di Mountain didn't dare offend Yao Yi Island. "You old retard, you're still not removing yourself," said Lin Feng. Then the old man immediately recalled his vines. "You old retard, next time, don't blame me for not having warned you. Be polite. Otherwise, Yao Yi Island will dispatch their strongest cultivators to deal with you," threatened Lin Feng. The old man was furious that Lin Feng kept calling him an old retard, but he couldn't do anything. Now he couldn't stop thinking about when Lin Feng had told him that he'd make the palace of Medicinal King pay someday. He had always felt uncomfortable when thinking about that, and now it seemed more and more possible. "Do you regret?" asked Lin Feng. Nobody knew if he was talking to the palace of Medicinal King or to Celestial Qi Castle. For the old man it meant, "Do you regret having humiliated my teacher back then? If you had helped him once, what would have happened?" For Celestial Qi Castle, it meant, "Do you regret having controlled me?" Of course, for Emperor Dong and Emperor Qi, it meant something different, for the hatred between them was too deep. Then for Zhou Tianshao and Zhou Tianruo, it meant something else. And there was still the Celestial Xikong Castle. Lin Feng laughed deeply. He would get his revenge someday, but he had to rely on Yao Yi Island for now. "He will definitely die," thought the old man from the Palace of Medicinal Kings. Of course, they couldn't kill him in the open. Lin Feng had the Yao Yi amulet. If the Palace of Medicinal King killed Lin Feng directly, Yao Yi Island would kill them. "I wouldn't have thought that Yao Yi Island would send a human being this time," said Qin Zheng, smiling. Besides this shocking news, it seemed like there were tensions between that human being and the 9 great celestial castles. "Lin Feng!" shouted someone at that moment. Lin Feng turned around and saw Zhou Tianruo releasing golden holy qi. He had become a cultivator at the very top of the Zun Qi layer, and he still wanted to kill Lin Feng. "What's up?" asked Lin Feng. He had humiliated him 3 times already. Did he want to be humiliated a 4th time? Lin Feng's target wasn't even Zhou Tianruo anymore. It was Zhou Tianshao. "Let's fight," said Zhou Tianruo. Lin Feng looked at him in a disdainful way and said calmly, "The loser will die, and the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness can't prevent me from killing you. If you dare, come here. The loser will die." Zhou Tianruo's heart was pounding. That kind of bet was too dangerous, and Zhou Tianruo didn't want to gamble at all right now. He felt humiliated because he didn't dare to fight. He clenched his fists. Lin Feng had destroyed his determination once again. "You've always been a crappy cultivator in my eyes, so don't try and fight against me anymore. You're just way too weak," said Lin Feng, now sounding like a demon. Lin Feng's demonic voice was trying to influence Zhou Tianruo's determination. "You've always been a crappy cultivator in my eyes, you're just way too weak." Those words resonated in Zhou Tianruo's brain. He would never forget that. He was shaking with anger. "Zhou Tianruo!" shouted Zhou Tianshao extremely loudly. He then said, "Don't let anyone influence your determination." Zhou Tianruo's brain felt like it was going to explode. 2 voices resonated in his brain. He gradually calmed down. He looked at Lin Feng in a cold way, but he knew that he couldn't do much. Lin Feng's powers could even influence his determination. Lin Feng smiled at Zhou Tianruo mockingly. "You're so weak," said Lin Feng in a low voice. His voice didn't contain any demon-cursing strength this time, but it still hurt. "Phew." Zhou Tianruo closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He tried to cheer himself up by telling himself that he couldn't let Lin Feng influence him no matter what. Lin Feng had just broken through to the 8th Zun Qi layer. Even though he was terrifyingly strong, he would also become an emperor soon. "Lin Feng, come and have a seat," said a strong cultivator on the side of Celestial Wen Castle. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't look at Zhou Tianruo again. "Lin Feng, long time no see," said Wen Ao Shui and Wen Tiangu, smiling. What a surprise, they had met again, and Lin Feng was a member of Yao Yi Island. "Long time no see," said Lin Feng, smiling. Even though his friends had now gone to the Celestial Wen Castle, Lin Feng didn't need to feel uncomfortable. But the relation between Lin Feng and the Celestial Wen Castle was under some strain because when Ao Feng was Emperor Anai Chen's disciple. Emperor Anai Chen and Emperor Xin Yu had agreed that they'd have a competition at some point, so maybe Lin Feng and Wen Ao Feng would have to fight then. When Ao Feng nodded at Lin Feng, he looked calm, so Lin Feng also greeted him. "Since the representative of Yao Yi Island arrived, we can get back to our topic, which is the everlasting Celestial Emperor's castle. Many of you say they know nothing, but that's obviously a lie," said a strong cultivator at that moment. "If nobody said anything, how would they find any clues? If we don't know anything, what could we tell you? The Qingdi Mountain and the others are here already, so if they ask us, Celestial Qi Castle, they'll also tell you that we know nothing," said Qi Yunshang aggressively. "What do you think?" asked that strong cultivator to Lin Feng and the others. "Since they don't know anything, what can we do?" said Wen Ao Feng, smiling indifferently. The crowd was furious. Wen Ao Feng was from Qingdi Mountain and from Celestial Wen Castle, so he only thought of his personal interests. The crowd looked at Qin Zheng. His eyes were twinkling as he asked Lin Feng, "Lin Feng, you're the last one to arrive. Do you have any ideas?" People could disperse and search for clues under the territory of the 9 great celestial castles. "And if anybody finds something, they can yell it," said Lin Feng. "I agree with Lin Feng. Everybody can choose a palace and search." "Does everybody else agree?" asked Qin Zheng, smiling. Lin Feng's idea wasn't bad. Clues about the everlasting celestial emperor's palace were bound to be found inside the buffer zone. "Qiyunshang, what do you think?" asked someone. "You're welcome to Celestial Qi Castle," said Qiyunshang indifferently. The other castles weren't happy about allowing others in, but they couldn't refuse. "Do you want to rest in our castles for a few days?" asked Wen Aofeng to Lin Feng, Qin Zhang, and Xianxia. Qin Zhang and Xianxia nodded, but Lin Feng said, "I like Celestial Qi Castle, and I'm sure that Celestial Qi Castle will protect me because they're strong." "Bastard," thought some people from Celestial Qi Castle. Not only couldn't they kill Lin Feng, but they also had to protect him. The members from Celestial Qi Castle and the Palace of Medicinal King hated Lin Feng. They even wanted to plot against him to kill him, but in just one sentence, Lin Feng had destroyed all their plans. There were countless islands filled with terrifying beasts, and they listened to the Yao Yi amulet. If it rang, a terrifying army of beasts would intervene. Even if the 9 great celestial castles joined hands, Yao Yi Island was still stronger than them. Even Qingdi Mountain didn't dare offend them. But the Palace of Medicinal King thought differently. When they heard that Lin Feng wanted to stay there, the white-bearded old man's eyes twinkled. If they managed to kill Lin Feng while he stayed inside Celestial Qi Castle's territory, then they couldn't be blamed. Of course, it was easier said than done. Qiyunshang noticed that the Palace of Medicinal King was looking at them, so he looked at them in a cold way too. "Do as you wish. You can go anywhere you want." Lin Feng stood up and smiled. Then he appeared in front of the people from Celestial Qi Castle. He glanced at the people he knew, especially Emperor Dong and Emperor Qi, who had come back. "Please," said Qiyunshang, smiling at Lin Feng. "Dear friends, I trust that you have been doing well since we last met," said Lin Feng to the 2 emperors. Apart from Lin Feng, many other people chose to go to Celestial Qi Castle and followed. Lin Feng was back in Celestial Qi Castle, this time with another social status. Last time he was controlled, but this time he was from an imperial force and he didn't need to hide. When they arrived in Celestial Qi Castle, Jin Chenjun oversaw protecting Lin Feng. He brought Lin Feng to a courtyard and said, "Lin Feng, you stay here, and if anything happens, call me. I'll be outside guarding." "Thank you, Jin Chenjun," said Lin Feng, smiling. They were both very hypocritical at that moment, as if they were friends. Jin Chenjun couldn't wait to kick Lin Feng out of Celestial Qi Castle's territory. It was too difficult to protect Lin Feng and be polite to him. Lin Feng didn't offend him, though. After entering the courtyard, he started sleeping and practicing cultivation in his dream. Apart from having understood force and abstruse energies, Lin Feng had broken through to the 8th Zun Qi layer. But cultivation level wasn't the most important thing, abstruse energies and force were. He had to improve his abstruse energies to the fullest, and then it would be a good idea to break through to the 9th Zun Qi layer. Finally, he'd understand cosmic energies and have them fused together with his body. Learning how to control cosmic energies and making them fuse together with one's body was a very complex process. It was different from understanding cosmic energies. Understanding cosmic energies didn't mean a cultivator was going to break through to the Huang Qi layer. Therefore, force was much more important than cosmic energies, because if a cultivator's force wasn't multiplied by 1,000, they couldn't make their cosmic energies fuse together with their body, and then they couldn't break through to the Huang Qi layer. As long as the 2 requirements were met, and the proper cultivation level was reached, a cultivator could break through to the Huang Qi layer. Of course, it was rare to have a force multiplied by 1,000. Most people first broke through to the 9th Zun Qi layer and then fulfilled the 2 requirements. However, Lin Feng was an exception. Cultivators at the very top of the Zun Qi layer already feared him, a cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer. Even Zhou Tianrua didn't dare fight against him. It became dark outside, But Celestial Chi Castle was quite agitated because of their guests they were guarding. Sometime that night, a certain place inside Celestial Chi Castle suddenly twinkled, and dazzling lights appeared. The sky was condensing there as it turned into a celestial palace. It looked like a castle from the sky. A gigantic word also appeared on the palace. Everlasting. People from Celestial Chi Castle were astonished. The Everlasting Emperor's Palace. Boom! Boom, boom, boom! A terrifying chi invaded the sky above Celestial Chi Castle's territory. Some houses broke apart as several people threw themselves at the castle. What's going on? Thought Xianxia, rising in the air. People burst into an uproar, and the atmosphere was chaotic. Xianxia didn't understand what was going on. Why had the Everlasting Emperor's Palace appeared there? Who had broken the restricted strength on the bronze plate while on top of Celestial Chi Castle's territory? Jin Qinjun observed the palace and watched as people were rushing over. He frowned. What was going on? Why was everybody rushing over to Celestial Chi Castle? Why had the palace appeared there? It was as if it had been planned. The situation is out of control, thought Jin Qinjun. People were already fighting everywhere. Buildings were collapsing, one after the other. Oh no! Jin Qinjun suddenly turned around and rose up in the air. The golden lights were going to seal those buildings. However, at the same time, terrifying cosmic energies invaded the sky. It was as if a gigantic hand was grabbing at the sky. Kaboom! The golden lights broke apart as a dark shadow appeared and landed next to Jin Qinjun. In the distance, there was a great battle. So many of the guards were already there. But nobody knew about the battle which had started on Jin Qinjun's side. A gigantic hand descended and moved towards Jin Qinjun. Even though it couldn't kill Jin Qinjun, it was enough to make him fly away. Someone wants to kill Lin Feng, shouted Jin Qinjun. He turned into a golden light as flew ahead but was assaulted by the gigantic hand again. This time his golden armor broke apart as he was sent flying. Someone wants to kill Lin Feng. Qianxiang and Qianxiao heard Jin Qinjun, but they were rather far away. Qianxiang and Qianxiao started running like madmen. He also used empty space cosmic energy to move even faster. But with that time, even if they were fast, a medium-level emperor could easily kill a Zun cultivator. At that moment, many buildings were already ruined. The dark silhouette glanced around but didn't see Lin Feng. However, he smiled coldly. Was it useful to hide underground? Bzzz! A gigantic hand descended from the sky and crashed the ground. Lin Feng was hit by that attack, causing him to shake violently. But then, Lin Feng disappeared again. The strong cultivator was surprised. A holy weapon. Lin Feng had an empty space holy weapon which allowed him to reappear a few hundreds of meters away. To that cultivator, such a distance was nothing. But the problem was he didn't have any more time with Qianxiao quickly arriving. Piss off! A beam of light caused the sky to shake. Qianxiang and Qianxiao had attacked at the same time. The enemy released force which quickly surrounded Lin Feng, and then he ran towards him. Try if you dare, shouted Qianxiao furiously. He punched the air in that direction, causing the sky to shake even more. The enemy landed in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't move because of the force. Qianxiang and Qianxiao's faces turned deathly pale. Even though they hoped that Lin Feng would die at some point, they didn't hope he'd die there. Die! Said that dark silhouette releasing sharp sword energies towards Lin Feng. He was already smiling. Wind chant! A strong wind started blowing, enveloping Lin Feng and blowing him away. The enemy was discountenanced. His smile was rigid. He was gone. How was that possible? He raised his head and he saw Lin Feng near Qianxiang and Qianxiao. With his force, which was multiplied by 1,000, Lin Feng still possessed such terrifying speed. It meant that Lin Feng's force was probably already multiplied by 1,000. Why didn't you use your real strength? Asked Qianxiao in a cold way. That person hadn't used real skills or techniques, just pure cosmic energies. They probably didn't want to be recognized. Many people rushed over. All of them were strong cultivators from Celestial Chi Castle. However, They had a strange smile which made Xianxia and the others feel uncomfortable. Cosmic strength condensed into a sword. As before, it was pure cosmic energy. That cultivator used no skills or techniques. "Protect Lin Feng!" shouted Xianxia. An emperor instantly protected Lin Feng, and Lin Feng ran back. The person who wanted to kill him was a medium-level emperor, so Lin Feng had to gain as much distance as he could. Bzzz. A terrifying strength suddenly surrounded Lin Feng, drenching him in a cold sweat. "Be careful!" shouted someone at Lin Feng. A cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer had released sword energies behind Lin Feng, which were now moving towards him. It was a cultivator from Celestial Qi Castle, but he wanted to kill him. "You must want to die!" shouted Jin Shinjun while releasing his own force. That person suddenly couldn't move anymore. Then, his body exploded as he tried to break free. Why were people from Celestial Qi Castle attacking Lin Feng? They were committing suicide by attacking Lin Feng. At the same time, more lights condensed as the everlasting Celestial Emperor's palace appeared again. The crowd was going insane. There were battles everywhere, and even more people were coming to Celestial Qi Castle. Celestial Qi Castle couldn't stop them either. They were all emperors. "Celestial Qi Castle, you said you knew nothing, and now 2 everlasting bronze plates have appeared inside Celestial Qi Castle. You lied. Celestial Qi Castle's people know everything," said someone else. "Indeed, especially Qi Yunshang. He's a cultivator from Qingdi Mountain. He despises people. So we should capture and interrogate him." Many strong cultivators gathered together, causing the faces of Celestial Qi Castle's people pale. "Kill them, or capture them and force the truth out of them," said people unceasingly. Celestial Qi Castle had lost control. Emperor Dong and Emperor Qi were watching the battles, speechlessly. Lin Feng glanced around, looking at all the battles. People weren't just attacking him, they were also attacking Celestial Qi Castle as well. Killing him while he was on Celestial Qi Castle's territory was a good way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. "Protect Lin Feng!" shouted Xianxia. At that moment he looked furious. It was impossible to create a complete massacre on their territory because their cultivators were strong, but Lin Feng was too weak and too easy to target. When he said that, more sword energies moved towards Lin Feng. Someone was attacking him again. Lin Feng suddenly turned around, and a force multiplied by 1,000 surrounded his enemy's body. In a flash, that person had the sensation that they were trapped in mud. Lin Feng moved like the wind and punched his opponent. There were a few cracking sounds before their organs imploded. "Come to the middle," said Jin Shinjun to Lin Feng. They surrounded Lin Feng, limiting the angles that enemies could approach from. One of their people arrived near Lin Feng faster than everybody else. Kaboom! Lin Feng condensed demonic qi in his fist and punched the enemy's head, causing it to explode. "You?" Jin Shinjun looked at Lin Feng in a cold way. Lin Feng glanced at him and said, "I don't trust people from Celestial Qi Castle. If anyone gets too close, I'll kill them." Some people from Celestial Qi Castle had already attacked him, so how could he feel safe? They could still protect him, but from far away. "You don't know how to differentiate good from bad. You should die," said Emperor Qi in a cold way. Lin Feng glanced at Emperor Qi while jumping towards him. Suddenly, sword lights appeared. Emperor Qi's facial expression suddenly changed. Cosmic energies condensed in front of him, but the sword energies continued moving towards him. He raised his hand to block the sword with his flesh, which contained cosmic energies. However, Lin Feng moved too quickly. Emperor Qi was surprised and moved back. At the same time, force surrounded Lin Feng's body. But even then, he continued moving like the wind while threatening Emperor Qi's life. Emperor Qi joined his hands and explosions sounded. The cosmic energies broke apart and blood dripped from his hand. "Last time, I warned the people from the Palace of Medicinal Kings, and now I'm warning you. When you talk to me in the future, you'd better watch your words," yelled Lin Feng. Emperor Qi was speechless. "He's become so strong already," thought Emperor Qi. He possessed force which was multiplied by 1,000, which meant that when Emperor Qi attacked him with his own force, it had no effect. Emperor Qi looked at Lin Feng's disdainful expression and groaned coldly. On the inside, though, he was shivering. He lowered his head, looking at his bleeding hand. Lin Feng could already injure emperors. Lin Feng was far from being able to defeat an emperor when they used their full strength. But then again, had Lin Feng used his full strength before? Emperor Qi didn't know how strong Lin Feng was any longer. Those who surrounded them didn't know it either, but they had watched as Lin Feng had injured an emperor. Emperor Qi was a weak emperor, but no matter, he was an emperor and controlled cosmic energies. No wonder he dares to act that aggressively and arrogantly. He's right, Zhou Tianrua can't compete with him at all, thought the crowd. Lin Feng moved away from Emperor Qi and looked at the battles around him. People continued fighting all around. Lin Feng quickly found out that there wasn't only 2 bronze plates, as another palace had appeared. The 3 palaces were connected before they turned into a castle. There was a golden map forming below that castle. Many people stopped fighting as the map appeared. When the castles condensed into one, they already knew what was going on. The map of the everlasting great emperor's palace, they thought. That map might tell them where the great empire was, so everybody was fixedly staring at it with greed. Even the fighting with Celestial Qi Castle had stopped. That's a surprise, thought Lin Feng. Those who had the bronze plates hadn't thought they'd connect and create a palace. The third one had taken out his bronze plate only because he had seen that the first 2 were connected. Besides, the map wasn't complete. A part of the map was missing, indicating that 2 bronze plates were still missing. Everybody who has the 4th and 5th bronze plates, please take them out, said someone. Without the other ones, it was impossible to know where to go. I wouldn't have thought that the bronze plate really had something to do with the palace, thought Lin Feng. The old man probably didn't know that either, otherwise he wouldn't have sold it that easily. Lin Feng was wondering whether he should take it out or not. I have the 4th one, said someone at that moment. It was Qi Yunxiao. Since you have the 4th one, take it out, said someone. Indeed, maybe then the whole thing will appear. Qi Yunxiao looked at them in a cold way and said indifferently, people attacked Celestial Qi Castle, my fellow members and myself. Besides, some people plotted against Lin Feng. If I take out the 4th bronze plate, how can I be sure that nothing will happen to us? What do you want? Asked someone. Everybody move back 10,000 meters. Only members from Celestial Qi Castle can stay here. If someone moves when I take it out, I'll take it back, said Qi Yunxiao. Qi Yunxiao, you just want to take the map for yourself. What if you take the plate back after having seen and memorized the map? Said some people. They were not satisfied because they weren't convinced that they could see the map from that far away. Since you don't trust me, there is a second option. The other owners of the bronze plates can take them back and we can agree on a place to meet. That way, nobody will cause any more trouble for Celestial Qi Castle, said Qi Yunxiao, gazing over the crowd. No. If Celestial Qi Castle doesn't take out the bronze plate, then, said some people around him. Nobody was ready to give up. Bzzz. However, at that moment, a strong wind started blowing as someone pulled away their bronze plate. How dare you, said the crowd. They all followed the bronze plate. They instantly forgot about the map as they chased that person. Qi Yunxiao smiled coldly. That person had understood what he meant. The owners could take their bronze plates back and they could agree on another date to look at the map. What it meant was the owners and him alone without everyone else. Not many people had reacted when he had said that though. At that moment, some qi suddenly emerged around Lin Feng, making turned around to see some silhouettes surrounding him. Eh? Lin Feng looked at those people. Those people who had been trying to attack him in the dark were all there now. Those people were all from the 9 great celestial castles. Everybody stop, you can take the bronze plates, said an emperor from the Celestial One Castle. Everybody stopped when he said that. There were already many corpses lying on the ground around him, so they knew they couldn't compete with him. Take out the bronze plate again and show the map to everyone, said a strong cultivator from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness. 2 bronze plates had already been returned. So now all they needed was one more. 3 bronze plates connected again. Then those people looked at Xianxia and said, "Brother Qi, take out your bronze plate. Since everybody is here, why not?" said Xianxia smiling. He walked forwards and threw his bronze plate. The 4th light appeared, and the 4 bronze plates connected. Although the map appeared again, it still wasn't complete. The crowd looked at the map. The part which was missing in the center seemed to be an important part. "Impossible!" Suddenly, the white-bearded emperor's face turned pale. "How? What's going on?" thought the crowd as they stared at the map. They looked at it, but they didn't recognize it at all. It wasn't in Qingdi Mountains territory. The medium-level emperors from the 9 great celestial castles recognized that place, but they didn't look happy at all. It was that place, they couldn't go there. There were too many strong cultivators there. People from the 9 great celestial castles all remained silent. Even the members from Qingdi Mountain remained silent. Maybe that there is one more bronze plate. Maybe it's still not complete, thought the crowd. But they already knew that it wasn't possible. Since the palace was so far away though, why had the 5 bronze plates showed that place? Had the everlasting celestial emperor died there? "Everybody, who has the 5th bronze plate?" asked a strong cultivator from the palace of medicinal kings, glancing around. "If you have the 5th everlasting bronze plate, we'll have the complete map and we'll be able to find the palace." Everyone remained silent. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling because he had the 5th one, but he didn't know what to do. "If you don't have it, the 9 great celestial castles can take the plates back, and when the 5th one appears, we can meet again," said the white-bearded old man. He wanted to get all the bronze plates for himself. "I don't agree. If you take them and the 5th bronze plate appears, we won't know about it," said someone in a cold way. "Indeed. But maybe you have the 5th one. I think that the 9 great celestial castles should control the everlasting bronze plates. That's the best solution. Otherwise, they could get lost, and who'd be responsible if that happened?" asked a strong cultivator from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness. The 9 great celestial castles were finally joining hands. "I don't agree," said Lin Feng indifferently. Many people looked at him. Even though he wasn't an emperor yet, he had the Yao Yi amulet, so he represented Yao Yi Island. Lin Feng looked at everybody in a calm and serene way as he said, "I'm the one who should manage them." "He!" The crowd was flabbergasted. "Lin Feng, give us one single reason to let you manage the bronze plates," said someone. "After I take the bronze plates, I'll stay inside Celestial Qi Castle and I won't leave at all. Everyone can observe me, and with my strength, if the last one appears, I won't be able to run away or leave with all of them. Therefore, it'd be the safest choice," explained Lin Feng indifferently. Indeed, if the 9 great celestial castles took the bronze plates, nobody would be able to control them, but if Lin Feng had them and the last one appeared, he wouldn't be able to escape with them. Besides, my social status is special. If I manage the bronze plates, the 9 great celestial castles will have to protect me and ensure that I'm safe at all times. If anyone attacks me at night like tonight, the 9 great celestial castles will all be held responsible. Later, if someone has the 5th bronze plate, they'll come and we'll do everything together. Isn't the plan perfect? Everybody seemed pensive. His idea wasn't bad. If the 9 great celestial castles don't agree, it's only because they want to keep the map for themselves, said Lin Feng, coldly glancing at the white-bearded old man and smiling coldly. He then looked at Qin Zhang and Xianxia and said, "I promise in front of the strong cultivators from Celestial Qinling Palace, the Palace of the Gods, Qingdi Mountain, and Yaoyi Island that I will take care of the bronze plates and that when the 5th one appears, I'll ask my masters from Yaoyi Island to tell everyone about it. Why you? Why not when Ao Feng from the Qingdi Mountain? Or Qinzheng? Or Shenzhen?" said someone in a cold way. "Oh, I don't mind either. We can all switch every 2 hours and the 4 of us can manage the bronze plates," said Lin Feng as he smiled in a cold way. "No need. Brother Lin, you're right. Let Brother Lin manage the plates. I will inform the teachers," said Wen Aofeng. He thought that it would be the same if he took it or Lin Feng or if any of them took it. "I don't mind either," said Qin Zhang and Shenzhen. Lin Feng wasn't going to escape no matter what. Thank you for your help, Brother Lin. Everybody then started leaving. Even though many people weren't happy about it, they had no choice. Lin Feng slowly walked forwards and smiled at the people from the 9 great celestial castles. Then he said indifferently, "A medium-level emperor tried to kill me before. Some of you might still think that since I'm in Celestial Chi Castle, you can easily kill me and have them take the fall. However, I have to warn everybody. I now have 4 bronze plates. If anyone tries to hurt or kill me, Celestial Chi Castle won't be the only group held responsible. All the 9 great celestial castles will be held responsible. I hope that it won't happen again, therefore. I want the 9 great celestial castles to send some extra strong cultivators to protect Lin Feng," said Xianxia in a cold way. "We can talk about that together," said Lin Feng, taking the bronze plates. None of those people knew that Lin Feng had bought the last plate over a year ago. Lin Feng now had the 5th bronze plates, so he could see the complete map if he wanted to. Lin Feng took out a talisman, and a silhouette appeared. It was Emperor Xinyu. "Lin Feng!" shouted Emperor Xinyu after he saw Lin Feng. "Uncle Xin, the palace appeared, but some medium-level emperors tried to kill me. If I stay here any longer, they'll continue to try and take my life," explained Lin Feng. Emperor Xinyu's eyes flashed, and he nodded. "Wait for me. If anything happens to you, remind them that all the animal emperors from Yao Yi Island will come and kill them all. Say hi to all the beasts for me," said Lin Feng, smiling. Then, Emperor Xinyu's silhouette disappeared, leaving the crowd furious. They wouldn't have thought that he was so cruel. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng had so much support. He even called Emperor Xinyu uncle. They couldn't offend Lin Feng anymore. "Jin Chenjun, bring me to another place," said Lin Feng to Jin Chenjun. Jin Chenjun looked at Xianxia, who nodded. Xianxia nodded at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, come with me." After Xianxia left with Lin Feng, he glanced at several strong cultivators, asking them to follow. Lin Feng felt like a guest of honor. Lin Feng went to his room and closed his eyes. He already had the 4 bronze plates, so he didn't care about the other people anymore. He had called Emperor Xinyu so that nobody would touch him anymore. Outside, the atmosphere became calm. Lin Feng unconsciously released his celestial book spirit and put the 5 bronze plates in his demonic territory. Then, he recalled his celestial book spirit. His spirit was the best ring he ever had. Nobody could find anything once it was in his spirit. At that moment, his godly awareness appeared inside his demonic territory. He looked at the 5 bronze plates as they condensed into a palace. Under the palace there was a map, and it was a complete map. "What a strange map. I don't know what that place is," thought Lin Feng. He had only been to a few places so far in the great world. He couldn't know the place on the map, but he had the impression that it was a special place. There were 4 distinct parts which, at the same time, looked like one. Apart from that, there was a dazzling place on the map which was still blurry. Lin Feng used his godly awareness to memorize the map. He didn't know what that place was. But uncle, you probably did. Lin Feng just had to wait patiently. Boom! At that moment, the palace disappeared, and a 70-year-old man's silhouette appeared. Lin Feng was surprised. That silhouette had appeared inside his memories, so was it a silhouette created from the connection of the 5 everlasting bronze plates? That old man looked at Lin Feng. "Are you the everlasting celestial emperor, master?" asked Lin Feng. That was a thread of godly awareness which still existed inside the bronze plates. When the old man heard Lin Feng, he nodded and said, "And what is your name?" "Lin Feng," said Lin Feng, bowing. He hadn't thought he'd see the old man's godly awareness. "Those who enter my palace will die if they're not lucky, so let me ask you something, would you go knowing that or not?" asked the everlasting celestial emperor indifferently. Lin Feng frowned. "Master, what is the probability?" asked Lin Feng. "1 person in 100 will survive," said the old man calmly. "I give up. Choose someone else," said Lin Feng. He wasn't going to gamble his life at this stage. "Those who enter will inherit my everything, including all my teachings. Are you sure you wouldn't go?" asked the old man again. "I'm not going," said Lin Feng, refusing. Even without the everlasting great emperor's palace, he'd have many other great opportunities to become a peerless cultivator. It wasn't worth it. All right, you've passed my test. Good luck, said the old man indifferently. Then, he turned into a light and penetrated Lin Feng's brain. Lin Feng shook as memories swamped his brain. Suddenly, Lin Feng smiled wryly. What a mysterious person. Before dying, the great emperor put his godly awareness in many bronze plates which each broke into 5 pieces. When you connect the 5 pieces, you find a map and the emperor's godly awareness condenses, making him reappear. The bronze plates don't just exist in the 9 great celestial castles, whispered Lin Feng. In that great continent, there were many places like the 9 great celestial castles. If they found the 5 bronze plates and assemble them, they could also find the map and see the emperor's godly awareness. His godly awareness was one of the keys. Was that part of the process of which the emperor sought his descendants after his death? If it was, many people had the chance to become descendants and Lin Feng was one of them. Those people could already find the place where the palace was. Of course, in those other places, maybe those people hadn't found the bronze plates yet. Anything was possible. Bronze plates. Lin Feng frowned and smiled wryly. The 5 bronze plates were on the ground, but nothing happened. There were just 5 bronze plates which looked rather ordinary. The map wouldn't even appear anymore. How can I explain that? Thought Lin Feng, smiling and shaking his head. People would think he destroyed the bronze plates on purpose. Lin Feng didn't think too much about it before he fell back to sleep. He practiced cultivation in his dream. Since he had received the emperor's godly awareness, he'd have to go and see the palace, otherwise, this would have been a waste. He had to get stronger before he left though. In his dream, he spent a night. On the 2nd day, Emperor Inauthentic arrived and called him to wake him up. That was the Qingdi Mountains territory, so of course Emperor Inauthentic was the first one to arrive. Since he was there, he wanted to see the map for himself. Many people were gathered in a courtyard inside Celestial Qi Castle as they hadn't left. First, they had talked of the palace, and then they had heard that Emperor Inauthentic would come, so they had waited for him. Lin Feng slowly walked through the courtyard. It was the 2nd time he saw Emperor Inauthentic, and he looked just as strong as the year and a half before. Master Emperor Inauthentic, said Lin Feng calmly and politely while bowing. Back then, he had thought Emperor Inauthentic would help him free his controlled friends. But Emperor Inauthentic had refused him, so he had lost all hope. Then, Emperor Inauthentic and Uncle Yu had agreed to organize a competition, so Lin Feng only had to be polite now. You have the everlasting bronze plates, right? Said Emperor Inauthentic indifferently. Indeed, said Lin Feng, nodding. All right, show me them, said Emperor Inauthentic. It sounded normal for him. Lin Feng had the plates, so he had to show them to him. I think we should wait for Yao Yi Island, the Celestial Qinling Palace and the Palace of the Gods, replied Lin Feng. He wouldn't be able to explain why nothing happened if he took them out now. Emperor Inauthentic frowned and said, What are you saying? I think we should wait for Yao Yi Island, the Celestial Qinling Palace and the Palace of the Gods as well, repeated Lin Feng. Suddenly, Emperor Inauthentic's facial expression changed drastically. How audacious! People from the 9 great celestial castles never contradicted him, and Lin Feng dared. He was an extremely strong cultivator from Qingdi Mountain. Emperor Inauthentic was dumbstruck. He didn't release any qi, but Lin Feng still felt oppressed. However, he remained calm and serene and said nothing. You think that I can't look at the map? Asked Emperor Inauthentic calmly. I never said that. Some things have changed, so I'd prefer to wait for all the strong cultivators from Yao Yi Island and so on to come first, said Lin Feng. Emperor Inauthentic remained silent and smiled at Lin Feng indifferently. Very good. Let's wait for Emperor Shenyu. What he was really thinking though was, his disciple is too stubborn. Thank you very much, Master, said Lin Feng to Emperor Inauthentic. Emperor Inauthentic was wondering what Lin Feng meant by things have changed. What changed? Lin Feng, you said we were waiting for Emperor Shenyu, but in the meantime will you tell him to tell us the location? You won't forget it, right? Asked the Emperor. He wasn't relaxed at all. Don't worry. Promise is a promise, said Lin Feng. The crowd was relieved and waited patiently with Lin Feng. For hours later, finally, a sonic boom was heard as a strong cultivator arrived. He was wearing the same robe as Qin Zhang, but even though their robes were similar, the newcomer's robe were shinier. It was a strong cultivator from Celestial Qinling Palace. "Teacher," said Qin Zhang. The strong cultivator looked at Qin Zhang and asked, "Where's the map?" Qin Zhang looked at Lin Feng. Then Emperor Anichen stood up and said, "The map is with him. His name is Lin Feng and he's Xin Yu's disciple. He says he wants to wait for everyone before showing us the map." "Is that so?" asked that person to Lin Feng. "Indeed," said Lin Feng. His eyes twinkled as he nodded and said, "All right, I'm waiting then." The strong cultivator from the Palace of the Gods met Emperor Xinyu on the way, so they came together. "Lin Feng!" shouted Emperor Xinyu when he saw Lin Feng. "Brother Xinyu, finally, you're here," said Emperor Anichen to Emperor Xinyu. "Your disciple is a good boy." Emperor Xinyu's eyes twinkled, and he said, "I just brought Lin Feng to Yaoyi Island, so he's not my disciple. I can't teach him anything either." Emperor Xinyu was very modest. His help had been precious for Lin Feng. Lin Feng understood too many kinds of abstruse energies, so it was funny to hear him say that he couldn't help him. "Is that so?" asked Emperor Anichen indifferently. "Brother Xinyu, remember what we agreed almost 2 years ago?" "Ao Feng, come here," said Emperor Anichen to Wen Ao Feng, who nodded and jumped forwards. Emperor Xinyu glanced at Wen Ao Feng and immediately understood. Wen Ao Feng had broken through to the Huangqi layer. "My disciple has already become an emperor. Maybe that the battle isn't so necessary anymore," said Emperor Anichen indifferently. That's what Xinyu had told him back then, that he was blind and that a battle wasn't necessary. He had humiliated him because he had refused Lin Feng. "Anichen, I wouldn't have thought that you were so short-sighted," said Xinyu indifferently glancing at Anichen. 1 year ago, on the battle stage, when Ao Feng was a cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer. I don't know if he hid his force or not, but it was at least multiplied by 700, and his abstruse energies were all at the top already. He was only 1 step away from breaking through to the Huangqi layer. When I took Lin Feng away, his force was multiplied by 800. He had broken through to the 7th Zunqi layer only, and his abstruse energies weren't even level 9. When Ao Feng has broken through to the Huangqi layer, yes, so what? There's nothing dazzling about that. You didn't only bring Wen Ao Feng back to the Qingdi mountain. What about the others? The strong cultivators from Celestial Qinling Palace and the Palace of the Gods didn't interrupt them. They weren't in any hurry to see the map. Rather, they were interested in their conversation. "You, come and show Xinyu," said Emperor Anichen indifferently. 4 or 5 people came out, including Yishang, Qiyuchan, and Zhou Tianruo, against whom Lin Feng had already fought. "Anichen, you like competitions. Choose 3 of them and make them fight against Lin Feng, a battle to death 3 against 1. If Lin Feng dies, I'll apologize," said Emperor Xinyu indifferently. 3 people together? The crowd was surprised by his confidence. He was so confident that Lin Feng was that strong? After all, people raised by Emperor Anichen couldn't be that weak. "Interesting," thought the strong cultivator from Celestial Qinling Palace with his hands crossed on his chest. He looked amused. Emperor Anichen was speechless. But Lin Feng's strength was difficult to evaluate. After all, when he had the strength of the 7th Zunqi layer, he could already easily defeat Zhou Tianruo. "Stop your bickering. Let's see the map instead," said the strong cultivator from the Palace of the Gods. "It's not over. We'll see when that guy breaks through to the Huangqi layer," said Emperor Anichen in a cold way. He didn't count Qiyuchan and the others because he only considered Wen Ao Feng his real disciple. "We're all here now, so just show us already," said Emperor Anichen to Lin Feng in a cold way. "The bronze plates are useless now," said Lin Feng. Suddenly, the atmosphere became eerily silent and ice-cold. The everlasting bronze plates had become useless? Was Lin Feng provoking all those strong cultivators? But after the everlasting bronze plates became useless, the map penetrated my memory. After you see that, you will understand," said Lin Feng. He opened his third eye and 4 threads of godly awareness moved into the 4 emperors' third eyes. Lin Feng had the maps in his memories, of course. He wasn't going to show them the everlasting celestial emperor's silhouette. He knew that if he didn't show them the map, they wouldn't let him off so easily. They saw the map but had no way to get into the palace still. The 4 emperors' eyes twinkled. The crowd hadn't seen anything. What had Lin Feng done? "All right, I'm satisfied," said the strong cultivator from the celestial Qinling Palace. And I-Chin glanced at Lin Feng. Surprisingly, he had the 5th everlasting bronze plates and had fooled everyone to get the 4 others. Of course, Emperor and I-Chin wasn't going to say that. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have to tell everyone. "Lin Feng, don't forget what you said," said someone hastily. What had Lin Feng seen? "Don't worry, Uncle Yu, I don't know where that place is, so can you tell them?" said Lin Feng to Emperor Xinyu. Xinyu nodded and said to the crowd, "The map points to Xiang City." Xiang City. The crowd was stupefied. How? Why would the palace be in Xiang City? After the everlasting celestial emperor died, his people looked for his palace everywhere. So Xiang City was completely upside down. How could it still be there? "If you don't believe me, you can ask them," said Emperor Xinyu, pointing at I-Chin and the other emperors. Then they all nodded back. "Indeed, it's in Xiang City. We should leave as soon as possible. Xiang City is gigantic, so it will take some time to search it," said the white-bearded old man from the Palace of Medicinal Kings indifferently, but he glanced at Lin Feng. How could they find the actual palace in Xiang City? He had the feeling that Lin Feng had hidden something from them. "I did what I promised. If you want the bronze plates, have them," said Lin Feng, throwing the plates. Then, he said to Emperor Xinyu, "Uncle Yu, let's go." "All right," said Emperor Xinyu, nodding. Then, Emperor Xinyu and Lin Feng left quickly. If Emperor Xinyu hadn't come, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to leave. Nobody could prevent them from leaving, but the crowd wasn't happy. Now they had to go to Xiang City, and the 3 other emperors wouldn't tell them much. The news that the everlasting emperor's palace was in Xiang City spread everywhere. Now everybody now knew about it. However, many people doubted that it was actually there. Some people even said it was ridiculous. Back then, the Great Imperial Everlasting Palace was one of the most terrifying groups of influence in Xiang City. Then, the everlasting celestial emperor had died, and his people had looked for his palace everywhere, but they hadn't found anything. Now, the everlasting bronze plates were pointing to Xiang City, exactly where the everlasting celestial emperor used to be. Lin Feng and Emperor Xinyu went back to Yaoyi Island. Emperor Xinyu explained some things to Lin Feng to help him better understand everything which was going on. The most interesting part was that Emperor Xinyu had told Lin Feng something else. He had told Lin Feng the real location of the Great Imperial Everlasting Palace. Back then, in Xiang City, the Great Imperial Everlasting Palace wasn't far from a celestial mountain in a forbidden area where people would die if they dared trespass. Lin Feng was speechless. Was the Everlasting Emperor's palace really in such a forbidden area? That would explain why the palace hadn't been found. But even then, Lin Feng still wanted to go to Xiang City. He wanted to explore the world. If the place was really dangerous, he wouldn't risk his life in the end. However, he was determined that he had to take some risks. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't in a rush. He had to become stronger first. On Yaoyi Island, in a forest before a hut, there was a beautiful girl concocting a potion. Lin Feng was reminded of Mr. Xiao. Back then, Mr. Xiao was also an amazing doctor, and his medicine could save people's lives. He and his friend couldn't stop performing research. It was their passion. Even though Yun wasn't a doctor, she loved helping and healing people. "Lin Feng," said Mu Yun, smiling in a resplendent way after she saw Lin Feng. There was an old man next to the thatched hut. He was curved, but it was as if he had always been like that. He was a fire beast, so his eyes were red like fire. "Master Huijing," said Lin Feng to the ape. "Hey," said the ape, nodding at Lin Feng. He liked it quiet, so he just stared back at them. "Yun, I won't be able to come and see you for a while. I need to study for some time," Then I'll leave again, said Lin Feng. At some point, Yun would look for Lin Feng when he practiced cultivation. She usually brought fruits and medicine to help him. All right, be careful, said Yun, smiling in a resplendent way. This world is the beast's world, but it is simpler than the world of humans, said Lin Feng, smiling to Yun in a gentle way. Then he sat down. I think so too. It's perfect for me, said Yun. Lin Feng lied down nonchalantly. Even though that place was a good place to practice cultivation, he couldn't stay there. He had to practice in the outside world sometimes and experience to surpass bottlenecks. Lin Feng remained silent for 4 hours and rested. Then, he stood up and left. He started practicing cultivation and studying abstruse energies. Cultivation layers were now useless to Lin Feng. Even if he broke through to the 9th Zunqi layer, it wouldn't help him at all. He would have to do that at some point to break through to the Huangqi layer, but before that, he had to improve his abstruse energies to level 9. 1 month later, a mountain exploded. Roar! The great earth demon ape roared furiously and released demonic chi. He violently jumped forwards with incredible speed, the ground collapsing under his feet. Boom, boom! A gigantic demonic hand blotted out the sky. In the sky above Lin Feng, an infinite amount of demonic shadows fell like meteorites. Wind chant. Lin Feng moved like the wind using wind and empty space energies, practically disappearing from sight. Where are you going? Shouted the great earth demon ape as he slapped the sky with his almighty palm. His cosmic energies turned into a gigantic earthen hand and a cage made from earth appeared. Great earth destruction. The cosmic energies turned into a cage, causing the wind to disperse. Lin Feng didn't stop though. Boom, boom, boom! The hand crashed onto the ground, leaving a gigantic crater. Demonic chi rose to the skies as another punch appeared. At the same time, another hand appeared. This one contained aggressive demonic strength which blocked Lin Feng's path. Slash! Sword lights shot out. Then, Lin Feng moved like the wind and dodged the attack again. Boom! The great earth demon ape trampled the ground, leaving a gigantic footprint crater. He finally stopped and looked at Lin Feng furiously. Lin Feng, you're so fast, said the great earth demon ape. Force multiplied by 1,000 already had no effect on Lin Feng anymore. Because the great earth demon ape was an adept at close combat, Lin Feng could counter all his attacks. With such speed, the great earth demon ape could only get upset with Lin Feng. Of course, emperors, even if they were slow, were usually faster than cultivators at the top of the Zunqi layer. But because the great earth demon ape was a beast and had better attack than speed, and because Lin Feng was terrifyingly fast, the great earth demon ape couldn't catch up with Lin Feng in terms of speed. It's all right. Now you can't bully me anymore, said Lin Feng laughing. When he had just arrived on Yao Yi Island, the great earth demon ape always bullied him. But now he could finally end that. I'm done, said the great earth demon ape, taking a breath. Hey, buddy, let me try too, said Lin Feng. Boom! Lin Feng punched the great earth demon ape's chest, causing lights to spread out in every direction. A terrifying strength almost stunned the great earth demon ape. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng's tiny body. Boom, boom! The great earth demon ape kicked Lin Feng, causing him to fly away. The sky shook, and the great ape was pushed back a few steps. Lin Feng's punch was powerful. The great earth demon ape raised his head. He couldn't believe it. He smiled at Lin Feng and said, Little boy, you can go and travel now. That's exactly what I intend to do. See you soon, buddy. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered. He waved at the great earth demon ape while leaving. The great earth demon ape had a big smile on his face after thought about how scary Lin Feng was becoming. In the sky above a boundless area, there was a gigantic group of people flying in the sky. There were strong winds and beasts too. They all blotted out the sky. At that moment, there was a sharp sword traveling in the clouds, whistling and emitting blasting sounds as it flew. It was Lin Feng. He was gazing into the distance as he appreciated just how vast the great world was. If he had been in the small world, he wouldn't have been able to see such varying landscapes. People were sitting on clouds. Each of their chi was incredible. Some of them were even enigmatic and unfathomable cultivators. Strong cultivators were numerous in the great world, and as Lin Feng became strong, he continued seeing people who were even stronger than him. Someday he'd definitely stand at the top of the continent of the Nine Clouds though. The sword he was riding on was his Tianji sword. It was now even faster than the gigantic sword he had received. Xianxia City was extremely far from Yaoyi Island, so he needed to travel as fast as he could. Many strong cultivators had already started their journey to Xianxia City, but Lin Feng hadn't followed them. He had decided to practice cultivation for a while instead. He had already left Yaoyi Island for a month before he finally reached the sky above Xianxia City. Xianxia City was gigantic, much larger than Bahuang in the small world. Lin Feng's target destination was the Great Imperial Everlasting Palace, located inside the Forbidden Area. Many other people were looking for the Great Imperial Everlasting Palace already. The Everlasting Celestial Emperor's godly awareness had told Lin Feng that he had left many bronze tablets in that world, so there would be more individuals who had a piece of the old man's awareness. Even if they didn't have 5 bronze tablets, with just 3 or 4, they could still know that the Great Imperial Everlasting Palace was in Xianxia City. According to legends, the Great Imperial Everlasting Palace contained the Everlasting Celestial Emperor's teachings and memories. Many incredibly strong cultivators were attracted by the dream of getting their hands on them. The Everlasting Celestial Emperor's everlasting spells were unfathomable, so much so that some of his disciples had become incredible cultivators themselves. Many of them had even become great emperors. Of course, Xianxia City's people didn't fear seeing more tourists or migrants. These immigrants helped contribute to the strength of the city. If Lin Feng hadn't received the Everlasting Celestial Emperor's godly awareness, he wouldn't have come to Xianxia City at all. There were countless powerful cultivators who were looking for the Great Imperial Everlasting Palace. There were even many great emperors who were looking for those vestiges. However, the godly awareness had warned Lin Feng about that. "What a great sword!" said someone at that moment. There were 4 people. Amongst them, there was a beautiful woman who was looking at Lin Feng. She had seen Lin Feng and his Tianji sword, and she was amazed. Lin Feng's sword had great thunder and wind energies. It also had 7 colors gleaming from it. Those people all had swords on their back, making them look like sword cultivators. Therefore, the beautiful woman had noticed Lin Feng particularly. One of the young men with her looked at Lin Feng and said, "Swords are used to kill people. Those who use swords as ornaments shouldn't be called sword cultivators. They also don't deserve to practice sword cultivation. That's your opinion. There are many ways to achieve enlightenment, and there are many ways to practice sword cultivation. Each person is different and will choose different paths in life. What you like isn't necessarily applicable to other people," said the girl indifferently. Next to her, there was a young man dressed in black clothes. His eyes were closed as he thought about this. He had an ancient sword resting on his back, sheathed. "What you say is not groundless, but I've always believed that sword cultivators are killers and not people who try to dazzle," said that young man again. The girl wasn't looking at him anymore though, so he was a bit annoyed. She looked at the young man in black clothes. Ever since he had joined Sword Mountain, she had been interested in him. "How can you judge a person just by looking at their sword? They say you shouldn't judge a book by its cover," said the girl, putting as she brushed her hair away. The one in black clothes still remained silent. She was annoyed. He didn't pay attention to anyone. It was no wonder that girls liked him, because of his mysteriousness. "Wuxia, open your eyes and tell us what you think," said the girl to the young man in black clothes. Wuxia opened his eyes and asked, "Where?" "There, that beautiful sword," said the girl, smiling and pointing at the Tianji sword. Wuxia turned around and saw the Tianji sword. He was astonished. He looked at the young man in white clothes on the sword. Then he suddenly smiled in a resplendent way. The girl was surprised to see Wuxia smile in such a resplendent way. This was a guy who rarely showed any emotion. "Quick!" said Wuxia, accelerating and moving at full speed. "Lin Feng!" shouted a voice. Lin Feng suddenly turned around after he heard that familiar voice. Lin Feng saw a friend and he smiled back in a resplendent way. Wuxia. They were happy to see each other again. They both stretched out their hands and bumped fists. I'm so happy to see you again, said Wuxia, sighing. They hadn't met for 2 years now. They were like brothers in the small world, not knowing if the other was still alive. Lin Feng nodded. He was also happy. Where were the other disciples from Tiantai? Lin Feng, how is our teacher? Asked Wuxia. He suddenly seemed nervous. Lin Feng and Emperor Yu had left together back then, but Emperor Yu wasn't with him now, so he was worried. We haven't met each other for 1.5 years now, but when we left, he was already cured. With his strength, even in the great world, as long as he's careful there shouldn't be any problems, said Lin Feng. Wuxia felt a bit relieved. Do you have any news from our fellow disciples? Asked Wuxia. Ban Ruo, Li Hen, Xingzhan are being controlled by Celestial Qi Castle, said Lin Feng. Wuxia looked furious after he heard that. He had escaped from Celestial Qi Castle and had spent a lot of time in the desert. Of course, he knew about the 9 great celestial castles, so when things had calmed down, he left and had joined Sword Mountain. Wuxia, what about you? Do you have any news from our brother Mu Chun? Asked Lin Feng. He was used to calling him Mu Chun. He controls soul cosmic energies, so he must be fine. Concerning our second brother, I saw him break free and escape. I don't know where he went. I have no news from the others though, said Wuxia. He was worried and hoped that everybody was fine. Someday, the 11 disciples of Tiantai will reunite, said Lin Feng. They had to become stronger if they wanted to annihilate Celestial Qi Castle and save all their friends, including Yuan Fei. Lin Feng wanted to bring Yuan Fei to Yao Yi Island to see all the powerful animals there. Lin Feng, what if Tiantai rose in the great world? Then all the disciples would be reunited, said Wuxia. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. Tiantai in the great world. Rebuild Tiantai. In 100 or 1,000 years, we won't be the only ones who would have come out of the small world. Maybe if Tiantai rises, we'll be able to recruit some of those rising cultivators and we'll be able to take control over the small world. That is also our teacher's dream, explained Wuxia. There were 11 disciples in Tiantai, apart from the 3 who were controlled by Celestial Qi Castle and Wuxia. There were 6 other people from whom they had heard no news. If Tiantai could rise in the great world, they'd have to gather all the disciples. They'd also need Mu Chun and Emperor Yu. Besides, Mu Chun also controlled the Watchers and wanted to achieve certain goals with them, including the destruction of the Imperial Assassin Union. They also hoped that the small world could become a free world, removing external forces from controlling them. We're not strong enough, so we can't control a group of influence in the great world. We could easily be destroyed by others if we tried. However, I'll keep that in mind. When we become stronger, we can try then, said Lin Feng after having remained silent for a few minutes. Wuxia agreed, of course. Indeed, I understand, said Wuxia, nodding. Wuxia, is that one of your friends from the small world? I wouldn't have thought that you people could be so determined, but it's a good thing. To establish an influential group in the great world, you need a high-level emperor at least. It's a bit too early to talk about that though, said the young man with whom the girl had been talking before. Brother Wuxia, you're not in the small world anymore, said that young man. Thank you very much for your advice, said Wuxia calmly. He was talking to Lin Feng and didn't want that young man to join their conversation. By the way, where do you practice cultivation these days? Asked the young man to Lin Feng indifferently. On an island, Lin Feng replied. You should join Sword Mountain. I see that you're also a sword cultivator. Sword Mountain is a paradise for sword cultivators. I can even recommend you, said the girl, politely smiling at Lin Feng. Sister, said the young man angrily. He then added, Sister, people have their own way of practicing cultivation, and the Sword Mountain doesn't recruit people that easily. It's not something you do just like that. Trying doesn't harm anyone, said the girl. Of course, if you want to try and join Sword Mountain, no problem, we really can recommend you, but it still won't be an easy process, said the young man smiling at Lin Feng. It's all right, but thank you, said Lin Feng. He didn't know why that young man was making fun of him, but he didn't feel like arguing with them. Wuxia, let's talk privately, said Lin Feng to Wuxia. Then both silhouettes flickered, and they moved far away. Lin Feng, in this world, people are not like us. It's much easier to become stronger in this world, said Wuxia calmly. That young man kept provoking Lin Feng because he liked that girl and partly because they were from a small world. They haven't gone through as many hardships as we have, and they're not as wise and mature, said Lin Feng, nodding. Indeed, in this world, there's a kind of pill people take at birth which changes their bodies. Afterwards, it helps them swallow the chi of the earth and sky before having even started practicing cultivation. There can even be Tian-level babies born in this world. Everybody takes that pill at birth in this world. Even if it's expensive, their elders will find a way to buy it. Lin Feng was astonished when he heard Wuxia and smiled wryly. It reminded him of those people in the Celestial Walls Manor who had grown up with an understanding of force, and on top of that they inherited a powerful blood strength from their ancestors. Those people were already Tian-level cultivators when they were babies. At that time, they were still trying to find themselves. They didn't know what they wanted to become in the future. At the age of 15 in the Great World, people were already Zun cultivators. Apart from that, where are you going now? Asked Wuxia to Lin Feng. I'm going to the Great Imperial Everlasting Palace, replied Lin Feng. Wuxia smiled and said, You also came for that? But Wuxia looked nervous and said, Lin Feng, many disciples from Sword City came here. We're a small group, but according to legends I've heard in Sword Mountain, the Great Imperial Everlasting Palace shouldn't have appeared in its former location. We should try some other places and try our luck. I've also heard that it could be in the periphery of its former location, said Lin Feng, smiling. Wuxia nodded and said, All right, I'll stay with you, but we shouldn't hope too much. Then they both accelerated. Those behind them had to struggle to catch up with them because they were too fast. Wuxia, where are you going? Asked the girl. Great Imperial Everlasting Palace's former location, said Wuxia. The girl frowned, and the young man said mockingly, Are you insane? Why would the Great Imperial Everlasting Palace be on its former site? I didn't ask you to come, said Wuxia indifferently. The young man looked upset as he said to the girl, Since it's that way, we can separate from them. Indeed, you can stay alone. I'm going with Wuxia, said the girl. Then she caught up with Wuxia and Lin Feng, and the young man behind looked even more upset. However, he still chased after them. One day later, Lin Feng and the others arrived in another place in Xianxia City. There were gigantic ruined palaces resting in front of them. It looked like a former city. The Great Imperial Everlasting Palace's former site, thought Lin Feng. Even though there were only ruins, it still looked majestic. Lin Feng could imagine the Great Imperial Everlasting Palace back in the days, lofty, domineering, majestic. Back then, the Everlasting Celestial Emperor lived in his own palace, which is the Great Imperial Everlasting Palace we talked about. It disappeared along with the Everlasting Celestial Emperor, though it used to be here, said the girl, pointing at an empty field. There were ruins all around, but the Great Imperial Everlasting Palace had long since disappeared. All the other palaces around were palaces where his disciples lived. I've heard that the Everlasting Celestial Emperor fell because of one or several of his disciples. I don't know whether it's true or not, said the girl. Sister, shouted her fellow disciple suddenly. He looked grave and solemn. The girl suddenly stopped talking, as if she realized that she had said something she shouldn't have. Even though the Everlasting Celestial Emperor had fallen, some of his disciples were still alive, and some of them were even terrifying great emperors. They could destroy Sword Mountain entirely if they wished so. There were many others there with them, all trying to find the same thing. Lin Feng glanced at the people around them. The Everlasting Celestial Emperor had fallen for so many years, and yet it still attracted so many people. What an honor! Lu Yao, people from Sword Mountain came to see Xiang City too, said someone in the distance, looking at Wuxia and the others. Lu Yao was precisely the young man who kept provoking Lin Feng and Wuxia. They're here too. Lu Yao was surprised. Sword Mountain didn't send any emperors? Asked that person glancing at Lu Yao and Wuxia. Apart from Lin Feng, Lu Yao and the others were cultivators of the 9th Zunqi layer, without any emperors to protect them. We came alone, so we don't know whether Sword Mountain has sent any emperors yet, said Lu Yao honestly. You're just like us, Lu Yao. We should stick together in case any of the emperors here attack us. What do you think? Asked that person to the team from Sword Mountain. Their team was the same as the team from Sword Mountain. 3 people, 2 men and a woman. They had also all broken through to the 9th Zunqi layer. What do you think, sister? Should we stay together? Wuxia, what do you think? Asked Lu Yao to the girl and Wuxia, but he ignored Lin Feng. The 2 of us are enough, said Wuxia. He wasn't interested in joining those people. Lu Yao groaned coldly. Sister, they don't care about you, so let's just go, said Lu Yao to the girl. Wuxia was obviously talking about him and Lin Feng, but he was amused because those 2 came from a small world and couldn't be that strong. If they stayed alone, they'd probably be in danger. Do you mind if I stay with you? Asked the girl to Wuxia and Lin Feng with a cute face. As Lin Feng and Wuxia had said, those people had high cultivation levels but weren't mature at all. She was acting like a kid. She can, said Lin Feng to Wuxia smiling. That girl was hot. Maybe she could become Wuxia's girlfriend in the future. Wuxia remained silent but finally nodded. All right. The girl smiled at Lin Feng. Your sword is very beautiful. What kind of sword is it? Its name is Tianji, replied Lin Feng. Lu Yao looked back at them in a cold way and groaned. He was already with the other group. Lin Feng, where are we going to find clues? Asked Wuxia. Since they had come all the way to see Xiang City, they had to try their luck in finding the great imperial everlasting palace. I've heard about a restricted area. Wuxia, I think we should go there, said Lin Feng with a glint in his eye. He didn't say that the palace was there, and he didn't even know how to get into the forbidden area anyways. Wuxia didn't know either, therefore they would need to do some reconnaissance. I've also heard about a forbidden area. It's very dangerous. Even great emperor don't dare go there. It is said that nobody ever comes back once they enter, said the girl nodding. She was also very curious about it. Wuxia didn't mind. He had left Sword Mountain to gain experience. The 3 of them all had a map of Xiang City, so they knew where to go. When Lu Yao and the others saw the others leave, they were intrigued. Lu Yao said, we have no clues either, so let's go to the forbidden area too. The forbidden area wasn't far from the former site of the great imperial everlasting palace. The entrance was gigantic, but it was misty, so people could only guess what was inside. It was said that great emperors could make a few steps in and then come back safe. However, as they went further in, even great emperors wouldn't make it out. Lin Feng and the others stood outside as they looked at the misty entrance. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. He had gathered some information about the forbidden area, but everything was the same and nothing was useful. People just said that it was very dangerous and that even great emperors never came back out alive. It was difficult to imagine that the everlasting celestial emperor had chosen that place to establish his palace. Lin Feng noticed many people around them, but most of them looked dispirited. They didn't look interested after they looked at the mysterious mist. Lin Feng understood that those people were like him, that they had learnt something about the forbidden area from the godly awareness left by the emperor. They were just guarding the gate to see if anyone would come out with anything. Get in, said Lin Feng. Suddenly, his Tianji sword whistled and pierced through the mist, suddenly entering the forbidden area. Bzzz. Many people saw him and rushed over. They glanced at him but quickly lost interest. He was only a boy of the 8th Zunqi layer. Even some great emperors had used weapons, to which their godly awareness was connected, to inspect the forbidden area, but they had found nothing. Inside the forbidden area, Lin Feng's Tianji sword saw darkness, space-like darkness. At some point, the sword stopped and shook. It released wind and empty space energies, ready to escape just in case. Slash! A terrifying wind swallowed the Tianji sword. Suddenly, it flew away. In the darkness, terrifying destructive energies attacked the Tianji sword, seemingly capable of consuming the sword in one strike. "Come out!" shouted Lin Feng. The Tianji sword immediately flew towards the exit and then reappeared next to Lin Feng. It was buzzing, looking extremely scared. "What a powerful sword!" said the young woman next to Wuxia. They didn't know how dumbstruck Lin Feng was at that moment. While the Tianji sword was in the forbidden area, Lin Feng had had the sensation that the connection between him and his sword was going to be broken. Luckily, he had reacted in time and saved it. "What did you see inside, Lin Feng?" asked the girl. "It's just darkness, and there's a terrifying, destructive wind. There are some lights too, they look like some type of counterforce. I can only imagine how destructive they were," said Lin Feng. According to legends, the forbidden area existed before Xianxia City. Nobody knows what that place is though. Some people say that in the past, the everlasting celestial emperor used terrifying spells to travel inside. But nobody really knows whether it's true or not, said the girl. Lin Feng was convinced that there had to be some people already inside. In the great world, there were many terrifyingly strong cultivators. If one of these extremely strong cultivators had managed to go inside, they probably wouldn't talk about it to just anyone. At that moment, some people arrived next to everyone and looked at Lin Feng, or more precisely, at his sword. That sword had been into the forbidden area and had come back out. Even though it had only lasted a few seconds, they were still awed by it. If they could get that sword, they would also be able to see what was inside the forbidden area. Lin Feng sensed those greedy eyes looking at him. "That sword seems useful after all," said Lu Yao at that moment. "Everybody, I only glanced at the entrance and saw that there's a terrifying destructive strength inside. My sword was almost destroyed inside. That's why I brought it back as soon as I could. That sword is connected to my soul, and I've been raising it for a long time, so even if it's in someone else's hands, it's useless." Lin Feng explained to the crowd calmly. Lin Feng's message had the intended effect. When the crowd heard him, many of them forgot about it. Lin Feng was right, he had raised it so it would only listen to him. Anyone can control a weapon if they're strong enough. Your cultivation level is low and you can use the sword to get inside, so if a stronger cultivator used it and cleansed it, they'd be able to explore the forbidden area, reasoned Lu Yao. Even though he sounded calm on the outside, on the inside he was smiling coldly. "My cultivation level is low? Are you implying is that your sword is more powerful than my sword?" said Lin Feng, glancing back at Lu Yao indifferently. Lin Feng didn't usually care about his provocations, but this time he was provoking everybody else against him. Lu Yao looked at Lin Feng, his eyes gleaming with sword lights. In Sword Mountain, swords were equivalent to people's lives. They loved swords more than anything else. Lin Feng had only broken through to the 8th Zun Qi layer and was from a small world, so Lu Yao didn't fear him. "Indeed, that's exactly what I think," said Lu Yao, emphasizing each of his words. Surprisingly, he was even releasing sharp energies and condensing a sword. Slash, slash. Lin Feng's Tianji sword was furious as it suddenly spat out thunderous energies. The thunderous energies moved quickly, instilling some fear into Lu Yao. The lightning collided with Lu Yao's sword lights and their energies exploded against each other. But even then, the Tianji sword continued moving towards Lu Yao's throat. "Die!" shouted Lu Yao. He suddenly released sharp sword lights from his third eye while condensing a sharp sword with his godly awareness. He had no choice but to use his godly awareness at this point. The Tianji sword and his godly awareness collided. Lu Yao shook violently. It felt like his godly awareness was going to explode. Lu Yao thought that he was doomed. He hadn't believed that Lin Feng's sword could be that fast. He didn't even have time to use his full strength. However, Lu Yao realized that he was still alive. Lin Feng had recalled his Tianji sword, which was now floating above his head. Lin Feng didn't kill him. Lu Yao looked depressed as he recalled his godly awareness. He felt humiliated. He was a disciple from Sword Mountain, but he still lost to a nobody in a contest of swords. "Brother Lu Yao, don't fret, he just attacked you by surprise is all. In a real battle you could have won," said one of the young men in the group Lu Yao had joined. He had already sacrificed his sword a moment before coming to see Xiang City. If he hadn't, he might have won. I guarantee you that if you hadn't sacrificed your sword, the results would be the same. You wouldn't even have an opportunity to unsheath your sword. Besides, you won't have a second chance," said Lin Feng calmly. "Brother Lu Yao, if you're not determined, you don't deserve to be called a sword cultivator," said the one next to him. Lu Yao's looked horrified. If he backed down now, it would be a sign of weakness. After all, Lin Feng was weaker than him in cultivations, so there should be no reason for him to cower away. "Do you want to die?" said Lin Feng to the one who was provoking him. Lin Feng knew what that guy's intentions were. "If you want to die, come here," said Lin Feng. He released cold sword energies which surrounded that person. That person's heart started racing. He also released terrifying energies. That person's qi progressively weakened and finally disappeared. He ended up groaning from the effort. He had come for the great imperial palace, not to fight against this Lin Feng nobody. "Let's go," said that person, turning around and leaving. Lu Yao glanced at Lin Feng in a deep and meaningful way before he left. He wanted his godly awareness to stabilize before he fought against Lin Feng again. People around them also left after that. Then, Lin Feng returned his attention back to the entrance of the forbidden area. "Let's go," said Lin Feng, going to another place. Wuxia and the girl followed him. The girl thought that Lin Feng was rather mysterious. His dazzling sword was extremely powerful. If Lin Feng hadn't controlled himself, he could have destroyed Lu Yao's godly awareness and killed him. A short time after, Lin Feng and the others traveled a few hundred meters away, still on the periphery of the forbidden area. The Tianji sword kept buzzing and shaking. It was surrounded by wind and empty space energies. It was also surrounded by thunders. It was getting ready to protect itself against the lights inside the forbidden area. "Go in." Lin Feng's Tianji sword penetrated the forbidden area again. His soul and his sword were connected, so he could clearly sense everything his sword sensed. As before, there was only darkness inside, but there was also those star-like light projections. The destructive strength from before rose again. "How come I have the impression that it is like a starry sky?" thought Lin Feng. His Tianji sword rushed back, and he continued moving along. It was always the same, no matter where Lin Feng probed. But during one of these probes, a shooting star passed by. With its appearance, there were more and more lights which contained destructive energies. "What a terrifying strength," thought Lin Feng, shaking. He made his Tianji sword come back and frowned. It seemed that, with his strength, he basically couldn't go into the forbidden area. "Lin Feng, why do you keep exploring the forbidden area?" asked Wuxia. He didn't understand. Since Lin Feng knew what was inside, why did he need to keep observing it? Was there any hidden secret inside? Since the disciples of the everlasting celestial emperor explored the whole city and found nothing, there must be something in the forbidden area, said Lin Feng. Wuxia and the girl's eyes twinkled. Lin Feng was smart, and after they thought about it some more, they also thought that it was highly likely. Otherwise, how come the disciples of the emperor hadn't found anything anywhere in Xianxia City? "Of course, that's only a guess, but we can't put it aside," said Lin Feng after he saw that the two looked pensive. "Indeed, that's possible, but even if the everlasting celestial emperor could get inside, we definitely can't. If the everlasting celestial emperor wanted to hide his palace, why do people say he was looking for a descendant?" asked Wuxia. There were still some things they didn't understand. "If the rumors are true, then there must be a way to get into the forbidden area," said Lin Feng. "Therefore, I intend to wait here for the situation to change." "Wuxia, what do you want to do?" "I just came to gather experience, so I don't have anything specific in mind. Since you want to wait here, I'll stay here with you for a while," replied Wuxia. Lin Feng and Wuxia were under different situations. Lin Feng had received the everlasting celestial emperor's godly awareness. Therefore, he knew those things about the palace were true. Besides, he had communicated with the everlasting celestial emperor, which meant that he had chances to get into the palace, and de facto into the forbidden area. A few days later, Lin Feng was still waiting outside. At that moment, the Tianji sword penetrated the forbidden area again, but the scenery was the same. There were destructive star lights which forced him to pull back his sword immediately. Lin Feng recalled his sword and decided not to use it to find clues anymore. Instead, he went to a mountain range not far from the forbidden area to practice cultivation while dreaming. Time passed, and apart from Lin Feng, many people were waiting. Maybe they were like Lin Feng in that they had obtained 5 everlasting bronze plates and were sure that the great imperial everlasting palace was in the forbidden area. Around 20 days passed, and suddenly, a sound emerged from the forbidden area. It sounded like an elephant. An elephant sound again. Suddenly, many people opened their eyes. These elephant sounds were a regular occurrence that lots of people knew about. Lin Feng, who was practicing cultivation in a dream, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. He looked at the forbidden area with curiosity. I'm going to go see what that was. Lin Feng was convinced that something inside had changed. He unsheathed his Tianji sword, which streaked across the sky. As Lin Feng got closer, different kinds of strength surrounded his Tianji sword before it pierced through the mist and entered the forbidden area again. Inside, there were the same dazzling, destructive lights, but there was also a rain of shooting stars. The Tianji sword rose up in the air, and suddenly, Lin Feng, who was outside, frowned. He saw a gigantic golden elephant which seemed capable of shaking the entire world. That elephant is even larger than the stone ape, thought Lin Feng. That elephant was floating in the midair. People only had to stand outside the forbidden area. Even at the periphery, they could still see it. The most interesting part was that the elephant didn't seem like it wanted to leave. It seemed to be waiting for something. Maybe the everlasting celestial emperor sent that elephant? Thought Lin Feng. The golden destructive lights were emanating from the elephant's nostrils. Maybe, if a cultivator managed to get on the elephant's back, then they wouldn't be assaulted by the destructive energies. Bzzz. The Tianji sword shook violently and dodged a light. It had to leave again. It was on its way back as Lin Feng was thinking of what to do. Suddenly, Lin Feng frowned again as he saw a human being outside, who jumped into the forbidden area with incredible speed, landing on the elephant's back. The cultivator looked rather small compared to the elephant. A strong destructive wind kept blowing, and the Tianji sword kept dodging the energies. Lin Feng left it inside because he wanted to see what would happen with that cultivators. That elephant was probably a high-level imperial beast, maybe even stronger, maybe it was a great imperial beast. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to see if the elephant was going to attack the cultivator on its back or do something unexpected. The elephant seemed calm, and it didn't seem surprised to have a strong cultivator on its back. Slash! Slash! The Tianji sword dashed out of the forbidden area. Should I try to get on his back too? Thought Lin Feng. Sharp sword lights appeared in his eyes as he thought. If he didn't get in, he'd regret. Lin Feng, said Wuxia. He was wondering what Lin Feng was thinking. Wuxia, there's a gigantic elephant inside. It's at least a high-level imperial beast, and it is attracting a lot of attention. Should we go inside together? Lin Feng asked. Wuxia looked dumbstruck. A gigantic elephant, a high-level imperial beast, attracting people? He was as excited and as scared as Lin Feng. What do you want to do? Asked Wuxia. I'm going in, said Lin Feng without hesitating. All right, I'm coming with you, said Wuxia solemnly. He looked at the girl and asked, What about you? The girl's eyes twinkled as she thought about the difficult choice. She looked at Wuxia in a meaningful way and said, I'm coming. All right, let's go then. It was their own choice. They all rose up in the air and flew towards the elephant's location, piercing through the mist. Then, Lin Feng unsheathed his Tianji sword again. Wuxia, use your speed abstruse energy on my sword, said Lin Feng as he jumped onto his Tianji sword. Wuxia and the girl followed him. They were all on the Tianji sword, surrounded by speed abstruse energies. Many people frowned as they watched them dive in. 3 people at once. Many people's silhouettes flickered after they saw Lin Feng and the others jump in. Those 3 people weren't that strong, only 2 cultivators of the 9th Zun Qi layer and 1 of the 8th. They hadn't even broken through to the Huang Qi layer yet. but they dared go into the forbidden area. Nobody wanted to die, and Lin Feng wasn't an exception to this rule. This must mean that Lin Feng had discovered something. At that moment, Lu Yao and the others were there too. They watched as Lin Feng and the others went in. His heart was pounding, he was hesitating, but he really wanted to jump in too. I have to. Suddenly, Lu Yao turned into a sharp sword and jumped into the mist, risking his life. Eh? The crowd was surprised to see another person go in. They were still nervous themselves. Let's go, said some people. Lin Feng and the others were traversing the forbidden area. There was a strong wind, strong enough to scare them away if they hadn't seen someone succeed already. If Lin Feng had looked back, he would have seen just how many he had encouraged to jump in as well. Quickly enough, Lin Feng and the two others made it to the elephant's back. That elephant was as large as a castle, making all cultivators on its back look like ants. Terrifying lights surrounded the elephant's body, preventing the destructive energies from reaching them. More people are coming, thought Lin Feng when he saw silhouettes flickering behind him. Of course, some weaker people also came in and were immediately killed by the terrifying and destructive energies, leaving no traces of their bodies behind. The elephant is still not leaving. It's like it's waiting for more people, thought the crowd. They had gambled, and it seemed like it was working. The elephant was waiting for them. The wind spilled over and people could see it from outside. The cultivators who had remained outside saw so many of the others succeed. How could they control themselves? Especially emperors. They had to give it a try too. 2 hours later, there were more than 100 people on the elephant's back and the wind was getting scarier with each minute. Suddenly, the elephant trumpeted and finally, it started moving. The elephant turned around and shot out like a golden beam of light towards the depths of the mysterious forbidden area. Some people had just arrived at the forbidden area when the elephant leaving. They were furious. No! The inside of the forbidden area was gigantic. The gigantic elephant continued moving through the darkness as everyone gazed at the stars and moonlights. No wonder that people don't get out of the forbidden area. Without the elephant, everyone would have died, thought the crowd. Nobody disturbed one another. They just glanced around and looked pensive. Slash, slash. Terrifying sounds reverberated around them. The elephant was attacking the terrifying energies, leaving many people covered in a cold sweat. If the elephant was killed, they'd die too. They were now convinced that, in there, even high-level emperors couldn't survive. Suddenly, the elephant trumpeted again, and golden lights flashed again. Golden marks appeared under the elephant's feet. What's that? Thought the crowd. Oh no, thought the crowd. A very powerful hurricane was heading towards them, filled with terrifyingly destructive energies. Bzzz. Suddenly, the marks under the elephant's feet became dazzling. The crowd watched as the energies from the marks surrounded them. Golden lights appeared in their brain, just like an illusion. What a strange strength. That's a deployment spell, thought Lin Feng as he recalled Yen Di's deployment spells. Gotcha! Something broke. The crowd thought their bodies were breaking apart. They all started shaking violently, including Lin Feng. As the lights surrounded them, it seemed as if they had been teleported at the speed of light. Boom boom! Explosions sounded. Lin Feng feared that his body was going to explode. The pain from the deployment skill was severe. He felt disoriented, like he was being tossed around violently. Lin Feng finally stopped and tried to come back to his senses. He opened his eyes and saw stones all around him, even though there was almost no light to work with. Cliffs, thought Lin Feng as he rubbed his sore body. He rose up in the air and finally saw some lights. He was in a mountain range, surrounded by cliffs. He had crashed against some rocks a moment before, which would explain his pain. Lin Feng's mouth twitched as finally he understood what was going on. The forbidden area of Xianxia City was the entrance to a small world, but it was an incredibly dangerous entrance. He looked at the sky and around him, but there was nobody else there. It seemed like they had arrived from the sky. If this small world doesn't have another entrance apart from the one in Xianxia, then it's a lot more terrifying than the one I come from, whispered Lin Feng. From what Lin Feng understood, that elephant was a great imperial beast which could deploy powerful deployment spells. The elephant had to cast a deployment spell on all of them to protect them as they were thrown into a hole, which lead here. Compared to Lin Feng's small world, high-level emperors could rip through the sky to leave. But that probably wasn't the case for this world. Lin Feng thought for a few minutes before he started moving. He had to find people first, as he had lost Wuxia and the others when they fell in. After a very long time, Lin Feng finally saw some palaces and temples. The buildings looked extraordinary, more so than anything found in Bahuang or Jiuyu at least. Lin Feng accelerated and entered a palace. There were a lot of people there. He had looked around before and figured that the everlasting Celestial Emperor's palace was most likely in that place. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd below him. They were weaker than the cultivators he saw in the Great World, but stronger than most of the cultivators in Bahuang. There were many Zun cultivators, but not that many of them were at the top of the Zun Qi layer. In fact, he hadn't seen a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer yet. Lin Feng descended from the sky, landing in front of 3 young Zun cultivators. They seemed surprised to see Lin Feng there. Lin Feng looked unfathomable even though he wasn't releasing any qi. It must be a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer, thought those people. The girl's eyes were twinkling as she looked at him in a cute way and asked, "What are you looking for, master? Have you ever heard of the everlasting celestial great emperor?" asked Lin Feng, rather straightforwardly. The everlasting celestial great emperor. Those 3 people shivered. "Master, we haven't," said the girl, shaking her head. She looked shy as she continued, "But I can take you somewhere where we can ask about it." Lin Feng looked handsome. He was very fast. His cultivation was unfathomable, and he had straightforwardly asked about a great emperor. The girl was shivering after just guessing what his cultivation must be. If she could make friends with him, she'd probably benefit for a lifetime. Maybe she could get some ancient scriptures with him. "Where?" "Take me there," said Lin Feng. "All right, come with me," said the girl to Lin Feng in a gentle way, stretching her beautiful, slender, white hand towards him. Cultivators were extremely determined, which was the same with this girl. She knew that if she didn't meet any strong cultivators, that she would never find any ancient scriptures to study. Lin Feng was an opportunity in her eyes. "Xiao," said the 2 young men. Both of them were surprised. Xiao smiled at them and said, "Go back to the sect and tell our teacher that I left with an extremely strong cultivator and that I don't know when I'll come back." Xiao held hands with Lin Feng and they both flew away. After the 2 young men watched Xiao and Lin Feng disappear from their fields of vision, they put on a rather upset face. They both liked her, but she had left with a stranger because he was stronger than them. Lin Feng and the girl jumped onto his Tianji sword and traveled very quickly, Xiao showing Lin Feng the way. Surprisingly, the girl leant against Lin Feng and asked, "What's your name, master?" "Lin Feng," said Lin Feng calmly. "Lin Feng, can I call you by your name?" "You can," said Lin Feng, nodding. Xiao looked happy and smiled. "Lin Feng, how long have you been practicing cultivation? You must be a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer, right?" "I've been practicing cultivation for about 10 years, said Lin Feng indifferently. Xiao was awestruck. Only 10 years? But Lin Feng hadn't replied to her question about whether he was a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer, which probably meant that he was. She had been practicing cultivation for 20 years already, ever since she was a baby. "You must have incredible skills, techniques, and spells. I wish I had some ancient scriptures to work with. I would progress a lot faster," said Xiao. With that, she held Lin Feng's hand even tighter and wrapped her other arm around Lin Feng's back. She was acting straightforward with him as well. "If you can help me find what I'm looking for, I'll transmit some ancient scriptures to you," said Lin Feng calmly. His heart was as calm as still water. Beauty didn't influence him. Xiao got very excited, but she also looked disappointed. Was she so bad at seducing men? Lin Feng didn't even glance at her. The Palace of Tyranny had been created long ago. Although they didn't have that many disciples, the few they had could be considered as leaders. Most of them were so strong that they were considered unfathomable by most. It was said that the first and second disciples were already cultivators at the very top of the Xianxia layer. It was also said that the tyrant Master Ju Wu had become an emperor 120 years before. Nobody knew how strong he was now. The palace of tyranny was the vastest and the strongest. Xiao was taking Lin Feng there. She also explained Lin Feng some things about it. Lin Feng was pensive. Outside the palace of tyranny, some disciples saw Lin Feng and Xiao arriving by a sword. They were both surprised. One of them even shouted, "Some people are coming. I'm Lin Feng. I'm here to see Master Ju Wu," said Lin Feng. His voice rolled in waves as it traveled across the sky. "Humph! You dare arrive by sky? Put your sword away and come down. Then give me your sword. If you want to see our master, you must respect our rules. You must kowtow 3 times, and only then will I give you an opportunity to see my master," said a guard who was wearing Taoist's robes. Lin Feng frowned. What kind of rules were those? Hand over his sword? Kowtow 3 times? An opportunity? Indeed, those are the rules, but for strong people there are always exceptions. "I'll go talk to him," said Xiao in a low voice. She looked at those people and said, "We need to ask your master something. I hope you can understand." Xiao took out a ring and threw it at the guard. The guard smiled as he glanced at the ring. Then he said, "If you want to go in, you must still give me your sword." "Humph!" Lin Feng groaned coldly. That person was trying to steal his sword. Dazzling sword lights appeared, and Lin Feng shouted furiously, "I'm Lin Feng. I'm here to see Master Ju Wu." His voice spread far off into the distance this time. That person looked at Lin Feng in a cold way and shouted back, "How audacious! You dare disturb our people who are practicing cultivation. You must want to die." Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. He jumped forwards and released force which instantly surrounded that person's body. Then, Lin Feng said in a cold way, "Piss off!" The ground shook as that person was propelled away, causing him to cough up blood. His face turned deathly pale after he recovered himself. Lin Feng looked at him in a disdainful way as he said, "A doorman dares talk to me that?" Inside the palace of tyranny, Lin Feng's voice spread far. Silhouettes rose up in the air and flew over to him. Xiao was startled as she looked at Lin Feng. She hadn't thought Lin Feng would be so aggressive. He even hurt someone outside the palace and disturbed everyone else. Lin Feng's robe fluttered in the wind as he started running forwards. The ground and the walls shook with each step he took. Marks trailed him even. "You dared cause trouble in the palace of tyranny. How reckless!" said the guard who had been kicked away by Lin Feng. He landed far away, in the depths of the palace. He began moving back as he waited for some stronger cultivators to come. "Ridiculous!" Lin Feng continued running forwards as released more force at the guard. He groaned with pain after Lin Feng released a gigantic hand which grabbed him. Then, Lin Feng landed in front of him again and stopped. That person's face turned deathly pale as he said, "I'm from the palace of tyranny. How dare you hurt me?" The gigantic hand assaulted him, causing him to cough up more blood, leaving his internal organs severely damaged. Finally, some people arrived and were glaring at Lin Feng. "Who are you? How dare you act recklessly in the palace of tyranny?" said one of them. It was a cultivator at the top of the Xianxia layer. "I'm Lin Feng, and I came to see your master. I didn't come to be humiliated by your stupid doorman. I just finished teaching him a lesson," said Lin Feng loudly. "He's insane and disrespectful, brother. Let's kill him," shouted the guard, his face now red. Lin Feng glanced at him, his mouth twitching. Lin Feng's eyes turned pitch black, and the guard's determination was suddenly lost. "How did he humiliate you?" asked the cultivator at the top of the Xianxia layer. Nobody had ever dared act recklessly in the palace of tyranny. But now, a cultivator of the 8th Xianxia layer had surprisingly dared. Besides, he said he wanted to see their teacher, even after he had injured their guard. Xiao's face turned pale. That cultivator was very strong. He was a cultivator at the top of the Xianxia layer. Even if Lin Feng was strong, he probably couldn't deal with them. Master, Lin Feng doesn't understand the rules of the Palace of Tyranny. The guard said he wanted him to kowtow 3 times, so it infuriated him. He didn't mean what he did, explained Xiao. That person smiled coldly and said to Lin Feng, since it's that way, go out and kowtow 3 times, then you can piss off and we'll forget about all this. Xiao again looked petrified. She knew that Lin Feng wasn't going to kowtow, which meant that things were going to get worse. She suddenly regretted bringing Lin Feng there. Lin Feng glanced at him in a cold way before he jumped forwards. 2 gigantic hands appeared this time. They also contained terrifying demon lights and force. That cultivator was the 3rd disciple from the Palace of Tyranny. But even with his status, he looked horrified. He could tell how strong that attack was. He was worried that he was going to be crushed like a pancake. 8th Zun Qi layer. But how can he be so strong? Thought the 3rd disciple. He released as much energy and force as he could, and then put his hands in front of him to block. The people around them noticed that the 3rd disciple couldn't block Lin Feng, so lunged towards Lin Feng as well. The ground shook as Lin Feng's gigantic hands squished him. The 3rd disciple's face was turned red. His organs felt like they had exploded, and he softly fell to the ground. Piss off! Shouted Lin Feng as he continued moving forwards. Everybody sensed death strength fill air around them, forcing them to stop. How strong! No wonder he despises the disciples from the Palace of Tyranny, thought Xiao looking at Lin Feng, blinking her beautiful eyes with astonishment. Lin Feng descended from the sky and landed next to the 3rd disciple. He said indifferently, I'm going to ask you something, and if you talk any more shit, I'll kill you. Lin Feng released death energy which instantly surrounded the 3rd disciple. Where is the great imperial everlasting palace in which the everlasting celestial emperor lived? Asked Lin Feng. His eyes were pitch black now, affecting the disciple's determination. The everlasting celestial emperor, the great imperial everlasting palace. That 3rd disciple was confused. He had never heard of such an emperor in the continent of the 9 clouds. I don't know, I've never heard of him, said the 3rd disciple, terrified. He didn't dare lie, he could die at any time, and Lin Feng had damaged his determination to boot. Who's the strongest cultivator in this continent, and who can cast the most powerful deployment spells? Asked Lin Feng. Emperor Dong controlled the Qi clan and the Qi Empire in Bahuang and Jiuyu. Maybe the everlasting celestial emperor had another name in that small world. The great emperor of the universe, said that 3rd disciple. Indeed, it's the great emperor of the universe. He has the best deployment spells and cultivation in the continent of the 9 clouds, but he rarely shows himself in the continent of the 9 clouds. Everlasting celestial emperor, great emperor of the universe, whispered Lin Feng. Was that the same person? Where is the great emperor of the universe's palace? Asked Lin Feng. Inside the city of the universe, there is a palace of the universe, which must be where the great emperor of the universe lives. I don't know if that's what you're looking for though, said the 3rd disciple. At that moment, some strength suddenly appeared behind Lin Feng. Brothers! Everybody looked at the arriving cultivators respectfully. They were both cultivators at the very top of the Zun Qi layer. They probably didn't have any enemies at the Zun level or below, especially one of them whose force was already multiplied by 1,000. Boom! The 2nd disciple ran forwards. His abstruse energy revealed itself to be Earth abstruse energy, which was at the maximum level. It was only a step away from becoming cosmic energy. Lin Feng rose up in the air and pushed Xiao behind him. Piss off, said Lin Feng. The 2nd disciple continued releasing Earth abstruse energy, seemingly throwing mountains at him. Those who try to block me will die, yelled Lin Feng. Suddenly, he released force which was multiplied by 1,000. The 2nd disciple suddenly looked petrified but tried to control himself. He has no enemies at the Zun Qi level as well, thought the 2nd disciple. Lin Feng took another step forward, causing the 2nd disciple's mouth to twitch. Suddenly, he moved aside and let Lin Feng pass. Who was insane enough to stop him? Lin Feng didn't even glance at him. Now there was someone else in front of him, the 1st disciple. He was the strongest one besides the emperor from that place. You think you will leave alive? Said that person. Lin Feng continued moving forwards as a gigantic hand appeared above them. Then he turned into an illusion. Die! The first disciple punched the air with not only a force multiplied by 1,000, but abstruse energy which was at its highest level. Great earth destruction, said Lin Feng. He moved like the wind and punched the first disciple. Immediately after, the atmosphere became calm. Everybody was nervously staring at the fighters. Whoosh! Then, Lin Feng continued moving like the wind as he dragged Xiao with him, disappearing in the distance. The first disciple's body slowly crackled. Following some rumbling sounds, he exploded. That first disciple was the strongest one there besides the emperor. Many people respected and admired him, but he died in such a tragic way. Just how strong was Lin Feng? Everyone inside the Palace of Tyranny watched as Lin Feng left. Their hearts were practically pounding out of their chests. Their clothes were drenched in sweat. That punch, the great earth destruction, was so powerful, whispered one of the cultivators. Lin Feng didn't care about what those people had to say. He got what he wanted and now he was out of there. The great emperor of the universe was the strongest cultivator in that small world. Was it too coincidental? 7 days later, Lin Feng was traveling on sword above the city of the universe. He had finally arrived. His robe was fluttering in the wind majestically. Xiao couldn't help but look at Lin Feng with admiration. All in all, Xiao couldn't understand Lin Feng. She didn't even know that her world was only a small part of the continent of the Nine Clouds. It was just a small world which had existed for millions of years. She also didn't know that the real continent of the Nine Clouds was actually beyond their world. Not only was Lin Feng mysterious, but he was also insensitive in her eyes. She had tried to seduce him many times, but it never worked. Lin Feng glanced around and noticed that the people there seemed stronger than where had been so far. Cultivators at the top of the Zunqi layer were normal there. There were even some emperors. However, Lin Feng didn't care about them. He had come for the great emperor of the universe. He wanted to see whether it was the everlasting celestial emperor. Let's go to the great imperial palace, said Lin Feng. Then they began descending from the sky. As they descended, a Zun cultivator approached him and said, Your Excellency. That cultivator had inspected Lin Feng, figuring that he was probably a cultivator of the top of the Zunqi layer. He had decided to act respectful. Could you please tell me where the Palace of the Universe is? Asked Lin Feng. The Palace of the Universe again. That cultivator was surprised. He looked at Lin Feng in a strange way and asked, Why did you word it like that? Master, many people have come here for the Palace of the Universe, but I don't know why, said that person in a low voice. He pointed in the direction of the Palace of the Universe. Lin Feng rose up in the air again. He had many thoughts running through his mind. He wasn't the first one to make it here. The Palace of the Universe wasn't located in the central part of the City of the Universe, but rather on the periphery. It looked like a normal castle except that it looked endless. It was incomparably vast and tall. It was probably the largest building in that small world. Lin Feng arrived in front of the Palace of the Universe inside. Everlasting was written in golden letters at the entrance. The Great Imperial Everlasting Palace. That was the exact same palace he had seen when using the 5 everlasting bronze plates, but the illusion made it look much smaller. Everlasting. Xiao looked at the word and remembered that Lin Feng was looking for the everlasting celestial emperor. Was the everlasting celestial emperor Lin Feng was talking about the great emperor of the universe? I found it, whispered Lin Feng. How many people got there before him, though? Lin Feng was suddenly illuminated by lights. He glanced around and saw that many people were staring at him. Lin Feng even recognized some of them from the gigantic elephant. But even though they had already arrived, they were still standing outside, not daring to go inside. The everlasting celestial emperor's deployment spells were terrifying. His deployment spells had killed many people. Therefore, they didn't consider going inside. They were waiting for an opportunity, just like the elephant. It's him! 2 people had recognized Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around and saw Lu Yao and one of the young men with whom Lu Yao had come with. They thought that they were fast, but Lin Feng surprised them by arriving even faster. I want to get into the palace. You should wait for me here, but if you don't want to, you can just leave, said Lin Feng to Xiao. She looked at him and said, Lin Feng, you're insane. It's the great emperor of the universe's palace. People scared shitless to go in, and yet, you don't even think twice about it. No matter what she thought, Lin Feng had already started walking towards the palace. He had the everlasting celestial emperor's godly awareness, so he had to give it a try. Since the great emperor of the universe was probably the everlasting celestial emperor, why not try? Xiao wasn't the only one concerned. The others were all astonished too. Did he have a plan? It was said that the everlasting celestial emperor controlled 3,000 great deployment spells and 108,000 small deployment spells. He could protect the 10,000 things of creation with them. If he had cast those spells inside the palace, they would easily die. They were already outside the palace though. Could they wait there forever? They had been waiting for someone to get in, and now Lin Feng was going in. Your Excellency, shouted someone at that moment. Lin Feng stopped and saw that it was an old man in a purple robe talking to him. He slowly walked towards him and smiled. The everlasting celestial emperor could cast terrifying deployment spells. Yet you have only broken through to the 8th Zun Qi layer. Aren't you afraid to go in? Lin Feng looked at him in a calm and serene way but smiled. He knew that the old man was trying to learn where Lin Feng's confidence came from. Master, cultivation can be dangerous sometimes. But since the everlasting celestial emperor has left an unequal treasure here, I must try, especially seeing how I'm here already, explained Lin Feng calmly. All right, I wouldn't have thought that there were such brave young men in this world. I'll follow you. Maybe we can help each other, said the old man smiling. In Lin Feng's eyes, the old man was just trying to leech. As you wish, master, said Lin Feng unperturbed. After you. You first, I'll follow you, that way I can protect you from behind, said the old man indifferently. Lin Feng nodded and smiled. Then he continued walking forwards. He knew that the old man was only using him as a guinea pig, but that cultivator was an emperor, and Lin Feng didn't know how strong he was. Since he knows something, let's follow him, said Lu Yao, who was watching them. Then the young man and he followed Lin Feng. When the others saw that, they also followed. Once again, Lin Feng had convinced everyone to follow him. Lin Feng didn't care about them though. Phew! Lin Feng stepped in front of the gate and a dazzling golden light illuminated his body. Then suddenly he was in the palace. In front of Lin Feng were 4 doors. On each of them something was written: heaven, earth, water, fire. The old man followed Lin Feng and looked at the 4 words as well. He smiled and said, Little friend, which one is the door we can cross without dying? Maybe all of them are safe, said Lin Feng. The old man smiled, but Lin Feng continued. Of course, they could all be deadly as well. The old man didn't quite believe him, so he smiled again and said, The everlasting celestial emperor did this to attract people, so they couldn't possibly all be deadly. Which one is the right one, little friend? Any of them, said Lin Feng indifferently. Then he crossed the first door, which happened to be the one with the word heaven written above it. That young man is fearless. It seems like he doesn't realize we could obtain incredible things by following him, thought the old man. Although he was weary of Lin Feng, he still followed him. Let's go, said Lu Yao to the others following him. Almost everybody chose the heaven door. After crossing through, they were greeted with some stone steps which had 2 words written on them. Life, death. There was a strange qi looming at the bottom of those stone steps. The path of death and life. Assumedly one can live or die in the blink of an eye, thought the crowd. They all looked upset, for they had heard about the life and death path before. It was a very dangerous deployment spell. Little friend, what should we do now? You seem to understand better than me, said the old man, smiling at Lin Feng. Master, I've never been here, so how could I know? Asked Lin Feng. The old man looked upset as he said, Little friend, you must be joking. You brought us here, so don't tell me you don't know how to pass through. Master, you willingly came with me. I didn't ask you to. Lin Feng reminded him. Humph. The old glanced at Lin Feng in a cold way and walked to the stone steps. Suddenly, he shook his hand and lights assaulted one of the steps which had the word, life, written on it. In a flash, a destructive light surrounded the stone steps, and it lasted for 3 seconds before it disappeared. Those lights could have easily killed someone. The old man slowly turned around and smiled at Lin Feng. Little friend, don't you see? Lead the way, please. Lin Feng frowned. Even though he knew how to get through it, that old man was still using him a guinea pig. If Lin Feng hadn't received the great emperor's godly awareness, he would have died already. Master, this is the great emperor's palace. Thus, we must all collaborate instead of using one another as guinea pigs, said Lin Feng, remaining calm. He's right. Maybe we'll encounter even more dangers, so if we only use people as guinea pigs, none of us will succeed. Reasoned another emperor. So what should we do, Your Excellency? Asked the old man to that person. I think there must be several ways to go about it. 10 deaths and no life, that is walk on the death stone steps only, then you could step on 9 deaths and 1 life, etc. You just tried one, but we have yet to try the other ones, said that emperor calmly. Then they bombarded a death stone step and found that nothing happened. 10 deaths, no life. That person reasoned. He continued attacking all the death stone steps. However, once he attacked the 10th one, destructive energies sprung up in the air. 9 deaths, 1 life. That's the only possibility, said the emperor slowly. He tried again and it worked. There must be an explanation to the deployment spell, thought Lin Feng, glancing at the emperor. Little friend, you go? Said the old man in purple clothes, smiling. Lin Feng glanced at him and nodded. All right, I'll go first. Lin Feng moved quickly, stepping on 9 death stone steps and 1 life stone. Nobody dared to fly over. Since there were steps, it was implied that they must use them. We're safe. People's eyes were twinkling. Everybody, don't rush, otherwise you might die, said the old man, smiling. I'm going next. Then he climbed the stairs. He moved very quickly. However, Lin Feng released sword lights suddenly. As if the old man had sensed something, his facial expression changed drastically as he screamed, What are you doing? Killing you. With that, Lin Feng attacked a death stone step. Try if you dare, shouted the emperor furiously. He stretched out his hand. However, Lin Feng's sword energies were too fast. Bzzz. Terrifying destructive energies filled the space. The old man gave a horrible shriek and was enveloped by those destructive lights. He glared at Lin Feng as he died. Don't think you're too smart, otherwise you'll die without even knowing how, mocked Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around and walked towards the next door. The everlasting celestial emperor had told Lin Feng, with his godly awareness, that all 4 entrances were viable, and that they were all deadly. The deployment spells didn't limit a cultivator off their cultivation level. Anyone who was weaker than the everlasting celestial emperor had a chance to die while facing them. Intelligence, wisdom, and luck were the key ingredients to passing these trials. Of course, without the great emperor's godly awareness, it would make it even more difficult to move through the palace. Lin Feng didn't know what there was at the center of the palace, so he remained cautious. I hope Wuxia won't enter this palace, thought Lin Feng. He had asked if Wuxia wanted to come with him because he figured they'd stay together. But now that Wuxia was apart from him, Lin Feng feared the worst. Of course, Lin Feng knew that Wuxia wasn't stupid. Wuxia wanted to gain experience, so he prioritized the everlasting celestial emperor's treasures less than the rest of them. Using the godly awareness as a key, Lin Feng had no problems crossing several doors, and everyone followed him. They didn't know that Lin Feng didn't need to do anything special to cross them. Those people were pleasantly surprised, in fact. Lin Feng was their guide, and luckily, he didn't seem to care about them as they followed along. He must be wise, thought the emperor who had agreed with him before. That place was seemingly endless. Lin Feng didn't cross all the doors with his fastest speed. It took him half a day to get to the center of the palace. Finally, he arrived before the last door he had seen in his memories. Lin Feng arrived in front of the door and saw some words in front of him. The earth and the sky, a waterfall, a mountain, precipices, a peak. That's... Lin Feng was astonished. There was a person sitting cross-legged as well. They weren't breathing. Their heart wasn't beating. They looked like a statue in every way except for their lifelike appearance. That was the same person Lin Feng had seen in from the godly awareness. The everlasting celestial emperor. Godly awareness, thought Lin Feng. He sensed his godly awareness moving. Then a light shot out from his third eye. The godly awareness key moved towards the everlasting celestial emperor and penetrated his third eye. That's... Lin Feng was shaking. Lin Feng rose up in the air and landed on the peak. He wanted to get closer to the everlasting celestial emperor. Boom! A terrifying strength bombarded Lin Feng's body, making him fly away. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with sharp lights. That deployment spell was terrifying. It had prevented him from getting any closer a moment before. Is that the everlasting celestial emperor's actual body? Was his goal to have people bring him back his godly awareness? Thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng rose up in the air again while paying attention to the everlasting celestial emperor's body. Everybody was standing behind Lin Feng wondering who it was. Do you recognize him? Asked the emperor from the life and death stones. There's a powerful deployment spell on his body and it's invisible. You activated it so it attacked you. If I'm not mistaken, that must be the everlasting celestial emperor. I already know that I activated it, said Lin Feng. If that really is the everlasting celestial emperor, then this must be a monster of a puzzle, whispered the emperor. He then took out 3 everlasting bronze plates. Suddenly, a cloud emerged from them and moved towards the everlasting celestial emperor's physical body. If you have all of the everlasting bronze plates, then the everlasting celestial emperor's godly awareness will condense, said Lin Feng. Look at that mountain, said the emperor, pointing at something. Everything was moving. Some cultivation caves appeared, and several deployment spells formed. Let's go. Everyone that was following Lin Feng moved towards the cultivation caves. They had followed him until now, so it was finally time to seize some opportunities. Lin Feng didn't follow them. There were so many caves, and he wasn't in a rush. Those caves were probably made for practicing cultivation, though. Master, what do you think? Lin Feng asked the emperor. I don't know either. We can go in and see, though, said the emperor, smiling. Lin Feng nodded and went to the mountains. However, someone suddenly rushed out of a cave looking terrified. It was a Taoist monk. That Taoist monk looked at Lin Feng and laughed. Little bastard, you're not dead yet. You old bastard. How could I die while you're still alive? Lin Feng said. How come that damn Taoist monk always appeared where good things were? That Taoist monk was Yen Di, of course. Lin Feng found it difficult to find the everlasting celestial emperor's palace, but Yen Di was already there and had probably been there for a while now. Even though they hadn't seen each other for 2 years, they were still close. You bastard, long time no see, you're still not a medium-level emperor? Asked Lin Feng. Yen Di rolled his eyes and said, Do you think cultivating imperial levels are similar to the Xian or Tianqi layers? The continent of the 9 clouds is extremely vast. Breaking through to the Huangqi layer is already difficult. Some people need hundreds or even thousands of years to break through to the Huangqi layer, said Yen Di. Lin Feng smiled. He was just joking with Yen Di. Even in places like Ba Huang and Jiyu, where there were billions of people, there were very, very few emperors. And in the Great World, the reason why there were so many emperors was because there were trillions and trillions of people. Nobody knew exactly how many people there were because nobody had ever tried to count. How long have you been here and what did you find in those buildings? Lin Feng asked. I've been here for a year already. Concerning what you can find in those buildings, you can go and enjoy it for yourself. There are only good things, said Yen Di. Then, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at the everlasting celestial emperor. He looked surprised as he said, Don't waste time, study. Maybe the same thing that happened to me also happened to him. Lin Feng nodded. He understood what Yen Di meant. Maybe that the everlasting celestial emperor was going to come back to life after all his godly awareness were brought back to him. "Go," said Yen Di to Lin Feng. He didn't want to waste time talking about the past with Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng was alive and had come himself, he had to enjoy the benefits that place offered. Yen Di then went to another building. Lin Feng listened to his advice and went to the building from which Yen Di had just come out of. Suddenly, a curtain of light appeared and closed the room off. Some strange marks appeared in front of Lin Feng, seemingly creating a seal. The room wasn't big, just large enough to practice cultivation. Lin Feng turned around and touched the curtain of light which had closed the room and found that it was quite thick. It seemed like he was stuck inside now. Lin Feng attacked the curtain with energies, but it felt like he was striking diamonds. Lin Feng condensed strength in his fist, creating a strong wind. Great earth destruction. Lin Feng attacked the wall. He had even amazed the great earth demon ape with that attack. But this curtain of light didn't budge. On top of that, a terrifying strength counterattacked and bombarded him. He was propelled backwards and violently crashed against the wall behind him. That bastard didn't tell me about that, thought Lin Feng. He didn't continue trying. The counterattack was too terrifying. Even Yen Di was probably unable to break that curtain of light. Lin Feng walked to the marks and sat down cross-legged. Once he did, the marks around him started flashing even faster. Lin Feng was surprised, but he closed his eyes. Since Yen Di had managed to come out, it probably had something to do with those marks. The lights revolved around Lin Feng's head, causing the atmosphere in the cave to change. It became dazzling, leaving Lin Feng the impression that he was in a large space. The numerous marks and words floated around him before penetrating his head. Those marks and words became a part of his memories. Deployment. A gigantic word appeared in front of Lin Feng. Deployment. Lin Feng relaxed and let the memories and the marks fill his head. After what seemed to be a long time and countless memories, Lin Feng realized that he had received one of the 3,000 great deployment spells. Deployment spells use the strength of the earth and the sky, whispered Lin Feng. Although people's strength was limited, the strength of the earth and sky was unlimited. Weaker cultivators borrowed external strength to cast deployment spells, just as Yen Di had in the past when he used abstruse crystals or weapons. But those in the memories didn't need to borrow external strength. They could use their own strength to attract the strength from the earth and sky to carve holy marks and cast terrifying deployment spells. Of course, the more powerful the deployment spell was, the more time they needed. Deployment spells were created from the use of many ancient words. Lin Feng had studied holy marks before, but he knew that his holy marks were rudimentary at best. Each stroke was incredible and mysterious, and he had never really understood the connections between marks, holy marks, and deployment marks. To carve authentic holy marks and use holy mark special powers, cultivators had to understand all sorts of marks. They had to understand which kind of strength was appropriate. Even the slightest mistake in the type of strength could weaken a deployment spell by a lot. Of course, authentic deployment spellcasters' knowledge couldn't be restrained to 3,000 great deployment spells and 108,000 small deployment spells. That was only an expression. Authentic deployment spellcasters could cast an infinite number of deployment spells. What the everlasting celestial emperor had implied with his expression 3,000 and 108,000 deployment spells was that if a cultivator could manage to cast them all, then they'd be able to cast any deployment spell in the world. Lin Feng familiarized himself with the memories he just received. Besides, deployment spells were different from one person and another because they depended on the type of cosmic energies a cultivator understood. Depending on the type of strength used, deployment spells could have entirely different results. For example, if a cultivator wanted to create a cage using the arts of deployment spells, the best energy to use was earth energy. To make people feel drowsy, the best energy to use was illusion energy, and so on. It seems like casting powerful deployment spells requires a cultivator to control several types of abstruse energies or cosmic energies. I wonder how many types of energies the everlasting celestial emperor controlled, thought Lin Feng. To get out of here, I must cast a shattering deployment spell. Lin Feng suddenly realized. A shattering deployment spell was used to break through things. It was one of the 3,000 great deployment spells and was most effectively used with Earth Abstruse or Cosmic Energy. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. He had to understand and control a deployment spells to get out. Were all the rooms like that? How many people would be stuck in those rooms? Lin Feng shivered. The everlasting Celestial Emperor was a bit cruel. Understanding and casting a deployment spell was easier said than done. People who slow to learn would be stuck for dozens or even hundreds of years in there. Of course, that was a test and people had to be determined if they wanted to reap the benefits. One of the 3,000 great deployment spells, I'm going to be stuck inside for a while I think, thought Lin Feng smiling wryly. He was worried that if it took him too long to understand the deployment spell, his cultivation wouldn't improve as fast as he'd like. But deployment spells were powerful too, even if he hadn't been stuck inside. Would he have considered giving up this treasure? A shattering deployment spell could break through countless things. It might even be stronger than all of his current attacks. Besides, he could use deployment spells for anything. To practice cultivation, to fabricate weapons, and to concoct pills. Back then, Yan Di had cast Holy Mark's deployment spell in Tianqi's snowy mountains using abstruse energies from the qi of the earth and sky. Now, Tianqi's snowy peaks had become a holy cultivation place. Lin Feng remained in the room, studying the varying words and marks. Even though his eyes were closed, his hands were moving silently in the air. He was carving words in the air, causing a mysterious strength to form. Lin Feng used immortal abstruse energy to carve those words, which allowed them to remain longer than they normally would. A month later, Lin Feng was still carving marks with his fingers. His marks were connecting and could condense into holy mark strength. His power to learn was monstrous, but he didn't stop. Holy marks constituted the base for the 3,000 great deployment spells and the 108,000 small deployment spells, but it was too much to take in with a short time. Yan Di had practiced using marks for a long time before. It wouldn't surprise Lin Feng if he had practiced using them for over 100 years. 6 months passed, but Lin Feng was as determined as ever. All he thought about were deployment spells and nothing else could distract him. There was a small deployment spell in front of Lin Feng already. If other people knew his progress, they would probably vomit from anger. A strong deployment spellcaster had been where Lin Feng was now and had learnt one of the 3,000 great deployment spells from the everlasting Celestial Emperor. He had practiced and studied diligently for 10 years and in the end, he had only managed to understand 10% of it. 1 year passed before Lin Feng finally let his hands rest at his side. He sighed before he opened his eyes, looking disappointed. "It's been 1 year already," whispered Lin Feng. In 1 year, he hadn't done anything but study deployment spells. That shattering deployment spell was so hard to cast. How long would he need? He was still stuck carving tiny deployment spells. Actually, Lin Feng was doing great. In another cave, Lu Yao had already given up. He didn't continue practicing deployment spells, but had decided to practice cultivation instead. He was worried that it would take 10 years to practice deployment spells to a point where he could leave. He lost all his self-confidence and had decided to become an emperor with that time. Maybe he could break that curtain of light after becoming an emperor. During that year, many people had entered the forbidden area of Xianxia and appeared in the small world. They eventually found the great emperor's palace. The great emperor of the universe was the best cultivator in that small world, so it was easy to guess that the everlasting celestial emperor and the great emperor of the universe were the same person. It was also easy to recognize that it was the great imperial everlasting palace after seeing his castle. Rumors circulated in the outside world concerning the forbidden area, the everlasting celestial emperor being linked. Of course, nobody knew that the elephant which brought them to the small world was also the beast that created the destructive energies. And in the process of taking them to the small world, it would throw them violently and randomly inside. Also, nobody knew that the elephant was choosing the people who entered. Nobody knew how many people survived when entering the forbidden area. However, Lin Feng didn't know about what was going on in the great world. At that moment, he was frowning. He breathed in and whispered, "Rigor and precision are the most important concepts when casting deployment spells, because if you make a mistake, you lose everything." Lin Feng's hand shook as he used immortal energies to carve more marks. He didn't try to carve the small deployment spells anymore. He had started all over again. After a long time, some marks moved in a strange way, letting him heave a sigh of relief. Lin Feng didn't stop though, and he continued carving. The deployment marks seemed countless. All the marks were connecting and moving properly this time. Yan Di could already do that, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't try to do what the everlasting celestial emperor had taught him. He was trying to understand things beyond their foundations. He failed many times but started up again each time. Outside, seasons passed. Lin Feng had already spent 3 years in the great imperial everlasting palace. He had never needed so much time to understand something before. At that moment, almost half of the caves were closed. Countless people had come to that small world. But the difficult part wasn't getting there. It was leaving. In one of those caves, a strong cultivator from the palace of the gods opened his eyes and looked dumbstruck. He whispered, "At the palace of the gods, we're experts at deployment spells. I used to think that our deployment spells were incredible, but now I realize how ridiculous I was. The everlasting celestial emperor's deployment spells are terrifying. I don't even know how long I'll need to get out of here. Luckily, I didn't bring Xianxia. It might take me 100 years to get out of here." In a room next to him, there was a young man who was fixedly staring at the stone door. He was a young man from a very big family in Xianxia City. He was an adept at deployment spells and he was a low-level emperor already. However, he found it extremely difficult to study the everlasting celestial emperor's deployment spells. He had no problem with the basics, but to make them turn into deployment spells was another world of difficulty. He didn't know how long it'd take him to succeed. These are just a few examples of the trapped cultivators there. Many strong cultivators were even many high-level emperors, and had been inside for 3 years already, but they had the feeling they wouldn't master the deployment spell anytime soon. There was only one exception. He was wearing a Taoist robe and was popping in and out of caves seemingly effortlessly. In just 3 years, he had already been in 10 caves. He understood them easily and his deployment spells improved. He could already imagine himself having studied the 3,000 great deployment spells. Back at the great world outside of Xianxia City, there were many people resting on a mountain range. After 2 years without hearing anything from those inside, the elephant trumpeted once more, but none of them knew how to get in. Chi Yu-chun was amongst them, but he looked dispirited as well. After 3 years of not hearing back from one person who entered, he was beginning to believe that he made the right choice in not jumping in. Instead, during those 3 years, he had practiced cultivation diligently and had become even stronger. He would soon become an emperor. He was considering going back to Qingdi Mountain and practicing cultivation there. It seems like I'm not as talented as when Ao Feng. It's no wonder that our teacher prefers him, thought Chi Yu-chun, standing up. When Ao Feng had broken through to the Huang Qi layer 3 years before, but Chi Yu-chun had been stuck at the same level since. He wasn't the only one. Zhou Tianrua and the others were all in the same boat, stuck at the very, very top of the Zun Qi layer. However, Chi Yu-chun wasn't sad. He knew just how difficult it was to become an emperor. There was a gigantic difference between the Zun Qi layer and the Huang Qi layer. If only he had fate seeds, then he could break through to the Huang Qi layer easily. But he had decided that he didn't to use them. He wanted to rely on himself to overcome this obstacle. Lin Feng, back then you had broken through to the 8th Zun Qi layer, and you were an extremely good fighter, but you probably haven't broken through to the Huang Qi layer yet. I guarantee you I will break through to the Huang Qi layer before you, thought Chi Yu-chun, feeling determined. He thought that he had been stuck at the top of the Zun Qi layer because Lin Feng had influenced him back then. It was at that moment that Lin Feng finally opened his eyes. He moved his hands with incredible precision, causing the space around him to distort more and more. Break! Lin Feng shook his hand and a terrifying strength crashed onto the light curtain. The cave shook as energies bounced back and crashed onto Lin Feng's body, making him strike the back of the cave again. My deployment spell is not explosive enough. I can't break the door with just that strength, thought Lin Feng, shaking his head. He was a bit disappointed. If a powerful deployment spellcaster had been there with him, they would have been extremely pissed off if they heard him. In just 3 years, Lin Feng could already start casting powerful deployment spells. I wonder if I will ever get out. Lin Feng slowly walked towards the light curtain again. He put his hands on it and marks appeared once more. The marks flashed as he infused strength into them. Lin Feng didn't stop as he released abstruse strength into the light curtain. He also released immortal qi, making the marks become even more distinct. Lin Feng performed 1,000,000 movements, filling the marks with 1,000,000 shattering words. Lin Feng moved back and performed one last hand seal. Dazzling lights illuminated the cave and then a terrifying strength surfaced. The light curtain broke apart and the door slowly opened itself. The lights from outside slowly filled the cave, shining upon Lin Feng. 3 years. Lin Feng came out and glanced around. Even though he didn't know if the sky there was fake or real, seeing sunlight again felt extremely pleasant. He had never practiced something for that long before. During those 3 years, the outside world had changed. Maybe those who used to be cultivators at the very top of the Zun Qi layer had already broken through to the Huang Qi layer. Lin Feng left the cave. He considered that cave was the shattering deployment spell cave. What did the 299 others look like? Lin Feng glanced around and looked for another empty cave. He wanted to try another one. Boom, boom! At that moment, a terrifying strength launched towards him. He thought he was going to suffocate under that strength. He frowned and glanced around. What was going on? Kaboom! The strength became even more terrifying. It was as if the space around him was going to collapse. Was someone attacking the great emperor's palace? If that was the case, they must be extremely strong. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who felt that. Everybody there did, even those who were practicing inside the caves. However, after the palace shook twice, the atmosphere became calm again. The calm was misleading as a terrifying strength moved around the palace, causing even the mountains to break apart. The peak on which the everlasting celestial emperor was sitting also broke apart. Lin Feng heard some sounds coming from the sky, making him wonder if it was going to collapse. Gigantic craters and canyons appeared. Fissures appeared in the sky and finally, the sky broke apart. The outside world appeared in Lin Feng's field of vision. There was someone standing above them. They looked both proud and arrogant. That person was wearing a cyan robe and his gaze was sharp. He was fixedly staring at the everlasting celestial emperor's physical body. That person seemed to be 30 years old, but looks could be deceiving. A great emperor! Lin Feng was astonished. That cultivator in the cyan robe was a great emperor. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly have destroyed the great emperor's palace. At that moment, whistling sounds appeared as the earth and the sky shook violently. It was the elephant who had appeared above them. "You stupid animal! You think you can throw me inside?" said the young man. He shook his hand and golden lights flashed. Then a gigantic ball of light appeared, seemingly containing an infinite number of marks in the form of a deployment spell. "Piss off!" The golden lights streaked across the sky and assaulted the elephant, crushing him. Right after, everything around them became chaotic. It was as if the earth and sky were going to fall apart. The gigantic elephant was propelled away. The young man jumped forwards and landed before the everlasting celestial emperor's physical body. He said in a cold way, "You didn't go too far to hide. Surprisingly, you were hiding in a small world. What a pity for you. Did you think that the forbidden area of Xianxia could stop me? Your most outstanding disciple." That young man's hand moved towards the physical body as he released a terrifying strength which seemed like it could destroy anything. But as that strength swept forward, some lights appeared around the great emperor's physical body. The great emperor in cyan robe frowned, but then smiled coldly. "Your deployment spells are still quite strong. I wonder when you carved them? But don't forget that, in terms of deployment spells, I'm even stronger than you. You probably understand that in front of me, you have no chance to escape. Sense the power of my shattering deployment spell. Is it stronger than yours?" said the young man. He took a step backwards and condensed golden strength. It wasn't Earth strength like Lin Feng would have thought. After seeing that the Great Emperor was going to unleash an incredible attack, Lin Feng ran away. Lin Feng made it far off in the distance before that Great Emperor in the cyan robes finished condensing his strength into a deployment spell. It wasn't finished quite yet, but it still looked terrifying. "Break!" said the Great Emperor in the cyan robe. He looked arrogant, proud, and confident in his strength. His shattering deployment spell crashed onto the Emperor's physical body. Although his attack looked tiny, he purposely used as little space as possible to create an attack which was as powerful as possible. He wasted neither time nor energy this way. Kaboom! A loud bang sounded. The physical body cracked apart, making the Great Emperor in the cyan robe smile coldly. Oh no! However, at that moment the Great Emperor's facial expression changed drastically. Surprisingly, his great deployment spell bounced back at him. Energies evolved and rose to the skies before they attacked the Great Emperor in the cyan robe. He tried to escape, but it was already too late. He was imprisoned, and the energies crashed against his body. The Great Emperor in cyan clothes was propelled into the ground. His face turned deathly pale. He knew that even if he used a powerful defensive spell, the energies would still lacerate him. Evolution. How is that possible? Surprisingly, your deployment spell can evolve. The Great Emperor in the cyan clothes was stupefied. The everlasting Celestial Emperor's physical body hadn't moved this whole time. However, he suddenly opened his eyes. He wasn't breathing, his heart wasn't beating, but his eyes resembled those of a living being. Why couldn't it be possible? Don't forget that I'm your teacher, and I'm the one who transmitted those deployment spells to you, said the everlasting Celestial Emperor calmly. Humph. Everybody thinks that you are an extremely talented deployment spellcaster. But what people don't know is that you stole the Holy Emperor's deployment spells. That's how you became the everlasting Celestial Emperor. Don't think that I don't know about that. If you transmitted all your knowledge to me with my natural abilities, I should be stronger than you, said the Great Emperor in the cyan clothes. The gigantic elephant had returned and landed next to the everlasting Celestial Emperor. It was looking at the Great Emperor in the cyan clothes in a cold way. The everlasting Celestial Great Emperor raised his hand, causing marks to appear. All the caves suddenly opened, and their prisoners came out. However, they were shocked to see the everlasting Celestial Emperor fighting someone. Do you regret having ever called me teacher? As a teacher, maybe I could forgive you and transmit you my final knowledge, said the everlasting Celestial Emperor calmly. Surprisingly, the Great Emperor in cyan clothes looked at him in a disdainful way and said, "You are not even complete. Do you actually believe that you can defeat me? Since it's that way, just forget it," said the everlasting Celestial Emperor. Then he released his godly awareness, which turned into a million beams of light. They moved towards the third eyes of everyone who had just appeared. The Great Emperor in cyan clothes frowned after he witnessed this. He then asked, "What are you doing? Maybe some of these people will receive everything I know. Maybe it will only be one person, maybe two. Of course, maybe none of them have received anything. Will you chase them or myself?" asked the everlasting Celestial Emperor smiling. Suddenly, from under his feet, a terrifying light mark appeared. Buzzing sounds vibrated before the everlasting Celestial Emperor suddenly disappeared. What a schemer! The Great Emperor in cyan clothes looked furious. He quickly raised his hand and grabbed the two people closest to him. He released his godly awareness and dived into their memories. Nothing! He shook his hand and their bodies exploded. He then threw the rest of their flesh and bones away. After that, he ran towards the everlasting Celestial Emperor. Although he wanted to inspect everybody's memories, he figured that the everlasting Celestial Emperor hadn't actually sent anything to anyone. Therefore, he could only attack the everlasting Celestial Emperor. "Come here," said the gigantic elephant. The crowd was startled to see that incredible elephant talking to them, but they all jumped onto the elephant's back. The elephant wanted to take them back now. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered, and he jumped onto the elephant, but he was frowning. Wuxia had also come to that small world, and now that elephant was leaving. How could Wuxia make it back without the elephant? The earth and sky shook as the gigantic elephant then rose up in the air. Emperor! Lin Feng saw Yan Di's silhouette flicker before he disappeared. Surprisingly, he wasn't going back with the elephant. I have things to do. Take care of yourself, said Yan Di loudly. Then he disappeared. Those who were outside of the palace had watched as the elephant rose up in the air, still trying to comprehend everything that had happened. A moment before, someone had attacked the great emperor of the universe's palace, and now the elephant was leaving with so many people on its back. When had so many people entered the palace? Master Elephant, can you wait a second? Shouted Lin Feng. He finally saw Wuxia, who was currently releasing acceleration abstruse energy to madly catch up. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up with the elephant. The gigantic elephant suddenly moved back down, and the remaining people from the outside world jumped onto the elephant's back, including Wuxia and the girl. Xiao saw Lin Feng on the elephant's back. Lin Feng had been looking for the everlasting celestial emperor's palace for a long time. But was it really the great emperor of the universe's palace? Just where was Lin Feng from? She had to hide for the past 3 years because those people from the Palace of Tyranny had chased her. They were looking for her and Lin Feng to get their revenge. She had come back just a year before and had waited there for Lin Feng. And now he was leaving on this elephant's back? Xiao, said Lin Feng, throwing a ring at her from the elephant's back. He's leaving. Xiao caught the ring as he disappeared. The elephant pierced through the sky. But just where was that gigantic elephant going? Is there something in the sky? Thought Xiao. She was starting to have doubts about her own world. Even though Lin Feng had pierced through the sky, the situation was still dangerous. Back in Xianxia, they were brought back to the forbidden area, an area filled with destructive energies. The gigantic elephant rose up in the air, but the destructive energies continuously assaulted the protective layer around it. Many holes started to form, and many people died from the energies which snuck through. But the elephant used its full strength to get through the most dangerous part. Even though the worst was over, the remaining crowd on the elephant's back were still scared shitless. Lin Feng, did you go into the palace? Asked Wuxia to Lin Feng using telepathy. If Lin Feng hadn't told the elephant to wait, it would have left without him. Even though it wasn't a great effort for the elephant, for those on the ground, it was a life-saving feat. I did. It really was the everlasting celestial emperor's palace. There were 81 traps inside and many people died. After those 81 tests, I got to the center of the palace where there were 3,000 caves from which you could learn the 3,000 great deployment spells of the emperor. The everlasting celestial emperor and his 3,000 great deployment spells. Wuxia's eyes twinkled as he thought about it. If you obtain, I didn't get any, said Wuxia laughing. He didn't mind, he couldn't have gotten in anyways. Wuxia didn't know that so many people had regretted entering those caves because they had been stuck inside for such a long time. It's good for those who survived. During those 3 years, you've already reached the very top of the Zun Qi layer, you'll soon break through to the Huang Qi layer. Look at me, I'm still stuck at the same level as when I entered this small world, said Lin Feng, still using telepathy. He didn't mind though, he was excited rather. Not only had he obtained a deployment spell, but in the thread of godly awareness that the great emperor and sent everyone, he had also obtained 3,000 great deployment spells. Lin Feng had already practiced for 3 years, but that was nothing, especially after breaking through to the Huang Qi layer. But the everlasting celestial emperor's skills were priceless. At that moment, Lu Yao arrived next to Lin Feng and Wuxia. He looked at Lin Feng and smiled indifferently. Lin Feng, after 3 years you're still a cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer. You must have made great progress in terms of deployment spells, I suppose. Lin Feng glanced at Lu Yao and smiled coldly. I'm alright, thought Lu Yao, groaning coldly. The everlasting celestial emperor's great deployment spells were incredible. And yet Lin Feng dared say, I'm alright? That must have meant that he had wasted the last 3 years trying to understand them, even though it was impossible to understand them in such a short time. Lin Feng was ridiculous. Lu Yao had spent half a year trying to understand deployment spells before he realized that it was too difficult. At that time, he stopped and decided to practice cultivation. He wasn't far from breaking through to the Huang Qi layer anymore. He was confident that with his level of sword cultivation, he could now easily kill the person he used to be 3 years before. On the other hand, Lin Feng hadn't progressed at all. He just wasted time trying to understand deployment spells which were impossible to understand in such a short time. For Lu Yao, those deployment spell memories were priceless treasures which had nothing to do with cultivation. Lu Yao sat down next to Lin Feng as if they were friends, seemingly forgetting that they had wanted to fight in the past. Lin Feng, your sword cultivation is incredible. Back then, you could have easily defeated me, but now you've wasted so much time trying to understand deployment spells. It's a pity because most emperors can't necessarily understand deployment spells, let alone us Zun-level cultivators, said Lu Yao calmly. Lin Feng looked amused. He smiled at Lu Yao and said, "Are you done talking?" Lu Yao was angry on the inside, but he didn't show it on the outside. How could Lin Feng remain so calm and even make fun of him? There's no way he'd progressed these last 3 years. "Yes, I am," said Lu Yao nodding. "All right, if you're done talking shit, piss off. Get away from me," said Lin Feng. Lu Yao stood up and groaned coldly. "When we go back to the Great World, we'll have to exchange views on sword cultivation, brother Lin." After Lu Yao said that, he walked away. Lin Feng didn't even glance at him as he left. Lin Feng didn't care about him at all. The girl next to Wuxia, Lu Yao's fellow disciple, looked at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes, amazed. "Little friend," said an emperor coming to Lin Feng at that moment. That was the emperor he had met in the palace where they were going through all the traps. Lin Feng remembered that guy was rather nice, unlike the emperor in green clothes whom Lin Feng had killed. "Master," said Lin Feng nodding. The emperor smiled and said, "Little friend, don't call me master. It makes it sound like we didn't know each other. Call me Muyi. I must show respect because you're older than me. I'll call you Master Muyi then," said Lin Feng, smiling politely. "All right, little friend, you haven't leveled up during the last 3 years, so you must have been studying deployment spells?" Muyi asked Lin Feng. Unlike Lu Yao, he knew that Lin Feng was smart. He even watched him kill an emperor with his sword. Because he knew that Lin Feng was smart, he knew that Lin Feng couldn't have possibly wasted his time in the palace. This led him to believe that Lin Feng had dedicated the whole time to deployment spells. The results were insignificant, but I now have a deeper appreciation of deployment spells, said Lin Feng modestly. The results hadn't been insignificant at all. Apart from Yan Di, he was the only one who had managed to learn one full deployment spell. That was why the everlasting Celestial Emperor had transmitted all the deployment spells to him. What a show-off, thought Lu Yao after he heard Lin Feng. He must have learnt something while he was there. Muyi was pleasantly surprised. Lin Feng had understood one of the 1,000 great deployment spells. That by itself was amazing and could qualify him as a real genius. "Little friend, I also learnt some things. When we get out, can we exchange views on deployment spells? We can even spend some time together. What do you think?" asked Muyi while smiling at Lin Feng. He thought Lin Feng was extraordinary, so befriending him before he became stronger could only benefit him. Lin Feng noticed that Muyi's eyes were twinkling. It was always good to have an emperor as a friend, but Lin Feng didn't know what that guy had in mind. Even though Lin Feng thought Muyi was respectful and nice so far, traveling with him might be a risk. If Muyi became aggressive, Lin Feng wouldn't stand a chance. Besides, Lin Feng didn't know how strong Muyi really was, just that he was interested in deployment spells. "Muyi doesn't know that I received all of the deployment spells from the everlasting Celestial Emperor. Apart from that, I know nothing which could be interesting to an emperor," thought Lin Feng. He smiled and nodded. "That would be a pleasure, Master Muyi." "Haha, great. I also learned some stuff. This way we can both learn from each other," said Muyi. He was very happy that Lin Feng had accepted. Lu Yao grew even more upset after he heard Lin Feng and Muyi talking. He wanted to fight Lin Feng when they got back. But now an emperor might interfere. While this was happening, Everyone was still surrounded by destructive energies. The elephant was inhaling and exhaling them as they neared the entrance to the forbidden zone. After a while, they arrived at the periphery of the forbidden area and the gigantic elephant stopped. "Let's go. After you get out, leave Xianxia City as fast as possible," said the gigantic elephant. Then people's silhouettes flickered out. A lot of people were eyeballing Lin Feng and the others after they left the forbidden area. During those 3 years, many more people had heard about the forbidden area, and they came, but because they hadn't heard about the elephant, they were at a loss as to what to do. "They came out," thought the crowd. Surprisingly, people had made it out alive from the forbidden area. On top of that, there wasn't just a few of them, but a crowd. Whoosh! People moved like the wind and landed in front of those who had just come out of the forbidden area. Some emperors in the sky looked down at them and asked indifferently, "Where did you go? Did you find the emperor's palace?" "The emperor's palace is in the forbidden area, but it's been destroyed. A great emperor came and destroyed it," said Mui calmly. "The palace was destroyed?" The crowd was shocked. "Lu Yao Ruoxia, Lin Shui," said an emperor at that moment. He was probably a strong cultivator from Sword Mountain because he had an ancient-looking sword resting on his back. Then he said to them, "Come with me." "All right," Lu Yao said while nodding. Then he followed. He was safe with that elder, which was important right now because some people wanted to know more about the emperor's palace, so everyone who just escaped were probably in danger. Ruoxia nodded at Lin Feng and then left with Lin Shui. Sword Mountain had some powerful emperors, so nobody tried to prevent them from leaving. "Let's go as well," said Mui to Lin Feng. He was strong enough as well, so nobody would try to stop them. The crowd glanced over the remaining people, especially those who were weaker or didn't belong to a powerful group. At that moment, in the distance, gigantic waves of chi rolled in waves. Mui looked surprised and frowned and accelerated. Many people in the surroundings did the same and accelerated. "Those who just left the forbidden area can't leave. That's an order from the everlasting palace," said an extremely loud voice. Mui and everybody else were startled. However, Mui and the other emperors accelerated away. Only stupid people would have stopped. "An order from the everlasting palace?" asked Lin Feng. "Did it have to do anything with the everlasting celestial emperor?" After the everlasting celestial emperor fell, his disciple rebuilt the everlasting palace, but he rebuilt in another territory in Xianxia City. The one who had attacked the palace probably informed people from the outside world, so this would be them. Unfortunately for them, they were slower than us. Mui's speed was terrifying. They flew over countless mountain ranges, but they didn't stop once. If they did, those people from the everlasting palace might catch up with them. "Lin Feng, you haven't leveled up yet. We can find a place for you to rest and level up if you want. I don't have any ideas, so you can simply tell me where you want to go and I'll follow you," said Mui as he smiled at Lin Feng. "I want to go to Qingdi Mountain where the 9 great celestial castles are. You must know about that place, right, Master Mui?" asked Lin Feng. The 9 great celestial castles were very far, so it wouldn't surprise Lin Feng if Mui didn't know where they were. "I do. You can access the small worlds from there. The place is all right, but there are so many people trying to rule over the small worlds there. The 9 great celestial castles have existed for a long time and are quite influential. I've never been there, but I know about it," said Mui laughing. "I'd be happy to go there. It's probably a good place to exchange views on deployment spells." "I think so too," said Lin Feng smiling happily. The reason why he didn't ask to go back to Yao Yi Island was because most of the people from there had left to look for the great imperial everlasting palace. If he practiced deployment spells there, then they'd know he had received the everlasting celestial emperor's transmissions. Lin Feng still didn't know who the leaders of Yao Yi Island were, so he didn't want to risk it. Mui and Lin Feng eventually arrived in the territory of the 9 great celestial castles. Lin Feng had already changed his face to one that nobody in the great world had ever seen. He hadn't been to the 9 great celestial castles for 3 years now, so he didn't expect to find too much trouble. His new identity was Muen from the Everlasting Palace. The Everlasting Palace was in Xianxia City, which is extremely far from the 9 great celestial castles, so nobody in the 9 great celestial castles should know about all their cultivators. Of course, Lin Feng had already told Mui about all this, so Mui was now also from the Everlasting Palace. Mui was Muon's uncle and they were traveling to become stronger. Lin Feng and Mui didn't go to any of the castles. They stayed inside the buffer zone instead. Lin Feng and Mui had found a courtyard and were seated on some stone chairs. They were chatting about the deployment spells they'd learned. Mui had obtained the illusion deployment spell in his cave. Using illusion cosmic energy to carve its deployment marks was the most powerful way to cast the illusion deployment spell. Lin Feng didn't hide the fact that he had studied the shattering deployment spell. He had actually received all the deployment spells, but he hadn't told Mui about that. They exchanged views about their respective deployment spells and even exchanged them. Lin Feng didn't mind giving his shattering deployment spell to Mui. The Everlasting Celestial Emperor's deployment spells constitute an extensive knowledge and profound scholarship. After 3 years, I still have this feeling that I know very little about them. You're even more talented than me, Lin Feng, said Mui sighing. Then he smiled and said, I wonder who he transmitted his knowledge to in the end, when he released his godly awareness to everyone. Maybe he didn't give anything to anyone, trying to lure away the great emperor who was attacking him, said Lin Feng. No, in my opinion, he must have chosen 2 people. He couldn't risk letting his deployment spells disappear. Besides, he probably chose the most talented people. That way, when those people become strong and mastered his deployment spells, they'd attract the attention of the Everlasting Palace. His descendant will then fight against his disciple, avenging him. Mui explained all this while smiling cheerfully. Lin Feng hadn't thought about it that much. When they left the forbidden area, strong cultivators were already waiting for them. That meant that the descendants of the Everlasting Celestial Emperor, who had received his transmissions, were already enemies of the Great Emperor in the cyan clothes. The Great Emperor wasn't going to let the Everlasting Celestial Emperor's descendants off. All the descendants could do now was to remain discreet as they continued to grow stronger. The Everlasting Celestial Emperor is cruel then, leaving his descendants in such danger, said Lin Feng laughing and shaking his head. If anyone had the choice, they'd still choose to receive his transmissions though, said Mui smiling. He didn't know that Lin Feng had come out of a cave on his own. Otherwise, he would have thought that Lin Feng had received the Emperor's transmissions. Lin Feng had also thought about that. He was wondering what the Great Emperor in cyan clothes thought when he saw him outside the cultivation caves. Did he know that it meant that Lin Feng had come out on his own? Master Mui, you're right. Nobody could refuse the Emperor's transmissions, said Lin Feng smiling. In the cave, apart from learning the shattering deployment spell, I also received some instructions concerning deployment spells. I need to study those memories some, and when I'm done, I'll show you too. That way we can progress together. Alright, practice well. I'm going to try practicing the illusion deployment spell while you're busy, said Mui happily. Lin Feng nodded and went to his room. In the Everlasting Celestial Emperor's transmissions, there were methods to creating deployment weapons which was different from creating regular weapons. To create these weapons, cultivators needed to carve holy marks in their deployment spells. They also needed some materials, soul strength, and fire. Lin Feng went back to his room and started studying the transmissions. Back in Tianqi, one of the leaders had given him a talisman in which he had carved holy marks into. Crushing that talisman had increased Lin Feng's speed by incredible amounts. If he could carve holy marks with wind and empty space strength, and then put them in a talisman, his speed would increase by a lot. Could be life-saving tool in the great world. Lin Feng practiced for a month before he left his room and went to the market. There, he got some animal furs which he could use to carve holy marks into, creating talismans. Then, he went back to his room and spent even more time in there. 2 months. When Lin Feng came out the next time, he found that the courtyard was enveloped by mist. Lin Feng released his godly awareness but found that something was blocking him. How is that illusion deployment spell, Lin Feng? Asked Mui smiling. Not bad at all. I really could get stuck inside, said Lin Feng laughing. It's not that powerful, but it's okay. I've been practicing for a while now, but that's the best I can do. Illusion deployment spells are really difficult to understand, said Mui smiling. Cosmic energy was better than abstruse energy to carve deployment marks with, and deployment marks carved using illusion cosmic energy were more powerful than other types of marks when casting illusion deployment spells. That was the reason why the spells was that powerful even though Mui hadn't understood much. Master Mui, you're doing great already, said Lin Feng encouragingly. Mui looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Do you want to go out again? Yes. I need more materials to create a talisman, and to cast more powerful deployment spells with, replied Lin Feng. Mui nodded and said, All right, you can go. Mui waved and the illusion faded. A small path appeared and Lin Feng walked through it to go to the market in the buffer zone. Lin Feng walked through the market in the buffer zone, observing the many priceless treasures. Lin Feng bought some materials for his talisman first and then he went to a place to get furs. I need a high-quality fur to carve holy marks with, sir, said Lin Feng to an old man in a shop. He needed high-level items because ordinary items couldn't stand holy mark strength. What animal level? Asked the old man. As high as possible, replied Lin Feng. I have a fur from an animal at the top of the Zun Qi layer, a Saiyan thunder lion. But it's expensive, said the old man. High-level Zun beasts were difficult to kill, so their products were naturally extremely expensive. A few holy weapons should be enough, right? Asked Lin Feng. He had many holy weapons to bargain with after he had gathered them during previous battles. The old man looked at the holy weapons and smiled. That's fine. Then, Lin Feng exchanged the lion fur for the holy weapons. The fur was cyan and purple in color and looked to be in great quality. He didn't care about the holy weapons that much. With that fur, he could make a great talisman. If he managed to make a talisman, it would be priceless, even more valuable than all those holy weapons. Lin Feng took the fur and left the shop. He walked short distance and stopped again, this time because some people had appeared in front of him. The leader of the group looked like a noble. Your Excellency, we want to exchange something for that animal fur you bought, said the young man who was wearing golden clothes. Lin Feng recognized the clothes as those worn by cultivators from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness. What are you asking for it? Asked Lin Feng smiling. This holy weapon for your fur, said the young man, taking out a medium-level holy weapon. Lin Feng smiled again while saying indifferently, Why don't you just steal it? The young man frowned after he heard Lin Feng, but tried to remain calm and smiled calmly back. Your Excellency? I'm Zhou Tianmu from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness. If you give me that fur, you'll be able to say that you are my friend. Why would I need that? Asked Lin Feng. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. He was wondering who Zhou Tianmu was relative to Zhou Tianshao and Zhou Tianrua. Zhou Tianmu was at the top of the 8th Zun Qi layer and his qi wasn't stable. Thus, Zhou Tianmu didn't seem that strong. Zhou Tianmu looked at Lin Feng in a cold way and said, Your Excellency, I am willing to exchange a holy weapon for your fur. Don't be disrespectful now. Even though Zhou Tianmu didn't look amazing, he knew all the strong younger people in the 9 great celestial castles and Lin Feng wasn't one of them. Why are you even being polite with him? Just steal his item, said someone next to Zhou Tianmu in a rude way. He was probably one of Zhou Tianmu's guards because he had broken through to the 9th Zun Qi layer. Very good. I'll use you to see how powerful my talisman is, said Lin Feng in a low voice. The guy in front of him took a large step towards him, and a gigantic golden hand suddenly appeared above Lin Feng. But Lin Feng used his talisman against the golden hand. Boom! Explosions sounded as that strong cultivator gave a horrible shriek. His hand was broken and it was on fire. Slash! He released golden holy qi from his other hand to heal himself. Quickly enough, he managed to put out the fire. His face was deathly pale, like a sheet of paper, as he stared at his hand. That deployment talisman was terrifying. Zhou Tianmu and the other guy were shocked. That person's qi looked ordinary, but it was actually very strong. Since Lin Feng looked yellowish and sick, Zhou Tianmu had first proposed an exchange. He didn't want to steal it directly, but then Lin Feng had been impolite, so he needed to be taught a lesson. Lin Feng just wanted to try out his talisman, of which he had used demon and fire abstruse energies to carve the holy marks with. He had also used the shattering deployment spell, so defeating a cultivator of the 9th Xianxia layer was nothing exceptional. He couldn't wait to improve his talisman with better materials, then he could crush any cultivator of the Xianxia layer. "How dare you?" said Zhou Tianmu. Lin Feng smiled in a strange way and said, "Did you think I was going to let him attack me without protecting myself?" Lin Feng then took out 2 talismans and left. Zhou Tianmu looked pale. "Who are you? How come you dare attack our people from the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness?" "The Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness?" said Lin Feng, stopping in the air. He looked at Zhou Tianmu in a cold way and said, "Give me your rings and break your connections to them." Kaboom! Zhou Tianmu immediately released qi. "Do you want me to take them myself?" asked Lin Feng, walking towards them with his deployment talisman in hand. Suddenly, Lin Feng disappeared as he turned into a shadow. The one whose hand had been injured a moment before looked terrified. He wanted to escape, but Lin Feng's deployment talisman immediately crashed onto his chest. Pieces of flesh exploded, and he started burning. He gave horrible shrieks before he was quickly reduced to ash. "Isn't that Zhou Tianmu? He likes to bully weaker people." But he didn't expect to run into a talisman expert. People who fabricate deployment talismans are rare, and yet he's a good one. He killed a cultivator of the 9th Xianxia layer effortlessly with that talisman. I wonder if he made it himself, because if he did, he's even more talented than I'm giving him credit for. Somebody in surrounding crowd said. Lin Feng didn't care about them. He walked to the one who was burning, knelt a bit, and took his ring. Then he said indifferently, "You're very disrespectful." Then, Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Zhou Tianmu and the other guy. He could easily kill them with his strength, but he had changed his face so he couldn't use his real powers. He was Mu'en from the Everlasting Palace now, and he was a deployment spellcaster. "Give them to me or I'll take them myself," said Lin Feng cruelly. He looked like a freak with his sickly yellow face. "Anyone can make mistakes, but you must forgive them when possible. The Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness wants friends like you," said Zhou Tianmu, trying to scare Lin Feng using the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness reputation. "I don't care about that," said Lin Feng as he stepped towards Zhou Tianmu. But Lin Feng's intimidation worked as he immediately took out his ring and threw it at Lin Feng. "If you guys hide anything from me, I'll do the same to you," said Lin Feng indifferently. Zhou Tianmu glanced at his friend, and they both took out more rings and threw them at Lin Feng. They didn't want to take any risks now that they knew Lin Feng could easily kill them. "Piss off now," said Lin Feng. Zhou Tianmu and his guard then left. Lin Feng ignored them and continued walking ahead, not concealing himself as he moved. People who make talismans are interesting. Surprisingly, that guy doesn't fear the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness, thought the crowd in the distance. The Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness will definitely look for him at some point. After all, Zhou Tianmu was part of their direct lineage. Lin Feng walked back calmly. Muyi was still trying his illusion deployment spells when he made it back. He took Lin Feng inside aside and said, "Lin Feng, is there anything you'd improve here?" Lin Feng glanced around at the mist, and then he released his godly awareness and inspected the illusion. He couldn't find any exits. Bzzz. Lin Feng suddenly jumped and moved around quickly. He realized that he really was stuck inside. He kept moving about, but he always ended up in the same place. Mui smiled and said, "My illusion isn't big, but it works. I can't wait to learn how to make larger ones someday." "You will," said Lin Feng smiling. "Master Muyi, I'm going to practice my shattering deployment spell in the courtyard, and I don't want to be disturbed," said Lin Feng smiling. Muyi nodded. "All right, I won't be far." Lin Feng put his hand on the ground and started carving marks, each stroke being clear and distinct. "How strong," thought Muyi. Lin Feng's deployment spells were far better than his, especially when it came to carving marks. His strokes were so precise and clear. Really strong deployment spellcasters don't even need to use their hands. They can simply use their feet. I need to sense the ground better with my hands. I wish I was at the everlasting Celestial Emperor's level though. He only used his mind to carve marks. That's the highest level, said Lin Feng smiling. Muyi nodded back in agreeance. For hours later, Lin Feng managed to cast a powerful shattering deployment spell. Muyi was astounded by his work. At that moment, he realized just how far he was from Lin Feng when it came to deployment spells. It seemed like following Lin Feng was the right choice. After casting the shattering deployment spell, Lin Feng went back to his room to make great talismans with the materials he had purchased. Meanwhile, Muyi continued improving his illusion deployment spell. At that moment, some people arrived outside of Lin Feng's house and surrounded it. The leader of the group was an old man who looked very strong. Zhou Tianmu was standing next to him. They had brought many cultivators of the 8th and 9th Zunqi layer with them. "Young master!" shouted some people outside. They moved aside to let Zhou Tianmu pass. Zhou Tianmu looked furious as he said, "Where is he?" "In his room, but we can't see clearly because there's an illusion in the way," explained someone as he pointed at Lin Feng's house. Zhou Tianmu nodded. The old man next to him was a cultivator at the very top of the Zunqi layer, but he wasn't talented enough to break through to the Huangqi layer without fate seeds. The great celestial palace of thoughtfulness didn't care about him too much because of that. Zhou Tianmu wasn't that talented either, so he couldn't ask for help from their emperors. But this guy was at the top of the Zunqi layer and had a force which was multiplied by 1,000. That should be enough to kill Lin Feng. "Let's go," said Zhou Tianmu. They arrived in front of the illusion, but the old man raised his hand and said, "Tianmu, you said he knew that you were from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness but still dared attack you. Let's see who he is first." "I'm Di Xiu from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness. I came to greet you, your excellency," said the cultivator at the very top of the Zunqi layer extremely loudly. Muyi frowned. "Who?" Lin Feng came out of his room after he heard that guy. Lin Feng and Muyi could clearly see outside from inside the illusion with their godly awareness. "So many people came to greet them? Piss off," said Lin Feng extremely loudly, leaving Di Xiu, Zhou Tianmu and the others upset. "Just how arrogant could you get? Di Xiu, that person is extremely arrogant, so don't be polite to him. Just go in and kill him," said Zhou Tianmu to Di Xiu. "Your Excellency, if you don't come out, don't blame me for coming in," said Di Xiu loudly. Nobody replied this time, making him feel even more humiliated. He groaned coldly and entered the illusion while releasing golden holy qi. But as soon as he entered the mist, he was moved somewhere else. "Deployment spell?" Di Xiu said, distressed. Suddenly, he rose up in the air, trying to escape the spell. Zhou Tianmu and the others followed him, but their godly awareness were blocked. A deployment talisman, and now this. "Is he a deployment spellcaster?" asked Di Xiu. Zhou Tianmu had said that that sick-looking young man probably hadn't made the talisman himself because they had never heard of such a strong deployment spellcaster in the region. "If you're not a coward, come out and fight," said Zhou Tianmu. He was getting impatient. "You're acting recklessly," said a voice. Then suddenly, the ground shook and marks appeared under his feet. A terrifying strength emanated from those marks. "Be careful." Di Xiu sensed something was coming. Zhou Tianmu released more golden holy qi, but a light rose up in the air and enveloped his foot. The light took his leg, but if he hadn't moved so quickly, his entire body would have been enveloped by that light. Deployment spells again. Di Xiu was getting concerned, especially now that Zhou Tianmu was trapped. He had only lost his leg, but it would still be extremely difficult for him to heal. Barring that, they still had to get out first. "Let's get out," said Zhou Tianmu furiously. He started running, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get out. Di Xiu was petrified as he shouted, "Your Excellency, forgive us. Please let us leave, I beg you. I told you to piss off, but you came in. Now you're not going anywhere," said Lin Feng calmly. There was a subtle sound, like someone closing a door. Di Xiu's face turned deathly pale. "You must want to die," shouted Zhou Tianmu furiously. Then he took out a talisman and broke it. He could only use that talisman if he was in imminent danger. After breaking it, some strong emperors would come and save him. Outside the deployment spell, more people were gathering. Let's go and inform Jin Shinjun. Then they disappeared. At the same time, some other people started running away to inform their respective groups that a powerful deployment spellmaster was in their territory. Not long after, some golden holy chi rose to the skies and a silhouette in a golden robe appeared. Someone dared threaten young people from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness? Jin Shinjun was seated cross-legged in one of the larger halls in the celestial chi castle. He looked excited after he overheard some people talking about a deployment spellcaster who was attacking people from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness. That's great. You said that person can also create deployment spell talismans? Asked Jin Shinjun. I saw him with my own eyes. He killed a cultivator of the 9th Zun Chi layer with one. I don't know if he created the talisman himself though. That person replied. Jin Shinjun nodded and stood up. If Celestial Chi Castle could invite him, that would be interesting. Jin Shinjun knew that having a deployment spellcaster as a friend could be extremely beneficial, so he instantly rose up in the air without wasting time. At that moment, outside of Lin Feng's house, golden holy chi was madly dashing to the skies. People raised their heads to look at the cultivator who was unleashing that strength, but they couldn't even open their eyes because it was too bright. An emperor, a strong cultivator from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness? Thought the crowd. That person was going to attack the deployment spell head-on because Zhou Tianmu and the others were stuck inside. Many people rushed over wanting to watch. That deployment spellcaster was extremely arrogant and despised people from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness. But what could he do against an emperor? Who dared attack my people? Yelled the emperor. He hadn't arrived yet, but he was already releasing chi and shouting furiously. After a few more minutes, he finally arrived in the sky above Lin Feng's house. He's here. Illusion deployment spell? The emperor glanced around. He jumped forwards and released terrifying golden lights which surrounded the deployment spell. The cosmic energies from which the deployment spell was composed slowly faded. Mui's deployment spell wasn't that strong after all. Just about any emperor could destroy it if they tried. Mui was furious when he saw that. Don't worry, Master Mui, I can handle them, said Lin Feng, smiling indifferently. Mui looked pensive, but then he smiled and nodded. He was wondering why those people were angry with Lin Feng. He knew Lin Feng didn't like them, but that was why he had put on a mask and had chosen a new identity. He couldn't figure out what Lin Feng's goal was. Mui recalled his chi and walked to his room. He wanted to see how Lin Feng was going to deal with an emperor. The ground continued to quake as the illusion deployment spell was slowly falling apart. Finally, it broke, letting the clouds roll in waves and releasing those who were stuck inside. Zhou Tianmu and the others glanced around, realizing that they were actually very close to Lin Feng. Kill him! Crush him! Said Zhou Tianmu furiously. His leg was still bleeding, and his face was deathly pale. The strong cultivator in the sky looked down at Lin Feng in a cold way. You dared attack people from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness? Asked the emperor when he saw that Zhou Tianmu's leg had been cut off. Even though Zhou Tianmu was weak, he was a direct descendant of the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness. Hurting him was equal to humiliating the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness. Boom, boom! A terrifying strength fell from the sky. The emperor's eyes were filled with murder. Lin Feng glanced at him and then he glanced at the people next to him, noting that they were getting ready to attack. Lin Feng suddenly descended from the sky. Then lights flashed, and dazzling marks appeared underneath that emperor and the others. Those marks contained destructive demon and fire energies. Horrible shrieks ensued as those people instantly started burning to ashes. Did I ask you to leave? Lin Feng glanced at Zhou Tianmu who was running away. Your Excellency, your deployment spell is extremely powerful, shouted someone at that moment. Lin Feng turned around and saw Jin Shinjun. After seeing him, Lin Feng secretly smiled in his head. Lin Feng also noticed that some emperors were coming to watch. The emperor from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness looked furious. Lin Feng had attacked him and his people, Zhou Tianmu and the others were enveloped by the deadly deployment spell, and Lin Feng could kill them at any time. Therefore, the emperor couldn't immediately attack Lin Feng. Brother Zhou, you're an emperor, so you can't fight younger people, especially a strong deployment spell caster such as this, said Jin Shenjun. He looked at Lin Feng and inspected his strength. Lin Feng had broken through to the 8th Zun Qi layer, so he had to carve his holy marks using abstruse energies. He would be even more terrifying after breaking through to the Huang Qi layer. This has nothing to do with you, so just mind your own business, said the emperor from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness. Jin Shenjun was getting involved, and the emperor from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness knew why. Even so, he wanted to kill Lin Feng. If Lin Feng hadn't killed people from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness, he could have solved the issue peacefully, but now it was too late. Jin Shenjun's eyes glimmered as he looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Your Excellency, would you like to join the Celestial Qi Castle?" The emperor from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness was furious after he heard Jin Shenjun. If Lin Feng joined the Celestial Qi Castle, then Jin Shenjun would protect him. Bzzz. Suddenly, he flew forwards while enveloping Zhou Tianmu and the others in golden lights. Zhou Tianmu and the others didn't understand what was going on, so they rose up in the air. After they made it 1,000 meters high in the sky, they finally stopped. "Kill him!" shouted Zhou Tianmu. "Of course we will," said the emperor from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness. "Your Excellency," said Jin Shenjun to Lin Feng, "I won't let the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness kill anybody from Celestial Qi Castle." What Jin Shenjun was implying was that if Lin Feng accepted to join the Celestial Qi Castle, then he wouldn't let anyone kill him. "I'm sorry," said Lin Feng smiling, leaving Jin Shenjun both surprised and disappointed. The crowd around was surprised too. Lin Feng had only broken through to the 8th Zun Qi layer, and he was facing an emperor from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness. Yet, he refused the protection from Celestial Qi Castle. "Jin Chun, he doesn't care about you," said the emperor from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness, smiling in a cold way. Then, he released golden holy qi which surrounded Lin Feng and said, "You must have wanted to bring about your own destruction. Die!" The emperor released force which was multiplied by 1,000 and attacked Lin Feng. At the same time, he continued releasing golden holy qi which turned into a sharp light. He could easily kill a Zun cultivator with that sharp cosmic energies. Lin Feng shook his hand and threw his talisman in front of him. The golden holy qi crashed onto it, causing an explosion to sound in the air. Deployment spell pattern. The crowd figured out what was going on. The marks became more distinct as destructive demon fire energies dashed to the skies. Lin Feng seemed to be bathing in them. Oh no! The emperor from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness looked concerned. He could feel just how destructive that demon fire was. He released more golden holy qi to create an armor around his body. However, that demon fire could seemingly break anything. The armor hadn't fully formed before Lin Feng's attack reached it. The armor fell apart and Lin Feng's strength penetrated his body. Shattering deployment spells are powerful, but because I can only use abstruse energies to carve the marks, I can't really do much, thought Lin Feng. No! The emperor shouted furiously. Even though demon fire was powerful, it couldn't kill him at his level. However, the destructive deployment spell was still hurting him. At the same time, Lin Feng grabbed his talisman with both hands and rushed over to him. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and threw his talisman in the direction of the emperor from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness. That emperor spat out golden holy qi at the talisman. He was pushing back the talisman's power, but then he realized that he was surrounded by talismans on all sides. He released even more golden holy qi in a wave around him, causing some of the talismans to break. However, these talismans didn't release demon fire like the first. Instead, an illusion appeared and trapped the emperor inside. "Break!" shouted the emperor furiously. This time he used sharp sword lights to break the illusion deployment spell and the talismans inside. "Be careful!" shouted Zhou Tianmu and Di Xiu, both of whom were already far away. "Activate!" said Lin Feng. releasing more demon and fire strength, not giving the emperor even a second break. How cruel, thought the crowd. Lin Feng had directly thrown 20 to 30 talismans at the emperor. Each talisman could kill a cultivator at the top of the Zun-Chi layer. Talismans were not like deployment spells in that they break after they release their strength. To anyone besides Lin Feng, using all those talismans was a complete waste. Ah! A horrible shriek sounded. That shriek came from the emperor. Even though he had a powerful physical body, it was difficult for him to resist that demon fire. The illusion finally broke apart, allowing the crowd to see the emperor again. But it was worse than they could have imagined as he was consumed in demon flames. His legs were gone, and he was looking desperate. He shook his hands, wanting to release cosmic energies, but he realized he couldn't. I should make my spirit leave my physical body. At least that way it won't be as bad as dying. Fuck, thought the emperor. His body gradually turned into nothingness as a terrifying cosmic strength dashed to the skies. Then he died, and his cosmic energies dispersed. What a scary person. It's no wonder he refused my invitation, thought Jin Shinjun. He was even more enthusiastic after seeing that sick-looking young man's strength. He had killed an emperor only using deployment spells, even though he had only broken through to the 8th Zun-Chi layer. Di Xiu, Zhou Tianmu, and the other members from the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness looked crushed. Their emperor was dead. Escape! Zhou Tianmu suddenly started running away. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and smiled evilly. Did I say you could leave? Zhou Tianmu was petrified, but he still stopped. Lin Feng could kill him whether he ran or not. Zhou Tianmu looked just like Zhou Tianxiao and Zhou Tianruo. He was also a direct descendant of the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness. He had enough influence to make an emperor come. Considering all of this, he was probably Zhou Tianruo's little brother. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't going to kill Zhou Tianmu because he was just a nobody. Even Zhou Tianruo was a nobody in Lin Feng's eyes, and Lin Feng didn't feel like wasting time with nobodies. Lin Feng only wanted to kill Zhou Tianxiao, the one who had made fun of him and said that he didn't deserve being called a cultivator. Lin Feng suddenly slapped the air in Zhou Tianmu's direction, causing blood to splash out of his mouth as he flew away. Since Zhou Tianxiao liked being aggressive to prove how strong he was, Lin Feng could do the same to his people. Piss off, said Lin Feng in a disdainful way. Zhou Tianmu was crawling on the ground now, meaning he had to raise his head to look at Lin Feng. He felt humiliated. Surprisingly, Lin Feng despised him and humiliated him, and yet he looked calm. Lin Feng was telling Zhou Tianmu, "You are nothing to me." The only difference was that Lin Feng didn't feel like wasting his saliva to tell him that. Instead, he just said, "Piss off," while Zhou Tianmu was engrossed in his humiliation. Lin Feng landed before the other members from the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness. Jin Shinjun walked up to Lin Feng and smiled. "I'm Jin Chun from the Celestial Qi Castle. What's your name?" Lin Feng glanced at him and frowned. "Are you used to being arrogant because of your social position?" Jin Shinjun frowned. Although he felt embarrassed, he continued smiling while saying, "Please tell me your name." "Mu-En," replied Lin Feng. "If you have nothing else to say, you can leave." How arrogant. Even though Mu-En's deployment spells were powerful, Jin Shinjun was an emperor after all. However, Jin Shinjun didn't show his emotions. He continued smiling and said, "I see. I won't bother you any longer then." Then he waved his hand and left. The other groups of influence left after they saw how Lin Feng had replied to Jin Shinjun. Only a few people stayed, allowing the atmosphere to become calm once more. Mui felt how powerful those deployment spells were. He was surprised by Lin Feng's abilities. Lin Feng had killed an emperor with his shattering deployment spell, and that was only one of the 3,000 great deployment spells. If Lin Feng managed to get a hold of all 3,000 deployment spells, he'd be even more terrifying. He could become another everlasting emperor. Lin Feng continued practicing and making new talismans. News about Mu-En spread within the 9 great celestial castles. Even the emperors were talking about him. People were starting to gather outside Lin Feng's house. They wanted to see the guy from the rumors. Was he real? Lin Feng was in the illusion deployment spell, so he didn't care that much about what was going on outside. Mui was not so happy to have so many guests. What is your purpose for coming here? There are too many people watching us, said Mui smiling. I don't care. They can just watch. I like the occasional excitement. Without them I'd get bored, said Lin Feng, smiling in a deep and meaningful way. Mui shook his head. He didn't understand Lin Feng at all. Some more people are coming. Shouldn't we activate the illusion? Asked Mui. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and saw them. They were from the Palace of Medicinal Kings. Palace of Medicinal Kings. Lin Feng smiled evilly. Since they were handing themselves over, why not have some fun? Once they arrived, all their young men were fixedly staring at Lin Feng. They looked at the illusion deployment spell, and then they waved at Mui and Lin Feng, but only talked to Lin Feng. We're from the Palace of Medicinal Kings. We came to see you because you're an amazing deployment spellcaster. Lin Feng didn't even glance at them when they were talking. He suddenly stood up and said coldly, Who told you to stand in the sky above me? Your Excellency. That person wanted to explain, but Lin Feng shouted furiously, Get the fuck down! All right, said the young men. They had come to make friends with Lin Feng, but the illusion deployment spell disappeared just as they arrived. This led to the awkward encounter. Everybody landed on the ground, but then Lin Feng suddenly jumped up as marks appeared beneath him. He was absorbing their destructive energies, readying to release them at any time. The young men from the Palace of Medicinal Kings became pale and said, Your Excellency, you dare invade the place where I am staying, you must kneel, shouted Lin Feng furiously. These guys were getting more upset and confused. Invaded the place where he stayed? What was going on? The young men from the Palace of Medicinal Kings hadn't thought that things would go down that way. If they had come to Lin Feng's sect or clan, they would have been polite, but they were in a random courtyard, so they didn't need to be polite. They should be able to come and greet him with ease. Lin Feng looked furious. He took a step forwards and the destructive energies became more intense. The young men from the Palace of Medicinal Kings sucked up their pride, knelt down, and clenched their fists. He was humiliating them, but why? Piss off now. And if you ever do that again, I'll kill you, said Lin Feng. They stood up and the leader of the group bowed before Lin Feng. We didn't mean to disturb you, Your Excellency. I'll remember this next time. Then they left. Lin Feng had humiliated them, and they probably wouldn't forgive him for it. That guy was a great deployment spellcaster who could even kill emperors, which allowed him to have such a bad temper. If he had done what they did to him, coming without notice and looking down upon them, then the cultivators from the Palace of Medicinal Kings would have gotten angry too. Of course, they couldn't know that Lin Feng had lost his temper because the Palace of Medicinal Kings had humiliated his teacher back when he was trying to save him. Lin Feng had warned them someday he'd avenge his teacher and he'd crush them in their own territory. Things were just getting warmed up. This news all spread around. The deployment spellcaster was becoming famous. Other young men from the 9 great celestial castles didn't dare seek him out anymore, not after what happened to the young men from the Palace of Medicinal Kings. Xianxia was facing a group of people in Celestial Qi Castle. Jin Shinjun, what you mean to say is that we should remain calm? Asked Xianxia. Master, I went and talked to him, but he's a strange guy and he's not easygoing. He considers everybody and everything beneath his notice, no matter where they're from. A few days ago, he humiliated a group of people from the Palace of Medicinal Kings. He also offended the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness. Jin Shinjun explained. Xianxia and the other members from the Celestial Qi Castle thought highly of Muin. Even though he was only a cultivator of the Zun Qi layer, he could kill emperors using deployment spells. After breaking through to the Huang Qi layer, he'd become a priceless asset. Xianxia calmly listened as Jin Shinjun continued. Master, that guy is a cultivator of the Zun Qi layer and he can already kill emperors. On top of that, he despises everybody from the 9 great celestial castles. All of this tells me he's not a simple deployment spellcaster. Where did he learn his deployment spells? Who transmitted them to him? He can't possibly have learnt them on his own. You're right. I also thought about that. I believe that there must be a powerful cultivator supporting him. We can just wait and see how things play out. He offended the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness. He even killed one of their emperors. They won't let him off. Emperor Dong, Emperor Qi, you two go and observe what happens. The great celestial palace of thoughtfulness will definitely do something, and we need you two to watch," said Xianxia. Even though they were both direct descendants of the Qi clan, Xianxia didn't even know their names. He didn't even know if they were younger or older than him. He just knew that people who were sent to the small world were weak. People who used fate seeds to break through to the Huang Qi layer had limited abilities. "Roger," said Emperor Dong. Emperor Dong and Emperor Qi knew where they stood in the great world. Many people had a higher status than them in Celestial Qi Castle, even some of the younger people. Sometime later, a terrifying Qi surrounded Lin Feng's house again. Outside the illusion, there were 20 people wearing golden robes. "Destroy the illusion deployment spell," said one of them. In a flash, an emperor released energies to attack the illusion. "Break!" shouted that emperor. Lights condensed and turned into a beam which moved towards the illusion. "How audacious!" shouted a loud voice, making the crowd shiver. A terrifying strength emerged from inside the golden lights. Then the golden lights suddenly broke apart and a gigantic hand descended from the sky, moving towards the emperor. The emperor's facial expression changed. His golden holy qi turned into a sharp sword. However, the gigantic hand still managed to grab him. The mist started surrounding him before he disappeared with the hand. "Oh no!" The group who was attacking Lin Feng looked petrified, especially the leader who jumped forwards. He released golden holy qi, which was a lot scarier than the previous emperor's qi. The earth and sky shook, and the mist gradually disappeared. After the mist dispersed, everybody was aghast, for the emperor who was dragged into the illusion was lying on the ground. Cosmic strength was emerging from his body and rising to the skies, indicating that he was dead. There were two people standing in front of him. One was Lin Feng and the other one was Mui. Nobody had paid attention to Mui before, but now they were. The gigantic hand which had appeared a moment before couldn't have been Lin Feng's, which meant that it belonged to his friend, Mui, a medium-level emperor. The strong cultivators from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness looked concerned. "Your Excellency, who are you?" asked the medium-level emperor from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness in a rude way. Things were more complicated than he had expected. "Mui from the everlasting palace," said Mui. Everybody was speechless. Those people were from the everlasting palace. The everlasting palace was known for being extremely powerful. They could easily destroy the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness or even Qingdi Mountain. Nobody here could afford to offend the everlasting palace. Lin Feng slowly rose up in the air and smiled evilly. "You're from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness? How majestic! I'm here, so come and kill me already." The members from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness all pulled a long face. Kill people from the everlasting palace? And a very talented cultivator at that? They didn't dare. Besides, he was probably very well positioned within the everlasting palace. Everything was making sense now. Everlasting palace. The strong cultivators from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness looked defeated. Even though the everlasting celestial emperor was dead, they still couldn't offend them. Lin Feng was so strong that when Mui mentioned the everlasting palace, nobody doubted his words. The medium-level emperor glanced at them and people started thinking a lot. Finally, they decided to give up. The medium-level emperor had taken his disciple abroad to practice, so they could only forget about it. "Your Excellency, you must be joking," said the medium-level emperor, trying to smile. "I wouldn't have thought that you were from the everlasting palace. This was just a misunderstanding. I represent the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness. I'm very sorry, Your Excellency." Lin Feng still looked at them in a cold way. Lin Feng also had many thoughts running in his mind. That was the advantage of being part of a very powerful group. He could benefit from a reputation without having to do much. If I managed to make Tiantai raise in the great world, then nobody would dare attack Tiantai's people again. just like Qingdi Mountain. Then, Tiantai could become a holy place. Thought Lin Feng. The medium-level emperor from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness looked at Lin Feng and said, Zhou Tianmu. Zhou Tianmu shivered. Since Mui had mentioned the everlasting palace, Zhou Tianmu knew things weren't going to be simple. He had tried to steal fur from a cultivator from the everlasting palace. You're a useless bastard, said the emperor as he violently slapped Zhou Tianmu, making him fly away. He felt humiliated, and even worse, now he would never be able to get his revenge. Your Excellency, we need to provide our disciples with a better education. Please don't blame us, said the medium-level emperor while smiling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said indifferently, The great celestial palace of thoughtfulness are not my enemies. However, one of your disciple wanted to steal my stuff, so I taught him a lesson. Then he wanted to kill me, but luckily my deployment spells are not that bad. Now Uncle Mui protected me, otherwise, you would have killed me already. The medium-level emperor from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness looked embarrassed and said, If you want to punish Zhou Tianmu, our unworthy son, please do as you wish. It's easy to blame Zhou Tianmu for everything, but a moment ago you also wanted to kill me. The cultivation world follows the law of the jungle, where the weak are prey of the strong. I can understand you want to blame others, but if Uncle Mui hadn't protected me, I'd be dead already and you would have killed people from the everlasting palace. Therefore, if I meet anyone from the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness that I can kill, I will not hesitate. How arrogant, thought the crowd. Lin Feng really had a bad temper. The great celestial palace of thoughtfulness was polite to him in the end, and he still continued acting aggressive. He'd kill their people if he encountered them? How cruel and audacious. The strong cultivator of the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness was furious. That person was way too arrogant. He didn't give them face at all. Your Excellency, why do you need to act like that? Asked the strong cultivator coldly. Piss off, said Lin Feng. The emperor rolled up his sleeves and said, We already apologized, but if you don't care, then we can't do anything. We're off. Then he turned around and left. He was a medium-level emperor, but Lin Feng had told him to piss off. Did Lin Feng want him to kneel down and beg or what? Let's go, said Lin Feng while smiling at Mui. They activated the illusion deployment spell again, but Mui still didn't understand what was going on. Did you have problems with the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness in the past? I did, but it's not related to life and death, said Lin Feng, sitting on a wooden chair and looking at the sky. He was smiling in a deep and meaningful way. Master Mui, deactivate the illusion spell. Soon, some important people are going to come and see us. What are you scheming? Said Mui, shaking his head. He stood up and got ready to deactivate the illusion deployment spell. We're studying deployment spells, but we also need materials. If someone could help us, wouldn't it be even better? Said Lin Feng enigmatically. Mui deactivated the deployment spell and then, just like Lin Feng had said, someone came a short time after. Xianxia from the Celestial Qi Castle. I've heard about an amazing cultivator and here you are. I came to greet you. Lin Feng smiled but remained seated on his chair. Then he whispered, The Celestial Qi Castle is quick to act. Now that they've lost control over the small world, they really want to find other ways to have power. Come, said Lin Feng calmly. There were many people from Celestial Qi Castle waiting for them outside. Emperor Dong, Emperor Qi, they were all there. Qi Qianxing was there too. Of course, Lin Feng had changed a lot. Back then, Qi Qianxing had banished him, which wasn't something he'd forgive. What do you want from me? Asked Lin Feng. I've heard an amazing cultivator was here, so I came. We wanted to invite you to come over to Celestial Qi Castle, said Xianxia politely. The Celestial Qi Castle isn't the only group in here, said someone else. We're from the Celestial Palace of Punishing Thunders. We also wanted to invite you. Celestial One Castle, we wanted to invite you. Outside, more and more people appeared. As expected, these people were all interested in getting to know cultivators from the Everlasting Palace. Even though the courtyard wasn't that small, It was already packed with people from all the 9 great celestial castles, except the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness and the palace of medicinal kings. Lin Feng had underestimated himself. He hadn't thought that so many people would be interested in a deployment spellcaster from the Everlasting Palace. Those people from the 9 great celestial castles all hoped they could become friends with Lin Feng, and thus become friends with the Everlasting Palace. There was one strong cultivator from Celestial Chi Castle who studied deployment spells and had joined the Everlasting Palace. In Celestial Chi Castle he was strong, but in the Everlasting Palace he was rather weak. Therefore, his position was too low for them to work with. Lin Feng was different though. With the strength of the Zun Chi layer, he had managed to kill an emperor, and a medium-level emperor was protecting him. After breaking through to the Huang Chi layer, he'd become someone important without a doubt. Thank you everybody for inviting me, but now I am facing a dilemma. I don't know where I should go, said Lin Feng. We invited you first, so if you want to come to our Celestial Chi Castle, we'll organize something great for you, said Xianxia politely. Our Celestial Palace of Punishing Thunders arrived at almost the same time. Master, we have some thunder deployment spells which we could exchange for your views on deployment cultivation, said the strong cultivator from the Celestial Palace of Punishing Thunders in a polite way. What he meant by exchanging views on cultivation was, we're going to offer you a thunder deployment spell if you come. The others were not happy, but they still tried to convince Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled thinly and said, Everybody, you're so nice to me. I really don't know what to do. I wish I could come, but I am so busy here and I want to fabricate some talismans. The problem is I need some materials, so if everybody could. Lin Feng was smiling in a deep and meaningful way. Mui also smiled. Lin Feng was too sly. We have materials, you should come to our palace and we'll gift you some. No. Lin Feng couldn't miss all other opportunities because of a single group. He smiled and said, No, that's not what I meant. I'm going to find some materials and then after that I'll decide where I'm going. How could we let you find your own materials? We're going to pick some up in our palace and we'll bring them back to you, said a strong cultivator from the Celestial Palace of Punishing Thunders, though he was already gone. I'm going to pick some up for you too then. Everybody started leaving, they were afraid to act too slowly. Mui couldn't hold it anymore. He burst into laughter, shaking his head while whispering, Those people are trying to be friends with you and they're trying so hard. I don't even know if there are any tensions between you and them. Lin Feng smiled and said nothing. He was very pleased with how things were moving. Those people were fast. What Lin Feng didn't know was that something had happened in the buffer zone just a moment before. The 7 groups of influence had fought each other in the marketplace over materials which were useful for deployment spellcasters. Lin Feng took some rings while remaining indifferent, but on the inside, he was overjoyed. He didn't need to worry about talismans for a long time now. Master, said the last one. It was someone from Celestial Chi Castle. They were the last ones to make it back. Xianxia walked to Lin Feng and said, Master, here are some modest presents we gathered for you. You shouldn't have a problem creating talismans with them. Have a look. When Lin Feng saw how confident Xianxia looked, he got even more excited. Had Xianxia prepared priceless presents for him? Lin Feng inspected the ring with his godly awareness. Cosmic energy movements. Lin Feng was amazed. He raised his head and looked at Xianxia. What's this? Asked Lin Feng to Xianxia. Xianxia obviously knew what Lin Feng was referring to. Master, it absorbs cosmic energy and processes cosmic energy automatically. You can use the cosmic energy from that ring to carve deployment marks, said Xianxia, who was smiling confidently. He could use cosmic energy to create talismans? You were so kind to me. Even though I'm just a little boy, it would be impolite of me to decline, said Lin Feng, giggling. How could he refuse such a great gift? When Xianxia heard Lin Feng call himself a little boy, he smiled triumphantly. The Everlasting Palace would be friends with Celestial Chi Castle in the future now that he had offered him such a great gift. The others looked furious. They wouldn't have thought that Xianxia would find such a great gift. It's only a small gift. If you like it, I'm very happy. All right, I shouldn't disturb you, but I think it'd be a pity if you didn't come to the Celestial Chi Castle. You should come over sometime and we'll have drinks and food prepared. We have even more materials for you to fabricate talismans with. Xianxia really wanted to become friends with Lin Feng, so he invited him again. Hee hee. Lin Feng smiled and said to everybody, "Everybody is so nice to me, so I can't refuse your invitations. First I'll go to Celestial Chi Castle for a few days, and after that, if anyone is willing to invite me, I'll happily come." Xianxia looked very happy after he heard Lin Feng. He didn't intend to let Lin Feng go after he came though. "Master, let's go to the headquarters of Celestial Chi Castle all together." "All right," said Xianxia. "Master, please. Master Muen, you can come to Celestial Wen Castle whenever you want," said a strong cultivator from the Celestial Wen Castle, smiling at Lin Feng politely. Even if Lin Feng had accepted Celestial Chi Castle's invitation first, there are still other opportunities. Lin Feng and Muyi walked through the territories of Celestial Chi Castle, noting how many interesting places for cultivation there were. "Master, this is Jiayun Peak, and that wooden bridge leads to the Yaoyun Peak. Where would you prefer to go?" asked Xianxia. They were in the depths of Celestial Chi Castle's territories. "I like Yaoyun Peak, but you don't need to stay with me all the time," said Lin Feng, smiling. "All right, there's a quiet pavilion there. I'll send some beautiful women to you, and if you like them, you can do whatever you want with them," said Xianxia, smiling. "You're too polite," said Lin Feng. There were many pavilions there, and the landscapes were magnificent. Now, Lin Feng was Celestial Chi Castle's guest of honor. There was a pavilion on Yaoyun Peak, and the surroundings were very beautiful. Looking over the mountain's side, there was a sea of clouds, providing a tranquil feeling. Besides this, Lin Feng was offered several women's services, but he declined them once they got there. Lin Feng took out the ring with the cosmic energy and the fur. Then he put them on a stone table as Muyi observed. Lin Feng didn't need to try so hard to make talismans anymore. He just had to put some materials on a table and things happened almost naturally. And with the cosmic energies it was even easier to carve the marks. "They offered you a wonderful gift just to be friends with you," said Muyi, smiling. If Lin Feng had really been a member of the Everlasting Palace, it would have undoubtedly benefited Celestial Chi Castle. Even now Muyi didn't understand what Lin Feng's end goal was. "Indeed, I can make many talismans easily with that," said Lin Feng, smiling. He didn't need to rely on his own abstruse energies to carve marks. But if he could use both types of energies, then his talismans would be even more powerful. "Master Muyi, I need calm for a few days to fabricate some talismans. If the people from Celestial Chi Castle come here to invite us for dinner or whatever, just refuse and tell them I'm practicing cultivation," said Lin Feng to Muyi. He had too many materials, so now he needed to fabricate talismans. "I will," said Muyi, smiling and nodding. He didn't study talismans, so he went to continue studying illusion deployment spells in the mountains. Lin Feng went to another place in the mountains to study. During the next few days, many people from Celestial Chi Castle came to invite them for dinner, amongst other things. But since Lin Feng was practicing cultivation, they didn't want to disturb him. Instead, they left more materials to fabricate talismans with Muyi and told him to give them to Lin Feng. They were very polite during that time. 1 month later, Lin Feng finished fabricating some talismans and came out of his room again. Celestial Chi Castle sent beautiful women every day, and each of them brought more items. On that day, the beautiful girls were only watching Lin Feng and Muyi in the pavilion. After some time passed, Jin Shinjun came to Yaoyun Peak and invited Lin Feng and Muyi. This time, they didn't refuse. "Master Muen, Master Xianxia has some things to do. When he saw that you were practicing cultivation, he left for a few days, but he should be coming back soon." Jin Shinjun and Lin Feng were walking on the wooden bridge as Jin Shinjun was talking. The landscape was magnificent. They could see the entire territory of Celestial Chi Castle from there. "Jin Shinjun, you're too polite. Such an insignificant person as myself doesn't deserve Master Xianxia's kindness. I can't even repay you, Jin Shinjun, for your kindness," said Lin Feng. Jin Shinjun was very happy when he heard Lin Feng. Of course, Lin Feng was sleeping and eating in their territory and they gave him presents all the time, so they could only be friends at this juncture. They were just worried about getting Lin Feng to come in the first place, and now that he was there, everything would proceed smoothly. Master Muen, all I ask is that you don't consider me a stranger. If you need anything more, just tell me and I'll do it for you, said Jin Shinjun. Celestial Qi Castle is so kind to me. I feel honored, said Lin Feng. He then pointed at Celestial Qi Castle's vast territory and said, Jin Shinjun, I practice shattering deployment spells. Even though Celestial Qi Castle doesn't practice such things because you have an endless number of extremely strong cultivators, I could cast one on your territory as a protection. This could be a sign of gratitude, said Lin Feng. Jin Shinjun was extremely happy. You're so kind, we can't refuse. We will do everything we can to help you. I guarantee you. Since Lin Feng wanted to help them with a deployment spell, Jin Shinjun felt like preparing even more gifts for him that he'd give him after. Then their friendship would become even more stable. I don't like procrastinating, so I will start today. I just need to use the cosmic energies from Fate Seeds to cast the powerful deployment spell, said Lin Feng. Alright, what kind of Fate Seed do you need? Asked Jin Shinjun. He was a little bitter on the inside though. Fate Seeds could be used to break through to the Huang Qi layer, and now Lin Feng wanted to use one to try out his deployment spell. An Earth Fate Seed, said Lin Feng. He saw that Jin Shinjun's mouth twitched, but he still smiled and said, prepare a few. After all, Celestial Qi Castle's territory is gigantic, so if you need a powerful shattering deployment spell, we'll need several Fate Seeds. No problem. I will do all I can. Offer me a moment as I ask someone to get some. Jin Shinjun then turned around and spoke to Emperor Dong. Emperor Dong, brother, you have a high cultivation level, so you're faster than I am. Can you go back to Celestial Qi Castle and pick those up? Thank you. Even though Jin Shinjun was an emperor, he didn't have that many Fate Seeds. From those few, he didn't have any Earth Fate Seeds. Even if he did have some, he wouldn't be willing to use his own. All right. Emperor Dong nodded and smiled at Lin Feng. Master, I'm going to Celestial Qi Castle to get your Fate Seeds. Thank you, Master, said Lin Feng, smiling in a resplendent way. If Emperor Dong knew he was facing Lin Feng right now, how would he react? I'll be back later, said Emperor Dong politely. Lin Feng smiled and said, that Emperor Dong is really nice. Even though he's strong, he's still so polite. Emperor Qi and Qi Qianxing were upset after they heard that. Emperor Dong wasn't willing to act that way with just anyone. Let alone he was only an emperor in the small world, of which their social position within the hierarchy of the group was so low, they had no choice but act polite in these situations. Emperor Dong is nice, indeed. Those two are Emperor Qi and Qi Qianxing. Emperor Qi has broken through to the Huang Qi layer for a very long time now, and Qi Qianxing is about to break through to the Huang Qi layer, said Jin Shinjun, introducing the two to Lin Feng. They looked at Lin Feng and said politely, Master Muen, you must think we're ridiculous. Your cultivation levels are higher than mine. I'm the one who feels ridiculous, said Lin Feng, smiling. Even though he was acting pleasant in front of all these people, on the inside he wasn't happy. He hoped he'd kill them soon and avenge all the people they had killed. However, at that moment they were chatting and laughing. Jin Shinjun was extremely happy now that Lin Feng and he were becoming good friends, and now Emperor Qi and Qi Qianxing were becoming friends with Lin Feng as well. Jin Shinjun, Emperor Dong is gone now, so let's have a walk, suggested Lin Feng. Jin Shinjun nodded. Why not? Let's go, said Lin Feng. He immediately rose up in the air. There are many people here, even in Xiang City we don't have such places. But our market is a little bit better, said Lin Feng. Of course, but you can't compare Xiang City with such a small place, said Jin Shinjun. They both flew very far away. As they were flying, they came across a castle which looked like Celestial Qi Castle, both majestic and imposing. What a beautiful building. Let's go and look at it, said Lin Feng, smiling. Master Muen, wait, said Jin Shinjun. His facial expression suddenly changed. Lin Feng turned around and asked, Is there a problem? Jin Shinjun got nervous after he saw Lin Feng was frowning. He didn't want to lose his new friend, So he smiled again and said, Master Muen, that's the Palace of Medicinal Kings. The Palace of Medicinal Kings is one of the 9 great celestial castles. No wonder it's so beautiful. I really want to go and see it, said Lin Feng smiling. Jin Chenjun didn't know what to say anymore. What did Muen want to do there? He couldn't prevent Muen from going, he could just warn him. Jin Chenjun couldn't know that Lin Feng wanted to cause trouble. As he passed through, Lin Feng wanted to see if their people were going to attack him. Lin Feng entered the Palace of Medicinal Kings while Jin Chenjun looked petrified as he followed. The Palace of Medicinal Kings probably wouldn't dare attack a deployment spellcaster from the Everlasting Palace, so they should be fine. They both flew in the sky above the Palace of Medicinal Kings, causing people to look up at them in a despising way. Someone dared enter their palace without warning them beforehand? Even members from the other groups of influence didn't do that, but now a stranger dared. Stop! Even though the strangers looked strong, they had to stop them. Lin Feng looked at them and shouted, Piss off! The guards were even more surprised. That person was so aggressive. It's the Palace of Medicinal Kings, stop! Shouted his interlocutor. Lin Feng smiled coldly and continued flying forwards, ignoring those people as he moved along. Then, someone punched the air in Lin Feng's direction. Lin Feng didn't even try to dodge, as if it had nothing to do with him. Who dared attack? A gigantic golden hand blocked the attack. How could Jin Chenjun let anyone injure Lin Feng? He didn't dare be too aggressive either. They were in the Palace of Medicinal Kings after all, and he was from Celestial Qi Castle. If he injured or killed someone, it could trigger a war between their groups. Jin Chenjun. The young man looked furious when they recognized Jin Chenjun. Does Celestial Qi Castle want to attack our Palace of Medicinal Kings? You're so noisy. If you dare stop me again, Jin Chenjun will kill you without hesitating, Lin Feng rudely said. How could they know that Jin Chenjun wasn't happy to be there? But he had to follow Lin Feng. Jin Chenjun knew that Lin Feng had previously made people from the Palace of Medicinal Kings kneel in front of him as he insulted him. Was this revenge? That herbal garden is nice, let's go take a look at it, said Lin Feng. As they were flying about, more and more people came towards Lin Feng, and Jin Chenjun. Lin Feng acted as if he hadn't noticed anything. Rather, he was looking at the herbal garden, commending it on its great smell. He smiled and said, I wouldn't have thought that there would be so many incredible herbal plants here. Many of them are priceless even. I'm taking them all. Jin Chenjun's mouth was wide open, speechless. The ground shook as Lin Feng landed on the ground and released earth abstruse energies to cover the entire herbal garden. Moron, thought Jin Chenjun. They were done for. Lin Feng didn't seem to care still as he started picking up all the plants and flowers. Stop that, you moron, shouted someone furiously. A silhouette was flying at them looking furious. His eyes were bloodshot even. He had spent hundreds of years on that garden, and now some strangers were stealing from it? It took me hundreds of years to grow those plants and flowers. Some of them need 1,000 years to blossom, and they're at 998 years. It'll only be 2 more years before they... The old man was furious. He wanted to kill Lin Feng no matter what now. You moron, you must die, said the old man, raising his hand and releasing force. Your Excellency, please control yourself. Jin Chenjun's facial expression suddenly changed. He was furious, especially seeing how Mui didn't seem like he intended to attack at all. Jin Chenjun, good, very good, said the old man furiously. By now the garden was completely empty. Lin Feng had taken everything. How audacious! You tried to kill me, said Lin Feng. Others from the Palace of Medicinal Kings started surrounding Lin Feng with murderous intentions. Emperor Qi, make them stop, shouted Jin Chenjun. Emperor Qi released force around those cultivators of the Zun Qi layer, forcing everyone to freeze. You wanted to kill me. Lin Feng jumped forwards and threw a few talismans. Deployment talismans. Those people from the Palace of Medicinal Kings suddenly looked terrified. It was him. They couldn't know that the renowned deployment spellcaster was the guest of honor in Celestial Qi Castle right now. Let us go, shouted the few young men to Emperor Qi. However, Lin Feng's talismans quickly approached them and broke apart. Terrifying, shattering energies surrounded those 4 people and killed them. "Your Excellency, please stop!" An emperor approached from the distance. They were inside the palace of Medicinal King's territory, but not in their headquarters. Therefore, there weren't so many strong cultivators there, only a few low-level emperors just like Celestial Qi Castle's territories. "Uncle Muyi, let's kill them. They wanted to kill me, so they can't blame me," said Lin Feng, moving like the wind. He landed on a tower and glanced around as he released fire energies. The emperor who had just arrived was speechless. Muyi was preventing them from doing anything as Lin Feng wreaked havoc, setting everything on fire. He also picked up plants and flowers when he found private gardens. After a short time, many places were burning. An emperor happened to walk out of a building and saw the fire. He was immediately furious as he screamed, "Who dares set the palace of Medicinal Kings on fire?" Lin Feng glanced around and saw powerful qi approaching from the distance. He moved like the wind and flew back to Jin Chenjun. "Those people are incredibly violent. Jin Chenjun, you should have told me, or I wouldn't have come here," said Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng had come, stolen plants and flowers, and now he had set their territory on fire. One emperor had even been killed by Jin Chenjun. Another one couldn't move because Emperor Qi was holding him down with pressure. Jin Chenjun was speechless. What had he done to deserve that? He had warned Lin Feng that it was the palace of Medicinal Kings, but Lin Feng still wanted to go. "Jin Chun from Celestial Qi Castle. Good. Good. The palace of Medicinal Kings will remember this," said the emperor in a cold way. After he saw that a medium-level emperor was there, he didn't act rashly, especially given Lin Feng's social status. Jin Chenjun was beyond furious. He wanted to say that it had nothing to do with Celestial Qi Castle, but he couldn't in front of Lin Feng. "Uncle Muyi, Jin Chenjun, let's go back." "Jin Chenjun, next time don't forget to remind me that I can't come here," said Lin Feng. Jin Chenjun's heart twitched, but they did leave. The crowd from the palace of Medicinal Kings didn't chase them, even though they wanted nothing more than to do so. "Celestial Qi Castle!" screamed a cold voice. News spread that Celestial Qi Castle had been to the palace of Medicinal Kings and had caused a lot of trouble. It was even said that some people had been injured and killed. It was also rumored that they stole precious plants and flowers from their private gardens. The palace of Medicinal Kings started sending a lot of strong cultivators to the buffer zone, and Celestial Qi Castle did the same. After Qi Yun Xiao learnt about that, he immediately volunteered himself to a patrol with some other strong cultivators. The white-bearded old emperor from the palace of Medicinal Kings was seated as he glanced around and said indifferently, "Everybody has now heard about Celestial Qi Castle's assault. They humiliated us, so what should we do?" "Master, the situation is a bit strange," said an emperor at that moment. "From what I know, the leader of the group was Jin Chenjun, and he was with some emperors, but there were no high officials. The palace of Medicinal Kings and Celestial Qi Castle has never had problems before. Plus, Jin Chenjun has no reason to provoke us. Even if he did, he wouldn't be brave enough to try like that." "You're right. The only explanation would be that people behind the scenes, people who control Celestial Qi Castle, are using Jin Chenjun. If it's not the case, then it could be Mu En trying to cause problems. Everything is possible. Mu En is from the Everlasting Palace and controls powerful deployment spells. Last time, he humiliated our disciples, and now he came to our palace, attacked our people and stole our herbs. All in all, even if he did it, he was supported by Celestial Qi Castle. He doesn't fear us, he actually despises us." "Reason that person." Everyone in the meeting nodded. They weren't stupid and could reason that too. If the people who controlled Celestial Qi Castle behind the scenes hadn't started that, then Jin Chenjun couldn't possibly do it on his own. So the only one who could have started that was Mu En. Bang! The white-bearded emperor hammered the table with his fist. Then he yelled, "Mu En is insane, but whether it's Celestial Qi Castle or Mu En's fault, I don't care. Celestial Qi Castle is responsible for this." Everybody nodded. "Inspect Celestial Qi Castle in secret and inform us of anything you find. In 3 days, we'll pay a visit to Celestial Qi Castle," said the white-bearded old man. They wouldn't forget Muwen's role in all of this. At the same time, back in Celestial Qi Castle, there were many strong cultivators gathered in a hall, including Qi Yunxiao, who was seated in front of everyone with a sullen face. He was now paying for those events. Celestial Qi Castle had gone to the palace of medicinal kings and had killed people, humiliating them. There was zero chance that the palace of medicinal kings would forgive them. Jin Qinjun perfectly knew that he would have to bear the responsibility for those things. They had made great efforts to bring Mu En to their castle, so could they blame him? They didn't even dare talk about their troubles near Mu En. Otherwise, he might get upset and leave. "Go and spend time with Master Mu En," said Qi Yunxiao coldly. Things were done already, and they couldn't go back in time to fix them. Blaming Jin Qinjun was useless too. The best thing to do now was to continue building their relationship with Mu En. Lin Feng didn't care about all those things. He was with Mu Yi in the vast spaces of Celestial Qi Castle. He was carving marks all around Celestial Qi Castle, while Mu Yi was helping him by releasing cosmic energies into the marks. The marks were intertwining and turning into holy marks. Immediately after, they disappeared as they sank into the wall. To cast a great deployment spell over the entire territory of Celestial Qi Castle, Lin Feng had to cast countless small deployment spells first. He wasn't as experienced as Yen Di, so he wasn't as fast and precise, but he was always improving. Jin Qinjun was in the distance, calmly observing him. He didn't want to disturb him now. Even though Lin Feng caused them a lot of trouble, he was very serious when it came to casting deployment spells. He even looks like a completely different person, thought Jin Qinjun. Qi Yunxiao and some others approached Jin Qinjun. Jin Qinjun was going to talk, but Qi Yunxiao raised his hand while observed Lin Feng. "I've heard that when casting deployment spells, you cannot make a single mistake whilst drawing the marks. Otherwise it will influence the overall efficiency of the spell. Besides, when you cast a great deployment spell, you need to cast countless small deployment spells. Those people's strength relies in their concentration. They're usually very good at practicing cultivation too. It is because of this that there are some groups which date back to the antiquity who specialize in deployment spell casting. You could almost claim that those people are enlightened." Everybody listened to Qi Yunxiao and then looked at Lin Feng with admiration. He was so young and he was already so good at casting deployment spells. A bright future awaited him. "Observe him and try to learn from him," said Qi Yunxiao to the crowd. Everybody nodded in return. Lin Feng continued carving marks for 3 days without stopping. The crowd around him just observed, entranced by his focused and meticulous carvings. Master Muan was exactly the kind of person Qi Yunxiao had described. He didn't let anything distract him. He didn't even raise his head to look around. Mu Yi was secretly amazed as well. Lin Feng had been carving marks for 3 days and 3 nights, so he couldn't wait to see the final product. Mu Yi thought even more now that he was far from being as talented as Lin Feng. Finally, Lin Feng carved the last mark in the centralmost part of Celestial Qi Castle. Around him, all the invisible marks were intertwining. Done! Lin Feng put his hands on the marks and suddenly, they started shining magnificently. In a short time, the whole Qi clan was shining. Break! A gigantic word appeared in the sky. Break. Jin Qinjun was amazed by that strength. "I wonder how strong that deployment spell is," whispered Jin Qinjun. 3 days, 3 nights of effort. "You were right, Master Qi Yunxiao. Even if Master Muan wasn't a deployment spellcaster, he'd be an incredible cultivator," said Emperor Dong, sighing. Many emperors were gathered there, preparing for an assault. They had offended the palace of medicinal kings, so it was only a matter of time until they got their revenge. Mission successfully completed. The deployment spell is an overwhelming success. Lin Feng landed before Jin Qinjun and the others and smiled. "Master Mu En, you've made great efforts on our behalf." "Thank you," said Jin Qinjun, smiling. Lin Feng's deployment spell would surely be terrifying. If Mu En became an emperor in the future, and then became one of the leaders of the Everlasting Palace while Celestial Qi Castle had him as a friend, then they wouldn't need to care about the Palace of Medicinal Kings or Qingdi Mountain ever again. "You did so much for me, so this can't be considered much. It is my duty to make Celestial Qi Castle happy," said Lin Feng, smiling in a resplendent way. Celestial Qi Castle had done so much for him? An emperor from Celestial Qi Castle frowned as he gazed into the distance. Lin Feng turned around as well and saw people flying above the clouds. He smiled evilly. Finally, perfect timing. People from the Palace of Medicinal Kings are here. Everyone in Celestial Qi Castle raised their heads, shivering with fear. The Palace of Medicinal Kings was going to attack them. "What are you doing here, dear friends?" asked Xianxia to the crowd in the distance. This time, the Palace of Medicinal Kings people didn't look happy. But no matter what, they had to remain polite at first. "Xianxia, you should know what's going on. Why even ask?" asked the leader of the group from the Palace of Medicinal Kings. It was the white-bearded old emperor. He shook his hands and millions of vines appeared, which then became as sharp as swords and immediately surrounded all the buildings in Celestial Qi Castle. In a flash, buildings started collapsing, reduced to rubble. The people who were inside those buildings started panicking and running away. The Palace of Medicinal Kings hadn't dispatched too many people, but they were all strong emperors. The white-bearded emperor wasn't the only one who attacked. The others started attacking too, destroying countless buildings. "Let's fight." Xianxia wanted to say something more, but he glanced around and saw countless members of Celestial Qi Castle bleeding and flying around. Xianxia jumped forwards and lights dashed to the skies. He was aiming for the white-bearded emperor. The other emperors from Celestial Qi Castle started attacking too. Lin Feng was standing in the sky, watching the battle comfortably. Everything was happening the way he had expected. Of course, things weren't over, it was only the beginning. Even though they were already having a great battle, it wasn't enough for Lin Feng. He hoped the battles would rise to the next level. Even though Lin Feng didn't join the battle, nobody tried to kill him. After all, he was a great deployment spellcaster from the Everlasting Palace. Attacking him might enrage all the Everlasting Palace's people, which would result in uncountable consequences. Celestial Qi Castle's people used different sorts of cosmic energies, while the strong cultivators from the Palace of Medicinal Kings use precious items and can activate the soul of herbs and plants. How interesting, thought Lin Feng. He saw a strong cultivator from the Palace of Medicinal Kings, whose spirit was a white plant which diffused white lights around his fellow fighters, healing them. "Master Xianxia, if you need me to intervene, then just ask. Celestial Qi Castle has been so kind to me, so I will do my best to kick them out if need be," said Lin Feng to Xianxia. He didn't want to attack on his own, for if Xianxia told him to attack that way, they would bear the responsibility for the aftermath. "I'll tell you if we need you, master," said Xianxia as he attacked another cultivator. His hand turned into a golden light, piercing through the sky. Lin Feng had watched emperors fight before, but this was much more impressive because these emperors were stronger and had even more terrifying spirits, godly awareness strength, cosmic energies, and holy marks. All those emperors had different powers, different battling styles, and different attacks. No. Finally, an emperor from Celestial Qi Castle died. Cosmic energies corroded his body before he disappeared with a horrible shriek. "Palace of Medicinal Kings. Good, very good," said Xianxia. "Please, Master Muwen, help." Some of their emperors were dying now, and Xianxia couldn't do much to save them. "All right." Lin Feng smiled and jumped to the center of the area, yelling at all the emperors from Celestial Qi Castle. "Everybody, get next to me." "Move!" shouted Xianxia loudly. Instantly, all the emperors flew over to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded at Mui, and Mui suddenly jumped forwards, saving some emperors who couldn't make it fast enough. As they ran over, the cultivators from the Palace of Medicinal Kings chased them. It seemed that Muwen wanted to activate a deployment spell, so they had to do something. "Stay around and kick them if they get too close," said Lin Feng indifferently. He raised his hands and suddenly, terrifying marks started shining. With a flash, the entire territory of Celestial Qi Castle glowed, destructive energies emerging. "Let's go. Rise up in the air and defend yourselves." A moment before, the white-bearded emperor didn't care too much because Lin Feng didn't pose a threat to them. However, now he could sense that the qi was enough to make him suffocate. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng. With that, the earth and sky started shaking violently as cosmic energies condensed. A light beam emerged from the center of the deployment spell. Had that deployment spell really been cast by a cultivator of the Zunqi layer? Ah! A horrible shriek sounded. A strong cultivator from the palace of medicinal kings was transpierced by the beam of light, immediately exploding. Even Mui was shaking. That deployment spell really was one of the 3,000 great deployment spells of the Emperor. But how could Lin Feng cast such a spell? Mui had stayed with Lin Feng for a while, so he knew him well, but he still couldn't believe it his eyes. Lin Feng clenched his fists after he witnessed his success. He had carved those marks with his own two hands, and someday, he'd carve such marks with only his mind. Lin Feng had underestimated the power of his deployment spell. With the help of fate seeds, his deployment spell was even more terrifying than he'd imagined. Xianxia glanced at Lin Feng. He was amazed and thought, "We must do anything we can for that guy. He'll become monstrously strong someday, as strong, if not stronger than the emperor of the great imperial everlasting palace." Lin Feng usually seemed like he considered everybody and everything beneath his notice, but when he was carving marks, he turned into a completely different person. Besides, Xianxia thought that it was normal for such an incredible person to be so proud and arrogant. Even if he didn't understand Muwen that well, he had to do his best to solidify their relationship. Xianxia walked to Lin Feng carefree-like, as he wasn't worried about the people from the palace of medicinal kings anymore. He whispered, "Master Muwen, your deployment spell is absolutely fantastic. If you have the opportunity, maybe you should try and find the everlasting celestial emperor." Lin Feng turned around and smiled at Xianxia. "He is a god to me. If I could do only 10% of what he can do, I'd be happy." "You are too modest, Master Muwen," said Xianxia. He knew that Lin Feng was just being modest because he was usually very confident, proud, and arrogant. Even if Muwen thought that, Xianxia felt that he could become as strong as the everlasting celestial emperor someday. "Master Yunxiao, I'm so sorry. I think that some people from Celestial Qi Castle died already. I'm also sorry about the buildings which were destroyed," Lin Feng said to Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head and said, "This is just one of our territories. The people who are from here are not that important, and we can reconstruct buildings whenever we have time." Actually, Xianxia was sad to lose those people and buildings, but he didn't dare tell Lin Feng that. The deployment spell was too important for the Qi clan. "That's fine then," said Lin Feng, nodding and smiling. Strong cultivators not caring about weaker people was normal in that world. People from the Celestial Qi Castle had died, but they weren't important, just like the people whom they sent to the small worlds. They were only toys for them to play with. The shattering deployment spell gradually disappeared and the marks became less dazzling. The crowd took a deep breath. Buildings were destroyed and there were ruins everywhere. Even medium-level emperors weren't that scary. People raised their heads and saw three people, three emperors. The white-bearded emperor was the leader of that group. Only 3 people are left? That meant 6-7 emperors had fallen. Deployment spell. The crowd glanced around and saw the ruins everywhere. Then they looked at Lin Feng, the deployment spellcaster. The white-bearded shivered after he looked at the aftermath. That deployment spell posed a serious threat to them. If they hadn't moved fast enough, they would have died too. Phew! The white-bearded man took a deep breath. Then he looked at Lin Feng and said, "Master Muwen, nobody can deny that you are an incredible cultivator. We don't want to be your enemies anymore. Let's forget about this. Concerning you and the Celestial Qi Castle, let's forget about this for today. But we'll settle the score in the future." "Let's go," said the white-bearded emperor. The 2 others glanced at Celestial Qi Castle in a cold way and then left. Xianxia and the others didn't chase them. Muwen killed their emperors, but the Palace of Medicinal Kings still wants to make Celestial Qi Castle bear responsibility for what happened, thought the crowd. Lin Feng smiled. Everything was running perfectly. The Palace of Medicinal Kings and Celestial Qi Castle were now enemies. "Master Muwen, thank you so much for helping us today. Don't worry about us, you can go back to Yao Yun Peak and have a rest," said Xianxia politely. Lin Feng nodded and smiled. All right, I'm going then. Jin Shinjun, Emperor Dong. Protect Yao Yun Peak and be there if Master Muen needs anything, said Qiyun Xiao. Jin Shinjun and Emperor Dong understood just how important Muen was to Celestial Qi Castle. Roger, Master. Then they left with Lin Feng. Qiyun Xiao was standing there, looking at where the marks had disappeared. Master, should we? Asked someone next to Qiyun Xiao. Suddenly, Qiyun Xiao looked at him in a cold way and said, Never mention that again. Qiyun Xiao knew what that person meant. He wanted to try Lin Feng's deployment spell, but he was afraid that Lin Feng could get angry if they did. If Lin Feng told them they could try and use the deployment spell, then they'd do it, otherwise they would remain respectful. Since Lin Feng had cast such a terrifying deployment spell, he could cast a second one, and a third one. News spread quickly. Now everybody knew about what had happened at Celestial Qi Castle. Muen, a cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer, killed so many emperors with his deployment spell. Sometime after that battle, in a luxuriant hall in the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness, a medium-level emperor was seated before a crowd. What do you think? Some people frowned, but one of the emperors said, Muen's deployment spells are terrifying. He might even have an exceptional status within the Everlasting Palace. Perhaps he's a core disciple, and he's only traveling to gain experience right now. Indeed. The leader nodded, stood up, and took 2 steps. Then he gazed into the distance and said, There are tensions between the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness and Muen. Everybody besides us and the Palace of Medicinal Kings invited him. Then, Celestial Qi Castle went to the Palace of Medicinal Kings to cause trouble. I'm worried that Muen started that. You mean that Muen hates us and the Palace of Medicinal Kings so much that he wants to get his revenge? Asked one of them worriedly. I'm also worried about that. I think Muen hates us even more than the Palace of Medicinal Kings. If so, he could pose a threat to us, said a strong cultivator in a golden robe, frowning. Master, what should we do? Asked someone. That cultivator remained silent for a few minutes before looking at someone. Tian Xiao. Gather some presents and apologize to him. Apologize? The crowd was surprised. The Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness was going to apologize to a cultivator of the Zun Qi layer? Inside a vast forest in the Qingdi Mountain, 2 people were playing chess. Brother Qi, you play chess as if you were casting deployment spells. You leave no room for criticism. I feel inferior, said someone in a gentle way, smiling. Brother Anaichen, you must be joking. This is nothing, said the other one called Brother Qi, shaking his head and smiling. If you say the Everlasting Palace's deployment spells aren't powerful, then I, Anaichen, don't know what powerful means, said Emperor Anaichen, smiling. I've heard about a young man who's an adept at casting deployment spells. With the strength of the 8th Zun Qi layer, he alone killed 7 emperors. Even some medium-level emperors fear him. Do you know who he is and why he came to the 9 great celestial castles? 8th Zun Qi layer. He killed 7 emperors. Medium-level emperors fear him? Qiyun Lei frowned and said, Really? Of course, it happened just yesterday. News spreads quickly around here, said Anaichen, nodding. It's impossible to cast such explosive deployment spells using abstruse energies, said Qiyun Lei, shaking his head. Even though he knew that Emperor Anaichen wouldn't lie to him. He may have used fate seeds, said Emperor Anaichen. Even with cosmic energies, he would still need to cast a great deployment spells to defeat so many emperors, whispered Qiyun Lei. Even in the Everlasting Palace, there weren't that many great deployment spells, so usually young cultivators didn't have the opportunity to study them, apart from core disciples. Besides, there were only 2 young men in the Everlasting Palace who, with the strength of the Zun Qi layer, could pose a threat to medium-level emperors. However, they weren't supposed to be there. Brother Anaichen, do you know his name? Do you know where he is from? Asked Qiyun Lei to Emperor Anaichen. Apparently, that deployment spellcaster's name is Muen and he's staying in Celestial Qi Castle's territory these days, said Emperor Anaichen, smiling at Qiyun Lei. Qiyun Lei was surprised. Inside Celestial Qi Castle? Muen, whispered Qiyun Lei. Even though he wasn't very high in the hierarchy of the everlasting palace, he knew the names of the most outstanding young people. There couldn't be a such monstrously strong young man whom he hadn't heard of before, and yet he hadn't heard of Mu-En before. Brother and I-Chun, I'm going to Celestial Chi Castle to see him in person. I wouldn't have thought that something this interesting would happen, said Chi Yunlei smiling. He looked embarrassed, for he had never heard of such a strong disciple from the everlasting palace. He feared that Emperor Anai-chun would despise him for his lacking knowledge. Oh! When Emperor Anai-chun saw Chi Yunlei's face, he smiled and nodded. All right, you haven't been to Celestial Chi Castle in a long time. But Brother Chi, you just got back, so you should have a rest. You can go tomorrow instead. Besides, I will also dispatch some people to go with you. If it's possible, we'll invite him to the Qing Di Mountain too. Sounds like a plan. Thank you, said Qing Di Mountain, nodding. He wasn't in a rush. He belonged to the direct lineage of Celestial Chi Castle, and he was very talented. That was why he had become a cultivator in Qing Di Mountain, and then, because his deployment spells were quite good, he had also been accepted by the Everlasting Palace. Qing Di Mountain didn't prevent their cultivators from joining other groups. After all, if people were talented, it was only normal for them to constantly seek better places to practice cultivation. If Qing Di Mountain had prevented them from leaving, it might hurt them in the long run. Besides, it was also a good way to gain new allies. For example, Chi Yunlei was a member of Celestial Chi Castle and had joined Qing Di Mountain and the Everlasting Palace. Buildings and towers in Celestial Chi Castle, which had been destroyed just the other day, had already been reconstructed. Outside of their territory, some people appeared who were wearing golden robes and had golden lights flashing around them. We are from the great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness, and we came here to greet Celestial Chi Castle, said Zhou Tianxiao loudly. A short time after, Jin Shinjun appeared and smiled. Brother Zhou, why did you come here? We came to say hello to Master Mu-En. We hope you can tell him that we came by, said Zhou Tianxiao, smiling politely. Jin Shinjun's understood what they wanted. There were tensions between the great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness and Mu-En, so they came to resolve that. Since they were saying they wanted to greet him, Jin Shinjun didn't prevent them from going to see him. Otherwise, if Mu-En learned about that, he might get upset. Jin Shinjun took them to Yao Yun Peak, and after a short time, they arrived near the bridge. Wait here, I'm going to inform the master, said Jin Shinjun to Zhou Tianxiao and the others. Zhou Tianxiao nodded and smiled. Thank you, Jin Shinjun. Lin Feng was seated on a stone and his eyes were closed. So Jin Shinjun stopped a certain distance away and shouted in a low voice, Master Mu-En! He didn't want to disturb Lin Feng, however. Lin Feng opened his eyes and smiled at Jin Shinjun. What do you want, Jin Shinjun? Master Mu-En, Zhou Tianxiao from the great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness is here with some people. They came to greet you, so I was wondering whether you wanted to see them or not, explained Jin Shinjun. Zhou Tianxiao? Lin Feng looked interested and smiled indifferently. Zhou Tianxiao despised Lin Feng. He had even told him he didn't deserve to be called a cultivator, and now he had come to make amends. Tell them to come, Jin Shinjun, said Lin Feng, smiling. Jin Shinjun nodded, and a short time after, Zhou Tianxiao and the others arrived. It was the first time Zhou Tianxiao saw Lin Feng with that mask. As expected, the deployment spellcaster's face was a bit yellow, making him look sick. He had broken through to the 8th Zunqi layer and he looked normal, but in the end, he was an overwhelmingly powerful deployment spellcaster. Zhou Tianxiao from the great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness. We came to greet you, Master Mu-En, said Zhou Tianxiao extremely politely. Even though he didn't enjoy saying that, the elders of his group had told him to do that and he couldn't refuse. What do you want? Asked Lin Feng calmly. Some unpleasant things happened between the great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness and you, and it's our fault. We hope you can forgive us. I came to apologize in the name of the great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness. Zhou Tianxiao walked to Lin Feng and gave him a ring. Lin Feng took the ring. Then Zhou Tianxiao moved backwards. Lin Feng inspected the ring. After inspecting it, he smiled indifferently. The great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness tried to kill me a few times, and if I didn't have some tricks, I would have died to you already. So now, do you think saying you're sorry is enough? Said Lin Feng impolitely while putting the ring away. What do you want the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness to do, Master Muen? Tell us what you want and we'll do it for you, said Zhou Tianxiao as politely as before. Kneel when you talk to me and show respect, said Lin Feng, slowly standing up and looking down at them. Zhou Tianxiao quacked with anger. Kneel?